Don't mind if I do. Clever girl.
Slight hiccup, sports fans. Don't worry about it. Your friendly neighborhood Paul will get this all sorted. In due time. Alright, look. Hey, look, I've never seen that red Paul. I might.
Hey!
Oh,
You've been here the whole time? You're an accomplice too!
Two favorite guards, just getting out. I had eggs for breakfast. I did my morning push-ups. I got to do my pull-ups. Today's a good day. And I met Travis. They brought me all the way to my favorite base. I'm gonna go to the Delta Breeze Event Center and I'm gonna have lunch. Wingman's got the best wings in town. I think it's something to do. And here we go. We're here. What are we doing?
Get out. Done.
Thank you. Thank you for driving me here.
No problem.
How did you know I wanted to go to the Delta Breeze?
Had it in mind, thought of it, read your mind.
You guys are the best. You know, I just have my best friends with me. We spent so much time together. All these workouts we did, it couldn't be a better day. We made it. We finally did it. In the California sun, here at the Delta Breeze Event Center. It was all worth it.
Hello, folks. Welcome into day number 2 here at the AFG World Championships on Spaceman That Zepcast. And I just got to say, I've never seen Paul and Peter Parker in the same spot before. And I still think that there's something hidden under that mask, Zep. A little curious about what that secret identity might be. Welcome in, dude.
Oh, it's great to be here. And the secret identity, yeah, it's always a mystery. Who is Spider-Man? But we see the reveal there at the end, our change of host for the Worlds. And look, it's a fantastic opportunity to be here as well. Day 2 of our 4-day championship here. And the first day, I have to say, was so much fun, Spaceman. I mean, we talked about it towards the end of the previous broadcast, but we just seen everything you would want to see out of both Rocket League and Call of Duty action. You know, we had games go all the way. We had games that were sort of a blink and you miss it scenario. We got all of the above in terms of what you look for from championships of this level.
We really did. I mean, look, tier 3 and tier 2 esports competition can bring a variety of gameplay. It can bring some of the highest highs. It can bring a lot of mediocrity is not the right word. It's a little harsh, but it brings you the clear cut. Okay, there's still room to grow. At this level, this is a very different situation. For those who may be new to this kind of tournament or who are watching this for the first time, whether it's AFG, whether you've seen the Impact series over the Navy MWR series, this is as close to like collegiate esports, if not elite series and tier 2 Rocket League, etc., that you're going to get. This is right up there with the highest of tier 3, tier 2 competition. So it gives us, one, a nice kind of breadth of scope for these players of where they're at in terms of skill. But 2, a lot of these guys also end up competing, whether it's in the Challenger circuit for Call of Duty or they end up competing in online cups qualifiers for Rocket League. So we're getting a nice spread of gameplay, of skill level, and not a single disappointment yesterday. A couple of times where we looked at the Rocket League gameplay and we said, outside of like 15 goals in one game, obviously things would be a little bit better suited for these players if they were maybe a little bit closer in skill gap. But again, you can be a low-level SSL against a mid-tier SSL, and it can look like a pro gameplay all the way through. It's just a very different game, which means that it's going to be another great day of action here today. So very, very excited to get into all of it. We have a large show here for day number 2, of course, covering Black Ops 7 and, of course, covering Rocket League. And we want to mention a couple of things first and foremost before we get into the recaps of day 1 and the schedules. First and foremost, USAA, we would not be able to do this entire event without them. USAA comes in and founded this entire initiative, not the esports side, but the program over 100 years ago with 25 military members with all one purpose and one mission: to take care of their own. And if you want to learn more about their program and how they've been supporting us here on the esports side and the gamers who are competing, you can do so at USAA.com. That's USAA.com. If you're watching on Twitch, there will be links available in the description as well. But I mean, Zep, we wouldn't be able to do this without them, and having a title sponsor as proudly presenting as they are, it makes all of this possible on the back end.
Oh, absolutely. And again, something that we talked about yesterday, you know, the importance of esports in general, just for the camaraderie, all being together in the same place, you know, competing, obviously trying to win, you know, having that competitive edge, but ultimately just, you know, enjoying being around people with similar interests to you, people that you may have played online with for months, if not years. and then to be just in the same room, competing, having a good time, meeting everyone, seeing new faces, you know, putting faces to names, which is always fun because it's something I'm always terrible with. I'm terrible with remembering names. So when I see a face and directly a name, it's great. I go to esports events and then so many people will be like, oh, Zep, hello. And I'm like, I do not have a clue who you are because I have not put the face to name. So it's great to have opportunities to do that at LAN events. And ultimately for these to be possible, people need to support them, people need to fund them, whatever it may be. You know, they're not easy to put together. And that's also why you got to commend everyone on the back staff who makes it happen, the back team staff, everyone working hard to make these events possible. And trust me, if you think, hey, we're kind of waffled on being a little bit sentimental early on, that is because we know what's coming up. We know we're going to have a great day of action ahead in not one but two esports with Black Ops 7 and Rocket League, because yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. If you missed it, shame on you. But good thing that you're here for day 2, because the action is only going to heat up from here.
That's right, the VOD is still up, so if you missed it, you have no excuse not to go back and watch. And if you're curious about how things have progressed to today, let's give you a little recap of how yesterday's action went, because we saw the full experience of Black Ops 7 and Rocket League. We not only went to a couple of game 4s for Black Ops, but we didn't quite get to the Champions Field climax I would have hoped for, but Call of Duty did not disappoint. Let's start first and foremost with COD. We got a couple of sweeps later on in the day, but this was a respawn heavy tournament to start. And Zep, it did not slow down. We had a couple of instances of some old Black Ops 3 and 4 maps coming into rotation, but this was some of the heavy hitters of our previous events and tournaments coming out and showing why they're the veterans.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we had some fantastic games across the board, and you know, the overloads, the search and destroys were a little bit varied across the board, but one thing that we always fell back on, I think bar one game that we covered yesterday, was that all the hard points were ridiculously close. I think bar one hard point, the average amount of points difference in the end up was around 20 to 30 points, which is just absolutely crazy. So many nail-biter games going one way for so long, then turning at the last minute, especially our first hard point. There was a huge clutch to win that. And I mean, that's just top tier Call of Duty action, and that's only half of what we've seen, because of course, as is on your screens now, some of the highlights from the Rocket League yesterday. I mean, we've seen some great Rocket League as well. I mean, one thing that we can say, it feels like the skill variety across the board between the teams is a little more apparent on the Rocket League side of things, but when you see those top teams compete, it already I'm getting excited just thinking about what it'll be like when they're all competing against each other right at the very end.
It's definitely a more noticeable, I think, divide, like you mentioned, between Rocket League. I think, one, because the mechanics are a little bit more isolated and you get more time to kind of breathe with the gameplay as it happens. Call of Duty is extremely fast, but that also means it gives opportunities for teams to create rally points and kind of fight their way back into a series. And clearly, the Black Ops 7 experience has been really popular for all of our competitors, not only for the start of this year, competitive season, but as this year's rounded out. They've maintained the updates with the GA list, whether it's CDL rule set or otherwise, and we can see that the response has been as good as we would have hoped. But yeah, on the Rocket League side as well, I'm hoping that now that we're starting to whittle down some of the teams and getting a little bit closer and closer to the top side of the bracket, we will see these games even out and potentially send us to a games 4, 5, and 6 should we get there. Again, all best of 7s for Rocket League and all best of 5s for Black Ops 7 for all of our competition here today. And Charms was one of the biggest standouts yesterday. It was phenomenal in that Scar hardpoint and really put on a burner as we moved into Colossus and forward. It was just non-stop slaying across the board for all of these teams. Really fun to see. And PACAF and CONUS specifically had some absolutely brilliant showcasings. And speaking of, we watched a lot of the CONUS squads yesterday compete both in Call of Duty and Rocket League, and as a group, I mean, they rarely dropped games. It was maybe 1 or 2 games, one game with the Rocket League, maybe one hardpoint, one respawn. Other than that, CONUS just seemed to be in complete control of this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. CONUS are the top dogs, really, with the top players. And, you know, looking at even the highlights now of the Rocket League, I mean, take a look at Buck. Some of the plays that we are seeing from Buck are just absolutely phenomenal throughout the course of the day. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be misremembering, but I believe he was on keyboard and mouse as well, which I discussed as something that made me sick to my stomach, the idea of playing Rocket League and keyboard and mouse. But it's a testament to the level of which people can play on different devices. And, of course, here's the competitive schedule, ladies and gentlemen, for today. It's going to be CONUS West A versus CONUS Central to begin our first game of Call of Duty action here. That'll be game 1 on broadcast. And then moving over to Rocket League, it's CONUS Central versus CONUS West. That'll be coming right after. And it's back and forth between the two titles for the day until the end, where we move on to the upper bracket round 1s for both titles. 6 matches to bring to you today, and all 6 of them look like they could be absolute heaters.
It could be, man. That's our schedule for day 2. Again, 6 matches, 3 rounds of games between Call of Duty and Rocket League. Here's a quick look at the standings for Rocket League overall. Conus West and Central still leading the group undefeated, 11 goal differential and 10 respectively. Conus Mountain B at 2-1. And you talked about it yesterday down the stretch of it feels like it's like a 2-2 split between the 2 heavy hitters, the 2 who could maybe play Dark Horse, disrupt some of the standings, and still play a contested heavy Rocket League, and the others who are, like, unfortunately waiting for their first game, or I should say their first wins here in the bracket. But we're entering that point of the round robin where today is do or die for most teams. It's either you've secured your spot and you're fighting for seeding and just making sure that you keep yourself in the best possible scenario for winner's bracket. Otherwise, if US AFE or PACAF, unfortunately, today is very much if you don't come out and at least win your first series or put up some better goal differentials, you're probably looking at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It is kind of do or die for some of these teams. Not being able to pick up a win until now leaves you in a very precarious position. But moving over to the Black Ops 7 side of things, you can see the split is a little bit more even across the board. Conus Central, comfortably on top, 3 wins on the bounce, looking confident. But for the rest of the teams, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag. PACAF and Conus West A on a 2-1, pretty similar on the game differences as well. And then moving down to the bottom third, it's Conus Mountain and West Bravo, both with 1 win, 2 losses. And then USAFE, 3 losses themselves, struggling to pick up a point, pick up a map, and being -9 as well. It's just not where you want to be. And again, they're a squad that can do damage. I've seen them before. I've seen the way they play. They're a great squad. So the fact that they've struggled so much today, or yesterday I should say, is just again a testament to the level of talent that is on display and will continue to be on display here today. Yeah. And this game 1 against with these 2 sides, Conus West A versus Central, it's going to be a very, very tough game because this Central side look hard to beat.
They do, and that is something that gives me a bit of pause. I know we saw yesterday Conus West B specifically against USAFE, and they kind of just swept their round matchup. It was a 250-226 opening hardpoint, and from there it wasn't close. And that's the scary thing, is now we're getting into kind of the brotherly love situation of you're going to be playing a lot of your A and B teams, and you're going to have to be comfortable with the familiarity you have with those players. But now we get a chance to really see how deep does the playbook go for Conus West A and Conus Central. And these are 2 squads that could absolutely make the run to podium finish this weekend. And obviously we have 2 more days of action. This is only day 2 of the championship, but this is such a massive matchup, not only for standings, but for moving forward in the tournament, confidence-wise. This is a heat check if there ever was one. And we're only into round 4, so we've still got a bit of time to go and more matches to get to. But Conus West A and Conus Central, let's talk about this matchup specifically. This is going to be our first match of the day for Black Ops 7 as we move forward. And I want to look at these rosters because these are just powerhouse teams across the board. And like we said earlier, Conus as a organization, if you will, if we're using layman's terms, has not disappointed at all. And one of the things I want to point out is the fact that Central has a squad that is so good when it comes to like what they played yesterday against PACAF in the hard points, in the S&Ds as well. But we have championship caliber players across the board. I look at Central, I see Charms, Jake, WASD, Vengeance. There is no weak link on the board for either team. Talk to me what you're seeing, Zeb.
I mean, I think you are hitting the nail on the head. There is no real weak player, and all these players at different moments. I mean, you pointed out, Charms today already, he had some great performances yesterday. Jake, WASD, Vengeance, sort of all the above had great plays. And you go over to this West A side, Heart, Hale, Kuzo, and Smoke. I mean, yeah, granted, very, very good players, 2-1. They deserve to be in the position that they are. But I'm just curious how they will perform and where they're going to end up placing, right? Because we go back to the previous Call of Duty game we seen yesterday, right? We've seen PACAF take it so close against the Central side to where that, even though they might be a bit lower down now with that loss, are Conus West A a team that even has the chops to do a job against the likes of PACAF? I'm not really too sure. It's all a mixed bag at the moment for Call of Duty, which I absolutely love. And as you said, it's day 2. Things can change very, very quickly between these rosters. And you go into day 1, there's a buzz, there's a vibe, there's adrenaline, there's energy, and sometimes that can have your shots be a little bit shaky. Now that everyone's gotten a couple of reps under their belt, we're going into day 2 where it's do or die. You understand your environment, you've calmed down. Are we going to see different storylines play out? Are we going to see players who are warmed up, comfortable with their environment, and ready to go in and get the job done? Conus Central started out the strongest from yesterday, but they're going to have a couple of challenges in their road today, and this could be one of their biggest ones early on.
Yeah, and hitting on that point, look, Jake, WASD, Charms, Vengeance, these are all players as well on the other side for Konos West. These are all players who have experience around each other. Hale is one of the members rounding out the other side of the roster, and Hale, I mean, one has experience playing with Jake with Hale and against each other, but we're entering that territory where these players know each other inside and out. Like, they've played in scrims, they've played in tournaments before, so there are going to be a level of reads that these players are making that it will not be as unpredictable of a series as one might expect. It's really going to come down to maybe the map list as well, and we'll talk about the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, specifically with that double scar in the middle of the series. But starting off with Colossus, this, I think, gives a player like Vengeance, who was kind of a standout sub yesterday, the best opportunity to establish cadence and kind of set the pace of the series. And you got to think that if you're starting off with Colossus hardpoint, this is the best chance you really have for the other side, for Konos West, to say, all right, like, we know what the slang is going to be required for this series, and if we're going to come out and punch Konos in the mouth and try to get Jake and Vengeance and WASD off their A game, this is the kind of map to do it. I mean, that P1 to 2 to 3, it's very, very sub heavy. So this is, if I'm reaching for straws here, this is maybe like a best case scenario. I don't want to be playing necessarily a Scar where I feel like I'm getting spawn trapped. I don't want to be playing an Exposure. I don't want to really... Den maybe is the second best option, but for the first map 1, Colossus gives you a chance to kind of get mixy. It's like a extended shipment in a lot of these hills. You can just kind of be put in the blender and get your gunny online, and I think that's going to be crucial for a lot of these teams today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a very good points there, but one that I do want to know as a highlight is that for Konos West A, looking at their bans specifically, the map that they got rid of across all 3 modes is Den, right? And that's an interesting map to get rid of, sort of a foundational COD Black Ops 7 map. The fact that they look to get rid of that map is pretty interesting. And, you know, reading into how that map plays in terms of lane dominance, I then start to look at Gridlock, and I'm like, well, hang on. I can see similarities to how Gridlock will play in terms of the punishment of having to commit to a lane once you go down it. I would say Den and Gridlock share a lot of similarities in that regard. But you look at the side of Kona Central, 2 of their bans were Gridlock, and both of those bans were on Respawn as well. So in terms of both of the teams being in their comfort zones, it's very hard to tell beyond the chaos of Colossus where these teams will start to feel comfortable. I think for Kona Central, they will start really loving life on Scar. I think that'll be a place of where when they start to struggle, they will look at that as a place to pull it back. So for Konos West A, I think hitting the nail on the head in terms of the chaos of that map gives you your best chance early on to get a win, especially day 1 of games, catching teams out cold. I think Konos West A have to do a job early on. They can't afford to go 1-0, 2-0 down in this series with a Scar and potentially Sake to come up after the fact. They have to get points on the board. They have to put Kona Central on the back foot with the realization that Kona Central are probably going to come into their own a little bit in the second half of this series.
That's the thing, man, is that even if you think you got them on backs against the ropes, Central find ways to make the game more hell. We can look back to yesterday against PACAF, where PACAF took the opening hard point on Scar. It was a bit of a back and forth, right? And then you have a double up between the Kona Central win and the S&D, the overload. PACAF come back on the hard point, win it there, but the S&D was the key to victory for Kona Central. They were just better. And if that is the case again, if their S&D is that steady and that reliable in this tournament, I mean, good luck. It's just you're asking the likes of Jake and Vengeance and Charms to have consistently underperforming respawns, which is probably not going to happen. But their S&D is the one thing that you can almost surefire bank. It's always going to be top form, and it's a tough team to beat, man. This could be another 3-0 series. It really could be. I don't think we're going to get it, but it's important to have that in mind as we kind of get some of our early predictions out there and talk a little bit about what these teams bring to the table, looking at who we have on the rosters across the board, and we can use recency bias as early as yesterday. Zep, I gotta know, what are your thoughts on the series in terms of prediction-wise? I just look at what Central do, I look at who they have and how they play, and I don't see a reason why they don't win this series. If not, it could be a 3-0, 3-1.
Yeah, look, I think if you're going with your head, you're going off what you have from yesterday. You have to say the Kona Central are the favorites. But the more I'm looking at this map set and who banned what and what the attributes of these teams are, I think this is one of the best chances we're going to see for a team to be able to dethrone Kona Central. Again, you know, you go back to the S&D prowess, but the fact that Kona Central wanted to get rid of Gridlock so much, and also getting rid of Fringe, another map that is super three lane based, right? So they got rid of a 3-lane based map, and they're going to be focused on now going into a Gridlock, search and destroy, a 3-lane map again, and a map that they want to avoid in all other modes. So that's Conus West A's best opportunity to get a search and destroy. If it goes all the way to Sake, that's going to be right up the alley of Conus Central to take that map. That one with a little bit more chaos, they will thrive within that. The structure of the first 4, though, given the fact that Conus West A will be looking to win on those hard points, I think this is the best chance we've got, or at least to have had over the last 2 days, to see Conus Central drop a series.
I mean, this is the time to do it. If you're going to get a lucky break to start, obviously you'd love to do it. You know, we talk about like early Friday matches. Get them early as they get into the venue. This is quite literally the example. It's Friday. It's early in the day. It's only day 2 of the World Championship, but this is the time to get your counterpunch in and try to slow down this freight train that Conus Central has brought onto the tracks. They are just too good to handle for many teams in this tournament. But for Conus West, again, they come into this knowing the play style that Central's going to bring. You have Hale, Kuzo, Smoke, Hart. These are all players who not only have experience in the Navy MWR series online, but they've had reps against the likes of Central individually over years and years of Call of Duty gameplay. So there is no excuse at this point for not being able to make your reads and work as a team to get this one done. So very curious how this one will go. Let's get into it.
I think the big thing now for West A is trying to make sure that Central do not get, you know, into form, into rhythm, because if they do and they start feeling themselves, because I mean, Central, we know how good of a squad they are, and they as a squad more than anyone else will recognize the issues that they had in day 1, especially with the hard points and respawn. So they will know that was something they had to fix. And if there's any team that's best poised to course correct throughout the course of a 4-day championship, it is the players on Conus Central. So if they've found a way to improve on the hard points, then I really do think that there'll be no team that can really stop them at this stage. I'll go out on a limb and say that this early on. But Conus West A trying to stop them early on. They have got spawns. They are sat in point, and they're desperately trying to regain some of this time. But one point we talked about with the Colossus map as well, the transition between points. It's so important anyways, but on Colossus, just being able to get those transitional kills to control that overall map presence is super important. The way you rotate between P2, 3, and 4 is pivotal to try and dominate and understand where the opposition is spawning as well. If you can't get that understanding, you can't lock that down, and you're just getting pinched and collapsed on with left, right, and center, you can never establish any consistent control.
I mean, bend but don't break. They've done a pretty good job being able to fight off the back foot. They didn't win much of P1. They do fight through the opening contest. They trade for a couple of hills, and with that, they get some quality scrap time at the end of P2, and they're out early for 3. They win it on that note, and it's nice to see that at least to start, Conus West are more than happy to play wall-to-wall gunfights against the likes of Conus Central. There was a couple of questions coming into this series about the speed of the slaying, and really, if it comes down to a numbers game, can you rely on the Slayers of Conus West to go toe-to-toe against Central, against Vengeance, Jake, and Charms? And so far, the answer has been yes. Done a very nice job of staying involved in the gunfights. Now we get to more of a default spread in our P3. Still about 20 seconds to go before we rotate. But keep that in the back of your mind. As the players come off spawn, all blue will be moving down to the left side of the minimap. And gotta think that now, as scrap time becomes a factor and they start to rotate out, it's time to hit nil.
Yeah, I think West A were a little bit unfortunate there with the timings. In the end up, they pushed for P3, I think slightly too late. And when they dropped, you had Conus Central completely aware of where the spawns were going to be and aware that they were going to try and play for that flip out with about 20 to 15 seconds left. And they dealt with it perfectly. And now sat in the back, you're watching a West A side just trying to get round the back through the old P3. But getting one before the trades there, it actually could be huge here for Jake. He needs to try and stay up and stay alive. You also have the flank around from WASD going huge with 2. Charms with 1 as well. West A forced out. And this is a lot of time now racking up for Conus Central, who held a lot of that P3 and have now gotten the first 30 of P4. They have played the transition and overall map control between P3 and 4 immaculately well.
At the end of the day, it just comes down to the slays. Colossus can be a brutal map. Another instance again. You're out early, but you don't quite win the opening time. As I work through my own time at this point. Here's the contest. Couple of doubles, like what I'm seeing so far. One number will split. Keep it a 2-2 right now for the defense of Conus Central as they try to get back into the hill. P1 pops. And now a chance to go toe-to-toe. Let's tee up now and see what the subs can bring. So far, all red in the kill feed. And once more, another quick wipe as Central do get in quickly. But with it, a contest from Hale. Knows exactly where Charms is going to be. I mean, these are two players that have played around each other for years at this point. Charms gets the better of him this time. And with it, the double. As he'll try to go in for the contest and the clear. Charms is excellent to start. Dude is 19 and 8 on a 5 spree. Close to a Hellstorm. and extra time to boot. 127 and counting for Central.
This is getting worrying quite quickly here. I may already be looking at a situation where PACAF might be the only team who could do a job against Kona Central, because I mean, you're starting to see a huge KD disparity through. Hale is keeping up the numbers, but not enough. And with Kona Central, again, the way they're controlling the map between these hills, other than some ropey moments on P2 the first time around, it's been practically perfect all the way through. Just playing the time, playing the timings of the time as well perfectly in the transitions between. And you can't really ask for much more for them. It's been clinical for the first game of the day.
Kuzo was on the hunt. You're absolutely right, though. I mean, talking about the strength from that P2, from really the P2 to the P3 rotation, but after that, it's been pretty quiet. That is the case. It's one, credit to Kona Central rotation fights. They just continue to win them outright. Two, the individual spread they're able to put on the individual hard point from Charms, the ability to, one, use that util, two, follow through the salvo and just play single gunfights is important for Central. It's how they find success in a lot of individual fights, and it's clearly worked. They are just kind of picking them apart once they get inside the hill. They've isolated perfectly. They've been able to play the back spawns. They have the reads, and they can play 2v3, 2v4 in the hill should they choose to, buying out time. Still 156 to 70, and now rotation becomes a factor. Over to P3, out early. It will be Conus West A for now. They're going to win the opening fight. Good job by Hale, and hopefully for them, they can use this as a money hill to get back in the game.
Yeah, it's a huge make or break moment early on in this map one. You go big or go home with P3. You need to start chaining some kills together, and an early rotation is guaranteed the kills throughout the transition as well. Now they just need to hold on. They need to pick up a wave, and they need to start forcing out those spawns towards P4. Start playing for a little bit of map presence instead of playing on the defensive kills. They have Charms on the underground to contend with, and they do so perfectly. Hart picking up a 2. If he can pick up that KD alongside Kuzo, then that is going to be a huge difference for West A right now. As Hale with another 2. They start to push through, and what was a very ropey scoreline is now under a 50-point deficit. If Conus West A can transition around the back, which you can see Hale trying to do, between Hale and Charms, it's going to be massive at the back. Hart spawning over there as well. The map positioning has been perfect for Conus West to now play this transition over towards P4, but they need to keep winning these gunfights.
Yeah, well, luckily they have the numbers to boot here. You can throw bodies out the question and likely find a solution. They do. Hart, just in time, picks up Charms. Maybe they're one of the most elusive players on the map that you're going to have to find. But as we say that, as they get set up, I mean, they run into a blue wall that currently exists. Kuzo and Hale just in position at the right time. They have the spawns as well. And a masterful rotation. They give up the last 15 or so seconds on P3. They recognize P4 is the hill to get them in this game, to keep them contesting, and they get the kills to boot. This is a very important hold for Conus West.
And Vengeance getting a kill around the side. It wasn't the best positioning from Conus West, and now they can capitalize by collapsing in on the side. The spawns have flipped out as well. Hard not recognizing that. Needed to rotate back. Smoke is there for the child. Huge kill. Needs to try and rush the back, but he can't get out. Now it's going to be all up to Conus West Alpha to try to break in from the front. Kona Central not going to get too much time from this P1 in the end up, so we go, or P4, excuse me. So back to P1, we're going to be seeing this at about a 30-point game, which has been a huge recovery from Conus West A, who started playing in the last couple of points, just almost borrowing from the strategy book of Kona Central in the way they started slaying out in the kills in the right areas to rotate between the points well enough. But Kona Central, we know that how they can play as well, and they've not slowed down. Over 20 kills across the board for each and every player are theirs. They'll be looking to get the job done here in one of these points shortly.
That is the thing that's scary, though, is because if you're Conus West A, you've rotated early, you've basically played fundamentally sound hardpoint for the last 2 hills, but you're still down by about half a hill, and now you're getting back into a P1 that, if just scrap time alone, if we're playing contest-heavy COD, you're looking at an extra 10 seconds to the lead of Conus Central, if not maybe more. Granted, a perfect hold here would certainly null this conversation, but it's going to require damn near perfect Colossus hardpoint to keep this game within striking distance, and if not, to slow down the slaying as Central still try to put more numbers on the board. It's going to be really difficult. At the end of the day, it's still a lead building slowly. Kona Central 191 to 154, and they continue to win this P1 outright.
Yeah, just playing off that dirty time, getting 15-20 seconds a pop, but that being enough really to get them over the line and just sustain this slight lead. Conus West A are on the point, and we do see as well Kuzo just trying to hang around the back. It's going to be a big kill in the back that Jake manages to win out on, but the trades luckily enough are there, so the spawns will be really close towards the points for Conus West, and this is the best chance they've got now to pull themselves back into this one. Again, Hale has been slaying out unbelievably, 38 and 28. But it's not just the slaying power, it's been the warming up to the pace of play of the game that's been huge for Conus West to now allow themselves to get back into this one. It's a 10-point game and counting as we start to think of the rotations between P3 and P4 as well. It's all going to come to a head in that P4, and I think it's going to be whoever gets there first is going to be the ultimate winner. But this has been a phenomenal comeback after what was nearly a 100-point deficit.
Yeah, and now we're getting to the territory of just simply scrap time means the most. We're going to have an early rotation from both. Split spawns for now for Conus West. They might get lucky, though, on the timing. Then you get a perfect pinch from bottom mid. Does Jake pick it up in time? Certainly has a wherewithal, understands it, and is there to clean it up. 29-32, uncharacteristically negative for Jake, but 47 seconds in the hill. And now a chance to try to put this game away. 209-195, but here comes Hart around the bend, picks up 3 in the process, gets an assist to boot, 2 in a row. All blue in the kill feed. 201 in counting, almost a tie game, and the numbers are starting to splinter and focus in for Conus West. They're doing a very nice job of holding down to the P3.
I'm just looking at the position here of Charms. I wonder, do we have a disconnect, or was he just peeking there? He's back moving now, but the flank through was a little bit bizarre, the fact that that was not picked up by Charms. Maybe he's an angle that I don't even know about, but regardless, he's back at the sticks. He's got 2, and he's also on his way to a 40 bomb, but still 4 behind Hale, who finds himself on 42. And for Hale, you would think it's probably going to need to be a 50 if he's going to get his team through this one, because we rotate over towards P4. That is a huge win by Kuzo, but he's going to have to win at least one more out in the front to get the assistance from his teammates. 215 to 227. Kona Central out of this point, trying to fight through. It looks like they're going to try and go heavy through the front.
Well, both can win it here. That's the game plan. Still the hold defensively. Conus West, position inside the hill. Not going to break here. Smoke gets another. Reinforcements are in off the spawn. Charms will take one before he drops. Second chow will be from Jake, but he gets gunned. WASD over the top just to boot. On deck and making it look easy. Vengeance to help. Man, you'd love a spree out of this kid right now. How good he can be up close. NPC in hands, good for 1. Looking for the second over the top. It's a haymaker again from the top row, but WASD is there for the collapse. 240-234. And they wipe just at the nick of time in the very end of this game. Can they hold for the final push? One more swing is all you get. If you're Conus West, they gotta go, and they're not gonna get there. That's all right in the kill feed, and that is a map 1 confident finish. Conus Central take it in the end in a close hard point here on Colossus. Conus West put up a hell of a fight, but Central just had the slays to boot, and they'll take map 1.
Yeah, I think the overall slaying power was just the difference in the end up, and we've seen a lot of tactics come into play in terms of how these teams rotated, which is kind of surprising. You don't often see that in a Colossus. Usually Colossus is just about that slaying power being the fundamental difference maker, but we were seeing Conus West Alpha with a negative KD between a couple of their players at times, yet slowly pulling their way back into the game. Granted, the KDs were getting a little better, but on the overall, they were improving just by simply getting the right kills at the right time, as opposed to relying on the quantity of kills. The problem is, though, they were nearly 100 points in the deficit. They started off super slow, and you had a Conus Central side who were just able to capitalize on the hard work they'd done in the first half. Again, sort of similar to what we saw from the very first hard point of yesterday. We had one team that was better in the second half, and the team that ultimately won, I think, had the poorer second half on the overall, but were able to benefit from the hard work of the first half to get themselves over the line.
Yeah, it's going to take a back and forth kind of affair between these games to keep this series close. And then the nice part really is it wasn't a blowout. That is the silver lining for Conus West, is knowing how close that game 1 was. And though you were lacking at times in the slaying department, you were never quite out of the game. And that is a positive going forward for the respawns. We know how good that Conus Central is in S&D. But that's where I'm kind of putting my hat on right now. If I'm Conus West, I'm saying, okay, we kept it close. You know, if we play a little bit better in terms of we pick up our kills, we get our team shot a little bit more warm, all of a sudden maybe the respawn looks different. This is a close series for sure, but these are instances where we look at that Colossus hardpoint and we say, kind of back to your point of, it comes down to the slaying, and that's really what we got between Charms and Hale. It was just blitzing fast. 42-29, 43-37, and the non-traded kills, again, they were a staple yesterday, a staple here as well. 28 for Charms at a time where we look at that P3 rotation, we're saying, oh, you know, what's going on with Charms? Is he okay? And he comes out and just pops a 3-piece. I mean, yeah, he's doing just fine. The 8 spree was great, but Charms is a player to watch. He is always good for at least 20 or 30 in a hard point, and it doesn't slow down at any point.
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, phenomenal performances from both of those players, but I think the end up Central just had more in the bag in terms of the back three players who were able to pull up the numbers, and that ultimately ended up being the difference maker. But look, if you're going, I think, on form on the overall, I would say that in terms of who's should be at least feeling the hottest on their form at the end of that one is West Alpha. They really did play a great game to come back, but now going into Search and Destroy, where it does feel like the territory of Central, this is where all the questions are coming up. Central wanted rid of Gridlock. They're being forced to play Gridlock on Search and Destroy. Search and Destroy, however, is their best mode. But for this West Alpha side, with that momentum, now going onto a map they forced the opposition onto, will they look at this and see it as a time to strike? Regardless, now they're going to have to come through and win a couple of scars, which is going to be incredibly difficult for West Alpha if they want to go all the way and get the victories against this side. But as long as you can get a victory in a Search and Destroy, you're flipping the script to some capacity, and the cards are lying in a way where it's giving you the best opportunity possible to get that type of result. But if they can't do it here, then I think it's going to be alarm bells all around, because you go into an overload, you go into a hard point where your chances of getting anything from them is slim, and even if you do, you're going to be going on to a sake, to where I would really not fancy their chances there.
Yeah, you get to this point now where, again, like if you steal the S&D, it opens up the series more. The sake kind of feels... It feels kind of like a retreat hardpoint from AW, where like if your ARs are playing well in a series, you're kind of going to get dominated on that map. It's just the way it goes. It's a very difficult map, specifically long lines of sight and long rotation off spawn if you get wiped off the hill. The respawns are going to be a challenge in this series, no doubt, but this S&D is a chance for Konos West to steal. I think the fact that it's Gridlock is a nice change of pace. Obviously, we've gotten rid of Den and the picks and bans, which is pretty helpful for a team that needs to keep things pretty closely contested and specifically want to catch a team off their rhythm. Gridlock's a perfect map to do that on. But this is an interesting spot to be in, because we know the prowess of the S&D of Konos Central. Konos West, this is your map to steal. If you can take this, the series is completely different. We get a different conversation for Overload and so on. But if you lose this, it does call into question, is there really a window? I mean, at the end of the day, anything's possible, but is there a window? Is there a pathway to victory for this Konos Central team that isn't reliant on the S&D? Because so far the respawns have just been Konos Central all the way through. They have just dominated everybody else, and the S&Ds have almost been a surefire win. So it'll be interesting to see what we get going into this, but I want to shut up because already 3 go down, and Konos West wasting no time in the opening round, completely dominating the showers, and the dojo stood no chance.
Yeah, great early wave of kills, exactly what they needed to do. Come out aggressive, keep the momentum up from the previous map, and just shut down a couple of these early rounds. Would be great for them if they can double it up. But I mean, going back to it, I mean, they'll be really kicking themselves on that map 1. You know, you could argue the only reason they lost that map 1 is because it was map 1 of the day, coming into it a little bit cold. When they got a bit warm, they looked really dangerous against the Central side. So maybe with that warmth now in full swing, they could do something against the Central side across any of the modes. But for now, the hardest challenge really with the Search and Destroy. But for the first round going well, now for Konos West, they have to do it in the offense though, which is very tough on this map.
You can say that again. It is a nightmare for teams being me. It's tough. How they're going to try to break this setup so far, the only question is whether or not those nades connect, and they do not. Now I have to rethink the approach, but it's a pretty decent spread for the defense from Central, because they have all angles covered. Gonna have to tiptoe your way to B, but Charms with no opening window. And Hart trying to send some shots out. WASD picks up a couple of tags. Now they know the number's gonna start to slowly pull back, give them a little bit more space on the bomb. And that way your subs can get into position to shut this round down. Hart, beautiful patience though around the site.
Oh, and Kuzo coming through there with the save, because I think Hart was trying to jump up top and missed the jump. So if Kuzo wasn't there, they were in trouble. But all of a sudden dropping to a 3 versus 1, all up to Jake, who's hiding still around B. Is going to actually have to rotate over towards A. He may get immaculate timing here. He spotted one. He recognizes that this has to be huge in this engagement. He pushes through. He's checked the wrong place at the wrong time. Has Kuzo spotted him? I think he did. I'm not sure. Jake managed to pick up one though. Can he take out Kuzo? He can. 1 versus 1 for Jake. And he drops. So close yet so far. Just shaky shots at the end. But my word, Jake nearly rescued that round from the pits of despair.
He ran out of bullets. If he has 2 extra bullets in that mag, he gets this kill. He ran out of bullets. right at the end. It was shaky shots, you're absolutely right. But, dude, Jake had that 1v3 clutch. He just ran out. At the very end, his NPC went dry. Oh, baby. I mean, if you get that, it's... I don't even know how you try to posture yourself and get the collective back in the comms, but that was a blessed round for Conus West, because that could have very quickly been a 1v3, and poor Jake, we're literally 2 bullets away from a 1v3. That's just insane. All right, got ourselves a real S&D here. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, what a round that was. Be one that'll be super interesting to look back on after the fact, but for now it's all about looking forward, and Conus West A will be looking forward to try and take the 3rd round in a row. Can Conus Central stop the momentum that West A have built up? First blood going the way of the west side. Instantly traded back though with Kuzo trying to rotate out as well, but now a 3 versus 1. This has been a great recovery from the central side, all up to Kuzo to try and go huge, and he is going to try and flank around the side. But this is a very hard retake. Jake was close, but I have a feeling that Kuzo won't get anywhere near.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Central. They put a beautiful bait switch, pull and pick. They have really pulled this round apart. Team shot's been excellent. Slide even better. Not going to miss that one, though. M15 way too good. Central get their first shot on the board, and that was just kind of textbook playing through the showers of throw a couple of shoulders, get your teammates in a position with the M15 to cover the cross, and if you get a couple of tags, you get aggressive, but you don't overexert. You don't get overzealous against a 2v2. Just try to play the shoulders. They did. This is very textbook throughout for Central. Composed. Conus West still looking good. But first round on the board for Jake and company. Charms hunting for their first kill. So far, so clean for everybody.
What I will say for Conus Central on their last defensive round, they held their spread for a long time. You commented on the spread that they held, but they were just adamant that they are not going to risk being flanked whatsoever. I wonder if we'll see a similar setup. Are we going to see WASD hold around B for a long time? It's getting a bit mixy in the showers, in the dojo, and they rotate out. Are they just going to be happy to play the retake? That bomb is going to be planted, and Kuzo's going to be wrapping around. It's going to be 4-on-4 directly front. No one is going for a flank here.
Yeah, when you've committed, you've committed. That's the tough part. But first blood again will help as West do pick it up. Charms going to try to peek. NPC, though, going to be tough to get around that bend. And into the showers we go. Does Charms guess correctly? He does. Shoots first. Wins the gunfight nonetheless. And they'll get the clutch. Tied ball game here. 2 kills in the round for Charms. 4 for WASD on a 3 spree and the defuse. And going forward, it's not going to matter too much, but we have trophies now in play. Should some of that opening salvo be a problem, specifically in Dojo? And now a chance for really the middle of this game, the middle of this S&D, to start to make the most of it.
And I mean, this has been a great comeback. You know, you have a couple of early dodgy rounds. You nearly got that 3-piece, or the 1v3, excuse me. It doesn't go your way. The confidence can start to dip, but a terrific recovery from Conus Central now to take 2 in a row. And again, consistency across the board in the numbers. 4-2, 4-2 in the kills department. Everyone contributing to what Conus Central are providing here. It looks like they're going to be trying to hit A again, get aggressive onto this bomb site, and they're only going to have to deal with 1 defender here, so it's unbeknownst to them, but they have a good chance just to fly through this site if they get aggressive.
Once the first big falls, everybody else is going to start moving. I mean, it is as old as time. Hale at 1 and 4 tries to peek over the top. Cheeky peek at that. Doesn't see anything to start. No plant. Jake is on the outside. He gets a pick. He might get over aggressive. Hale peeking, spotting, and now that they know, there go the numbers, and here comes the flank.
It looks like they are going to actually try and get the bomb down now. I was just about to say that they should try, and well, they absolutely did. Quicker to it than I was. Now we're seeing the 4 defenders getting ready to rush into the site. It is super condensed, but they are going through quick and together. Heart with 1. The trades left, right, and center. 2 versus 1. WASD is dropped on the trade, and strike the numbers for Conus West A. They had the number advantage. and they just checkerboarded that kill feed in their favor. Great recovery from Conus West A, who are giving Conus Central one hell of a game. Maybe they're just very strong at S&D as well, or maybe there's something to be said about Conus Central's overall ability on a gridlock, which Conus West A are certainly exposing here.
Yeah, and I think both of those realities can be true. Like having a gridlock for map 2 as opposed to literally any other map, maybe specifically Den, is quite a unique pick, and it at least gives you a chance to play in some quote-unquote even terrain of, look, maybe this is not a map they've all practiced as much. Clearly it's not in the same rotation as the other maps have been for Black Ops 7, but it does give you a chance to really pull back and play both a classic map in Treyarch's history and also a chance to at least keep the variables in front of you. You're not having to worry so much about setups on Den or setups on exposure. This time it's just simply, you know, you're playing gridlock, so you've seen this for about 7 years. You know exactly what you're going to get.
God, 7 years now that you've said it. Black Ops 4 is one of those ones that for me it just still feels like it's a 3-4 year old game. 7 years of gridlock.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's entire competitive careers, really. 7 years.
Yeah, man. That's their full sports careers that happen in that time. I mean, it's insane how quickly time moves these days.
Meanwhile, we're seeing both of these teams moving crazy here. 3 versus 2. Vengeance with a huge kill, trying to get through onto the site. Nice recovery though from Hart, who gets dropped, but 9 and 4 has been playing immaculately well. Charm sitting on the bomb, Smoke with the snipe in hand. Jake's going to have to go for the push. The defuse looks like it's going to come through though, and that will be that for this round. Conus Central answering back. But these rounds are very close. You know, I feel like this is the first search and destroy that we have seen, even off the back of yesterday as well, where it feels like each round is super up in the air. You know, usually halfway through the search and destroy, you can kind of see what team has the momentum, and there's sort of a back and forth whether that momentum continues or there's a direct flip. But every single round has been down to the wire, just down to one wave of gunfights.
This definitely feels like the most coin flip S&D we've had so far. Absolutely. Between one round at a time, I mean, the biggest lead we had was 2-0, and that's more characteristic of just the S&D starting than anything else. This has been a back and forth affair. The closest S&D we've had all tournament. Credits to Conus Central, credits to Conus West. Again, these players know each other inside and out. There's only so many different ways you can throw bodies at the play, but Hart has been excellent up close. Really a standout for this team as we even out the numbers at 2 apiece. And now decisions to be made.
It looks like Conus Central are just going to try and commit towards this A. I mean, both of these teams have been so good at trading out each other. But this time around, it is going to be Conus Central taking the round, taking the lead 4-3. And maybe in the back half of the search and destroy, finally finding a wave of form on gridlock. It's been very tactical between these two sides. Usually the early kills, they're always traded out between each other. Always putting each other in positions where, yes, you may be able to get a kill, but if you put yourself in that position to get it, we're going to make sure to take it right back. But dropping into a 2 versus 1 there wasn't able to get the trade. Vengeance getting the job done. And Jake and WASD in particular, Jake on the 4 spree as well, 8 and 4. Terrific performance from him. Trying to contend with Hart, now 10 and 5 on this Conus West Alpha side.
Another big first blood and a second. Good lord, WSD has a snipe, but he's feeling confident. Well, this could be a quick round. Does Hart have a bit of magic? Yeah, well, a little. But yeah, the latter half of this game just dominated by Central. 5-3. Again, what was a 1-round affair, back and forth, is now a 2-round advantage. 1 round away from going up 2 on the series. And this is the small moments where we saw it yesterday as well with Central, but when Central start to kind of get comfortable, and it feels like Vengeance is now kind of getting online, feeling a little bit more approachable in those engagements. WASD is now hitting shots with a sniper. By the way, 9 and 5 on his own. Jake at 9 and 5 as well. This is where this team really just they just kind of wear you down, and at some point they start to pull away. This is that moment. Kuzo at 2 and 7, Smoke at 3 and 7. This is very much a 4v3, 4v2 situation for most of this S&D. It's credit to Central for shutting down 2 excellent players on the other side, and we'll see now if they can close it out.
Conus West, they've just had too much of a reliance on one person in this S&D, and it's not been enough for them. Conus Central, together as always, consistent across the board and picking up the numbers. Sight be completely under control now from Kona Central. It's just a matter of when they decide to go for the plant. Hale, thinking of the flank, you can see him edging up there onto the car. May not go any further though, as WASD is holding that flank again. Kona, or Central, excuse me, are very aware of the flank potentially being an issue. That bomb is going to go down. It's stagnant in the positions held now, but Kona's West are going to have to move. And no flank in the offing. They're going to try and hit from the side and from the back.
And WASD has to recognize this as well. If he's not seeing anything, it's time to go. And there he goes. It is time to move. Advantage Konas West right now on site. They have the numbers, but WASD's on the move. He might be able to flank just in time, playing spoiler. Here comes Vengeance for one. Hale going to respond through the smoke. Charms picks up a second. There's WASD for the pinch. The cross, last alive, is still around the site. 1v1. Hale, WASD, two players that have experience playing with each other and against each other. Do they read it? Hale, 7 seconds, has to defuse, and it's not going to matter. It's a GG's in the round and a GG's in game 2. Kona Central will take it 6-3. Much different scoreline in the end, but nonetheless, a 2-0 series lead, and all the momentum in the world now on their side.
Kona Central, congratulations, because on the back half, they really found their form in that search and destroy, taking it comfortably in the end. And I'm kind of surprised Hale at the end there didn't just go directly for the defuse. Again, you know, you would think with the time that was left, knowing that the last player alive was a player with just a pistol in hand, that, you know, maybe they'd be playing for the late check. But regardless, those are just in the moment, the decisions. They can go either way. And Kona Central ultimately deserving it in the end up. It was a bit of a back and forth. They looked a little bit lost to begin with. But again, you know, it's a surprising thing for me why Kona Central don't like maps like Gridlock and wanted a map like Fringe out of the S&D pool. The maps like Fringe and Gridlock, because of how locked into the 3 lanes they are, there's just less variety in what you can do. And when there's less variety, you're relying more on your fundamentals, on your gun skill. And Kona Central have that in spades. So I was kind of shocked as to why they would want to play on a map that has a bit more variety about it. But we seen it in Gridlock after a couple of rounds, after we seen West Alpha exert all their options really in terms of what they want to do. For Kona Central, it seemed like a relatively simple adjustment for them, and then after the fact, there was just not really much else that West Alpha could do.
I'm going to try to, you know, split the difference with the silver lining and say that, like, I think if you're in the position of Central, you're saying, if we play Gridlock and we lose, we at least get experience on it. If we play Gridlock and we win, we get experience on it and we won. So maybe the end of the day is just simply, like, obviously we don't have maybe the right pick we'd want, but we get Gridlock under our belt. We get an extra rep on it, which is great. Now they've won it, which proves that at least bare bones, their gun skill is good enough to win it outright the way we saw there. And it just gives you just an extra bit of a dimension in your map pool. So it's like, at the end of the day, if they lose it, you know, it changes the conversation, but it doesn't change the sentiment. And now we get a chance to look at a series that's 2-0. And for Central, they get an extra free look at a map maybe they don't have that much experience with in terms of the overall rotation of Black Ops 7. And they get a win on it. So clearly, what's worked. And they can use that moving forward as experience for the rest of the tournament. So it feels like, you know, no matter which way they want to approach this series or which way the maps come to be, there's always something to learn, and Kona Central obviously have picked up the right method of how they want to approach this game, and it's working. They're up 2-0. West still has a lot to prove for sure. I mean, and there's no doubt this series can be extended. But right now, in terms of momentum and in terms of confidence, if you're Kona Central, you just won your opening hardpoint on Colossus. You win here on Gridlock on a map that obviously is not as prominent in the rotation. You've been tested twice. You've won twice. So now it feels like you're playing with house money.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, I think in the end up, what you have to say about Kona Central is that they are a side who, I think to say it's been comfortable for them would be a little bit too far, but it's just a case of it's comfortable for them if they keep that foot down on the gas pedal. As soon as they take it off, we see a West Alpha side that is there ready and waiting to punish them. But Kona Central recognizing that as long as they keep focused and keep steady, this series is there for them to take.
Well, the only way we'll know, as you guys know, is by doing the damn thing, and we'll make sure the players are ready to go for that next one. We're going to give them a breather for now and get set for our overload. Before we continue, we're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we keep going with Central versus West. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back. Hello, folks. Welcome back into the AFG World Championships here for 2026. I'm Spaceman, that's Cass, and we have ourselves a 2-0 series lead for Kona Central versus West. It's a battle of the brothers, man. A little brotherly love. And this time, it is Central who hold a dominating lead. Dominating is actually not the right word. Hold a strong, confident-ish lead in the series. That S&D was 3-3 at one point, Zep, but at some juncture along the way, it felt like Central started to just kind of take over, and when they didn't look back. They won at 6-3, and they lead in the series 2-0.
Yeah, I think Central on the overall look, they were going into today the best team, flawless up until this point. Going into maps initially to where we thought, you know, if there's any room for them to struggle, it is going to be here, and this is the opportunity for West Alpha. But now going into Scar, I mean, look, we could be completely undervaluing what this Kona's West Alpha side could bring to the table in Scar, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of what this map has to offer, in terms of what it needs, in terms of the discipline, you take the experience of the Kona Central side, it feels like just everything about the map makes sense in terms of bringing out the best of them. Like if they're against a weaker team or a team they want to make struggle, it feels like, okay, bring them onto a Scar where they're going to need clean shots, they're going to need discipline, they're going to need rotational prowess. We've seen on the Colossus hardpoint that West Alpha have the ability to pull games back and make them difficult. So if we even make our way to the hardpoint, I can see, you know, where West Alpha could, you know, make the Central side struggle. But I think a lot of this is if, buts, and maybes at this point. If we're to go by how the overall complexion of this series is looking at the moment, it's that on the maps that we thought were going to be the weaker ones for Central, they managed to win, you know, comfortably-ish. So now going into where it feels like it's more of their preference, you would think it's nailed on for them to take this one. If not 3-0, then 3-1.
We thought this series could be 3-1. Definitely question marks about would it be a full sweep? How would it look like in the S&Ds? Still, I think at this stage, are the favorites in the S&D Central? Absolutely. Are they full-out favorites? Are they uncontested? No. I mean, Kona's West have proven that they can go toe-to-toe in the S&D, but we are entering that territory where, look, this is all about seeding, all about the round robins. For both teams, they're sitting on the winner side, but this is a big matchup because not only does it, again, kind of solidify your spot in the tournament moving forward, but you're down 2-0. Map differential not going to be in your favor. For Kona Central, they would love to sweep here.
And it's in the cards for them to do so, trying to get control of this mid early on. They have, it's actually West A that have the EMP in hand, trying to push it up. Could be able to get it too early, but I love the position that Jake has picked up there to just slow the bleeding down, stop this push from coming through, and allow Central to get out. Central arguably on the weaker side, I would say, at this moment in time as they try to get themselves out. It's a little bit all over the place as Kona Central get a couple of kills around the back, and it gives them the chance to reset with this EMP in hand. A wave of red in the kill feed. Smoke only getting one, but now you can see that Vengeance has pushed out into a precarious position, but he gets dropped by Hale, and the EMP is going to be brought over towards Plain side to make a push towards A, and the close spawns as well. So they're going to have a nice opportunity here to get this EMP moved up.
And they might just do it. They will two-stack for now, keeping one blocker out front. It's Jake. All tied, all even, 3 for 3. Kuzo still hunting for their first. A very patient wrap here with the EMP. So far, just leads way through the trades. And the kills do fall. WASD to help. Able to clear off that right side. Now just about maintaining the spawn and keeping the numbers in front. Let's do the math. They get 2 to fall. This should be an open portal, and it will be. They do get the first goal through. And first points on the board just about a minute in.
And looking strong once again. Kona Central consistent as the 4, 5, 4, 4, and 6 on the kills. And they're slaying out when they need to, and they're getting that EMP moved up. But West Alpha, you know, picking up a couple of themselves, proving that they can be dangerous, but haven't been able to push that EMP up into the final third yet. But now that they have it in hand and they have it in their top blue, maybe they can get themselves moved across. Trying to move across here around Vengeance. Vengeance is just concerned about keeping himself in that dangerous position. He eventually gets dropped though, and now it is going to be Hale trying to push up. He gets dropped as well. This EMP is going to be picked up as they try now to move it forward. Charms with it in hand, looking like he's going to cut into blue. He's actually going to go around to B. Might be able to squeeze that one through, and the Duke left and right working to a tree. Another wave of red in the feed as Central start to tighten their grip on this game with WASD 11-3.
Oh my god, they're not slowing down. They're starting to feel it when Jake gets online. Things get dangerous. It's already a 2-0 lead make it 3. One more cap, and this round is done. 2 minutes on the clock, but again, 4 per side. You're playing Overload, and Scar is a different beast. You get put in the blender, and you don't have a lot of time to think and react. It's just you have to get out and play through pure instinct. And Central's one of the best teams playing off that as well. Another 2 dead. Still trying to fight out spawn. Conus West defensively having to turtle, but just don't have the kills to help. Now on the chase, they do get a couple to fall. And goodness, this is a tough spot to be in for sure. Now we're kind of playing TDM. And one of the best teams to do it is Central. But all it takes is a couple of key wins, a couple of gunfights to go your way. And if Smoke is able to turn things around, if Kuzo's able to help as well, this is an entirely different beast moving forward.
You got to get pushed up and get one back, though. Now you can't afford to go 4-0 down, and now there's just going to be a clean push straight on through. Where's Vengeance going to take it? Looks like he's actually angling towards B, just right through underneath whoever was on top. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was number 3, whoever it was in that scenario. But regardless, Kona Central, I've been loving the way that they've been moving that EMP up, right? Because I feel like Kona Central would have been aware that the spawn was going to be towards back B, but going underneath just meant that they knew that the spawners up were going to be rushing towards the other side, because you would normally think that a team attacking, trying to get on the counter, is going to play to stretch you across the widest side. But being able to go underneath and take that sneaky route and do it quickly, it's just bamboozling the defense. And that's what I love about the way that they're playing. They're playing cleverly in a way that is just undoing the normal timings you expect to play with on defense on an Overload. So it's been very, very disciplined, very well played from Central on the overall.
And that's a team that knows the map inside and out. They know the timings of this map. They know how they want to play it. If they're able to dictate that pace, it means their mechanics are good enough to follow the game plan, and their game plan is strong enough to get the win. They are just a little bit better right now. Already off to a hot start. Vengeance, who was a bit quiet in the S&D, and quiet being not a negative at all, but you know, a bit pulled back from being hyper aggressive, as we've seen from him yesterday. This time on a 5 spree, does get shut down, but certainly having a better swing of things here. His charms completely deletes hail, and everybody else gets their chance to get some shots of the fish in the barrel. That's all 3 dead. They're going to get a punch through, but as that streak does get invested, Kuzo sneaks through on A. So, you know, silver lining here, you get a couple of baits out with the streak, you get a couple extra kills. It looks dire, but you're only down within 3.
And they're picking up enough kills to cause issues here. Again, there is quite a large KD disparity, but in terms of what's happening in the immediate, I'm liking where they're picking up these kills. They're together, moving up as a unit now towards this A. And if they can get another EMP cap within the next minute, they are right back on to take something from this game, because they are changing that flow of momentum. And the Central side are struggling here. That EMP is going to get moved up, trying to force it on through. He does as well. And it is right in the feed, but not in time. Kona Central are in trouble. Conceding 2 within the first minute to minute and a half is not where you want to be when you look nailed on to get a 3-0. And what did I say about this West Alpha side? Whenever Kona Central just stop giving it 100%, West Alpha capitalize so quickly.
Yep. Oh, now they're gonna have to do with this one, and man, those lead blockers do their job to perfection. Doesn't matter if it's CTF or Overload, it all looks good in the end. They're able to punch one through and extend the lead back to 3. All that work done, all that great effort from Conus West, now down again by triple digits. Triple digits, good lord, just 3 points. You get the idea. A and B so difficult to break. EMP in dead Central. We'll see if No Man's Land becomes more of a fraction for this game. But for now, it is just about playing through TDM. And if we're going to split the map, this is very similar to what we see in Rocket League. We play boom ball with the lead. Now it's just playing TDM and saying, all right, we're going to kill the clock.
Yeah, that's the right way to play it at this point as well. There's no point being super duper defensive and sitting back, because we actually saw how that kind of costed them early on, Kona Central. They're just going to go out there, play the kills, sit in awkward position to stop it from being a 4-man push. If even they get one player just anywhere around spawn, just to make it a 2-man up or a 3-man up going forward, to where they just don't have enough direct pressure to break through onto these EMP positions. So Kona Central doing what they need to do now to run down the clock. 2 minutes left for 3 Overload for West Alpha. So it's getting to that point where it has to be near perfect. And Central, in no rush, they're just going to be ready to deal with this push, picking up the first blood of that wave of kills as well, getting the second. And now West Alpha are going to have no real manpower going forward. The collapse is going to come on in. It's surely going to be a 2 for Jake, and it is. And West Alpha, you think, unless it's perfect from here on in, unless they can relay it, It looks like they've run out of time.
They definitely need a goal within the next 15 or so seconds to make it doable. Keep things realistic. We need a player like Hale to start making a play up towards mid-map. Not going to happen. Hart goes down as well in the cut. That kill's great, but again, time continues to dwindle away. And nobody touching the EMP for now. Push back into spawn. There's 4 dead. That's the best opportunity they've had to get to mid-map.
You look at the way they're spawning though, Central. They're just going to be spawned up ready and waiting to deal with this. And I get trying to push it through plane, but plane's arguably the slower spot to push it through. Although that's a big 2. Hang on a minute now. You rush this, there's a chance, but you got to make it perfect. That's everyone down in the feed. They get the overload through, and now I get why they went through plane, because that's where the EMP was spawning next. They wanted to keep control of the lane, and it's going to be up to Hart to keep the opposition spawning out, to keep getting these kills, to give Smoke a chance to run through. But Hart needs to get up more aggressively. He needs to get into that position, but he doesn't. WASD is going to be there to deal, and I'm shocked the way Hart sat in the end of Hart needed to get pushed up into that top window, recognizing that that's where the damage was going to be. That is where the blocker was going to be, but not being able to do that. It was asking a lot from West Alpha to take something from this one, and they're still just about time if this EMP goes through, and it does. 10 seconds for that EMP to respawn, 12 seconds left on the clock. West Alpha can send this one into a 30-second overtime, but they need to get directly onto site. But now with that streak in the air from Vengeance, that surely is going to be enough to stop that EMP being picked up. And Central take the victory, but I will say, just about.
Just about. You're damn right. Between these two teams, man, we wanted it to be close, and it was, and that is GG's. It came down to the streak for security purposes. Vengeance was patient in the end, hit the flank through top broken, and was waiting for a chance to place spoiler towards the plane. Comes off spawn, uses the Hellstorm, perfectly timed in the end in a 3-0 sweep, but it was not easy. This was a full 4-man effort across the board. Conus West A are definitely a problem. It's a tough loss for sure, but Central show you that even if they get pushed to the brink, if they start to play a little bit lazy, if they start to play a little bit over aggressive, they can still make things happen. And you see it there in the end, playing great defense from WASD with the M15, and again Vengeance with the security, the reinforcement from that streak. This was a full team effort. Here's a look at some of the replays, and look, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of that work was made up in the first round. They go up 4-0. It's a very different situation, obviously, at the end with the scoreline, but a 4-0 lead in round 1 is still a checkmate, right? It's like you have to come out and respond if you're Conus West, excuse me, and they did. But by that point, not only are you losing time on the game, but you have so much in front of you to work through. Not only additional points being scored by Central, but also just the amount of map positioning you need to recoup through the streaks, through the team fights. They weren't able to do it, and Central do clear this one out and take it in the end. Jake was excellent, 24 and 12, 16 non-traded kills compared to 1 from Kuzo. That is the entire story. I mean, who cares about the damage? Is 16 non-traded and overload? It means that you're just constantly playing 4v3s in advantage to Jake.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that's where Central were able to buy themselves a lot of time, right? Because when we flipped over on the sides, we saw West Alpha arguably be the better team, but Central just operating those positions to stop it from being 4-man pushes often enough to slow the game down. To be honest, I think I'll just go back to a point that I've been making now throughout after map 2 anyway, is that it feels like for the Central side, when they're playing at full capacity, they have what it takes against this side, and potentially have what it takes against any side here in the championship. But as soon as they start to feel like they're in a bit of their comfort zone, West Alpha were capitalizing so well and quickly. I mean, they were down, what was it, 5-2? They had no right to pull themselves back into that game. I mean, if you read out how the series has gone up until that point, you're down 2-0, and in the second half of an overload, you're down 5-2. I mean, to anyone, they would just go, yeah, I mean, that's a GG. What do you mean? There's going to be no way they get back into this one. And to pull it back 4-5, in a position where I would genuinely go as far as arguing that if that streak wasn't in hand at the end, that was going to be real trouble, because you had players as well pushed up and getting ready to get that lane cleared. West Alpha played perfectly towards the end in terms of doing what they had to do and playing the clock down right to the very last second. All the cards were there. They were laid bare. It was just that streak in the end up that undid the play. It was terrific from West Alpha to watch, and I think it's one of those games in the end where we'll say that a 3-0 scoreline doesn't really paint the full picture of what both of these teams were offering.
That's a very good point. It doesn't paint the full picture, but the only way we can really know what the vibes were like is being able to actually talk to the teams themselves. And I want to know what that full picture does look like from their own mouths. Let's get down to an interview with WASD and talk with one of our champions to get an insight into the series, the 3-0. Take it away.
Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the World Championships. Started off with a riveting 3-0. Kona's champs once again brought the heat. How did it go this morning?
It went good. I mean, we didn't know how good they were going to be with Smoke back compared to them having Richie yesterday, but obviously they had Smoke, and they got smoked.
Even with Smoke, it wasn't much of a turnout for them. That's okay. You guys are a well-polished team. You guys were able to practice a little bit yesterday as well. Going into day 2, what's kind of your game plan? What are you guys going to do a little bit differently to maintain that dominance?
We're just going to focus on the fundamentals. We're going to go back, watch VOD, make sure we lock down those hard points, and then I think we're squared away.
That's what I'm talking about. It is going to be solidified at the end of the day today. Your seeding is going to be said and done. You are the Kona's champs. What are you excited about when it comes to the bracket play tomorrow?
Honestly, I'm excited. Probably play West again. They're a pretty good team. And then excited to play against PACAF again. That's always a good match.
We appreciate it, man. Good job. GG's on that. That's all for the beginning of the first match. We'll take it back to you, Desk.
He's so calm and collected, WASD. Never breaks a sweat, never nervous. He's there to show up, do what he does best, and get out. And I mean, we saw it there in the end defensively. Some of his reads, his shots are just disgusting, but some of his reads in game are the best you're going to find in these types of events in this tournament. This is a confident squad, and I like what they said there, Zep. I like what we talked about, like, look, we didn't know what we were going to expect from West, but I'd like to play them again, and whether it's them or PACAF, we want to go against players we're familiar with, and I like that. It's a nice little camaraderie for sure, but this is a team that's comfortable and clearly in control of their own destiny right now as they try to go back-to-back.
Oh, completely agree. I think that those are the two big games. It is West and it is PACAF. I think in terms of the overall where we're looking in the Call of Duty, these 3 teams, with Central included, are the ones to be looking out for. And Central look the favorites. I mean, you can't deny that. You've seen it in front of your eyes. I mean, Central, they have the talent, they have what it takes, and we could be sat here in just over 48 hours time declaring them the champions. It is very, very possible. But from what we've seen from these games, there is a reality where they get undone, right? It's not nailed on for them. Even though there's a lot of 3-0s, even though they're coming away with a lot of victories, even though they are yet to be beaten, there are moments within these games where they can be undone. There are moments where the foot comes off the gas pedal, and there are moments where they are, where it is fair to say, second best. It is their consistency that has gotten them through, the consistency as a 4 and the ability to pull out those moments, but they're not immortal. They're there to be beaten, and it's a great challenge for the 2 teams underneath them to try and take them down towards the end.
And that is why in that interview, when he said, we're just going to focus on the fundamentals, that's what you want to hear from a veteran team of, look, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to focus on the things we need to do in the game. Everything else being what it is, we can allow our X Factors, our superstars to be MVPs as they naturally blow up and have a good day. But this is about fundamentals. It's what gets you into a tournament, the S&Ds, the fundamentals, the respawns that will help you get to a championship caliber place. And surely this will be a spot where, again, for Kona Central, you got to think that they're going to be focused just strictly on those fundamentals, knowing that they want to make the run deep in this tournament. And it is going to be a deep tournament. So with that, we're going to take a pause here with some Black Ops 7 on the competitive side. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to load up into some Rocket League Kona's Mountain A versus Mountain B. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be exciting. First Rocket League of the day here for day 2 of the championship. Don't go anywhere. Hello, folks. Welcome back into the 2026 World Championship. I'm Spaceman, that's Zepcast, and we have Rocket League Round 4, Conus Mountain A versus Conus Mountain B. So one of these teams gonna have to relinquish the title of Mountain, I guess. I don't know. We got ourselves a nice little, again, brotherly love matchup to start today, but you and I were talking kind of during the break about that as today's day number 2 and as the matches get harder, it also means as the competition gets better, we're going to have a more clear-cut understanding of who's the best teams here and who isn't. And this could be another quick round between two teams. Let's talk a little bit about the standings specifically. We're going to get into Conus Mountain A and B, but let's take a look at those standings for Rocket League, because this one has been much more divided than really what the COD was giving to us. It has been the top 2 teams kind of being the top 2 and everybody else still really fighting for their spot, jockeying for position. But as you can see, Conus West 4-0, Conus Central 2-1, Mountain A and Mountain B right around each other. So this matchup is not only big for seeding, but if you win this, if you're Mountain A, you likely keep yourself alive in the tournament. If you don't, you might be dropping out.
Yeah, this is a big do or die game for between these two sides. The Derby of the Mountains, as say, one of them might lose their title, one might get demoted to just a hill after this one, you know. Like, but Mountain A, look, it's a great position for them to be in. If they can get the victory here, they tie up 2-2, and at that point the goal difference is going to become incredibly important. But if Mountain B can get the result, and we know they can, it's Big Buck, it's Sir Sisley on the side. We've seen the damage that they could do. If they can pull away with a victory here, it really just nails in that separation between the top 3 and bottom 3 to where we know exactly who to be looking out for to do the damage and potentially win the whole thing when it comes to the Rocket League. But this is kind of the do or die game in terms of being a decider of where that split actually lies. So for Mountain A, this is a huge chance to throw a spanner in the works, cause that upset, still put themselves in contention to have something to offer in this championship, as it's Fruit Loops, Jade, Dubs and Jimenez all looking to cause an issue here in the Derby. Massive moment for them.
Really, really big moment. And, you know, we see standouts we had yesterday. We talk about some of the skill. Buck being one of the best players in the entire tournament. Yes, KBM is still a thing. Yes, he's dominating on it. But the way that these offenses looked, there's more questions for me about Conus Mountain A, specifically about how deep does their offense go compared to Conus Mountain B, because of what we expected from B after their first couple of games yesterday, the way they were really, really, really dominating against USAFE. They just kind of took over and never looked back. I'm curious if that disparity will be too much to handle for Mountain A. It seemed like Mountain A yesterday, obviously kind of catching the tail end of a series that just skill-wise was not kind of on their par. It was something a little bit too much for them. But now you're getting to a situation where they are still playing a team that's a bit better in mechanics, and I wonder, is that another situation like yesterday, Zep, where they're just running into another kind of brick wall, and it's up to them to have to play better than their offense has played so far? I'm a little worried for this series, I gotta say. I think Mountain B might be too much of a problem.
They could be. They absolutely could be. We've seen how strong they are as a team, but I think you've just seen off the back of the games yesterday and then how that standings ended up lying. It's that if there's any chance for something to happen, if there's any chance for that difference to be made, it is going to be here, right? Whether or not you are throwing a spanner in the works and having the top 4 be contention, or whether it's a clear top 3 and bottom 3, this is the moment that decides that, really. And I do share all of your concerns. I feel like I'm just coming at it from the more hopeful perspective of maybe if there's an underdog story to be had to come to fruition, it's positions like this within the table that and everything we've seen up until now that gives the best chance for that to happen. But it is certainly an underdog tale, I think, for Mountain A, because yeah, to come away with this victory after what we seen from Buck, that would be a very, very difficult task. But I will say everything that I said going into the Black Ops 7 as well, in that, again, we're in day 2, the adrenaline has settled, everyone is comfortable with their environment, they have games under their belt, reps, not just now of yesterday, but also today. So this is your chance. This is your chance. You've got this opportunity now. It's do or die. You take it now or you don't. If you're Mountain A and you don't take it here, then it's a case of where you can kind of rest in your laurels a little bit, because if you can't win this game, you know you weren't going to have that chance at the top end. But if you have that belief you can do it, here is the time to prove it.
This is the chance. This is your opportunity. Got to do it here. Do or die. You win this, you keep your hopes alive. If you lose it and you're Conus Mountain A, you got to wonder, is their tournament run ending here today? A lot of questions to be asked. Only one way to answer it. Let's get into it. Map number 1. Love to see it. It's a best of 7, remember, for Rocket League. But curious if we're going to see more prowess from that KBM mastermind over for Buck. That mustache is doing a lot of heavy lifting now.
Oh, the mustache. That's a beauty to behold. We saw him in the interview yesterday, and to be honest, it wasn't as much as him talking as it was the mustache talking, at least in my mind anyway. Absolutely wonderful. But 40 seconds gone between these two sides. Nothing really coming through as of yet. The first shot, I guess, but more of a hit and hope. Sir Sisley's trying to get the cross in, but both of these defenses holding up for the moment. Again, first game, for the most part, you usually just see it as teams trying to figure each other out. But going through with the early shot is Fruit Loop, sensing the opportunity, taking it. And with nearly a minute gone, that's a great early goal. Terrific instinct just to keep on that chase.
Yeah, it's a much better start than what we had yesterday for Conus Mountain. Just a bit of a difference in the striking, which is nice to see for a day two. Obviously, day one, players still getting warmed up. Still a chance to find your footing. A chance to make sure everybody's on the same page. This time, though, looking much better across the board. Much more confident with their passes downfield. Conus Mountain already putting the first goal on the board.
And Fruit Loop up once again, trying just to get to everything. Andres following through, and Mountain A, the pass nearly coming through. I tell you what, I am liking what I'm seeing from Mountain A early on. Yes, it's only one goal, but you know, the passing that they're trying to do, the pressure that they're applying, not letting Mountain B to get out and find a rhythm and find a form. It's very much to smother every opportunity and try and get those crosses through, but not put them into positions where it's too precarious on the counter attack. It is very much just a closing down mentality, and it sort of reminds me of, you know, in Ireland there's a big sport, it's a Gaelic football, and you know, it's a big thing in that sport, you know, where people are going for points. You just try and jump in front of the ball, get those blocks through, and I'm seeing a lot of that in this Rocket League game right now. It's just being in front, being a nuisance, so you can swipe it back and go on the offense yourself.
Love that back pass already. Most of the offense dominated so far by Mountain A. Haven't really seen too much from Buck and company. Still trying to find their feet in this game. Great pinch to get it out and away. Love to see the live action camera in the venue. A lot of yesterday, the offense that we saw from Mountain B was reliant on individual plays upfield, the solo play, sure, but some of those passes, those infield connections off the sidewall that allowed Buck to go for a redirect or allowed them to play through the corner, that was everywhere. It was pertinent to their offense for Mountain B. It has been quiet credits to Mountain A for keeping pressure up on the orange half, but taking away opportunities for sure and keeping the defense jumping.
Goal number 2, J-Dubs going through with the finish. And the scary thing about all this is that we've not seen Mountain B at anything yet. It's been a really slow start from them. We've seen nothing, which is a shock considering we know what they can bring to the table. And granted, game one, you can't get too excited about a game one. You just got to see how it goes after the fact. And there's still a chance for Conus Mountain B to take something from this game. But J-Dub's going to get another flying through the air with the follow through. And Conus Mountain B, they need to wake up.
Yeah, they do. Granted, it's game one, but I love what I'm seeing. Just some positivity, right? Some good vibes, just a little bit. Love to see it. And finally, some signs of life for Mountain A, who had a rough showing yesterday on this game, but have turned it around. And clearly, day two, a much better result, much more confident, comfortable. The team's playing together. Love to see the G2 decal on the field as well with some Shopify love, just to boot. But curious when Mountain B is going to start to break out and show us that offense we saw so much yesterday.
You know, it's making me wonder. I'll definitely, at some point after this game, need to make sure to have a look back at the games that Conus Mountain A have lost. If it's perhaps against just our top two that they lost the games, because with how well they're performing right now, I'm just shocked to see that they've lost games. You know, they are a really, really strong side in the way that they are performing here. Definitely stronger than I give them credit for going into this one. But in saying that, we know that Conus Mountain B are stronger than what we're seeing from themselves right here and now. So even if game one is gone, for them, they're going to need to start showing signs of what they're capable of to get some momentum to take into game two. Because Conus Mountain A run the risk here of just completely shutting down the opportunities for Mountain B and kind of stunning them out of game one, and that could have lasting effects through to game two.
It really could. Now, granted, it's, in most cases, Rocket League's best of 5, this being a best of 7, you do get yourself an extra game just to kind of buy time, figure out what's going right, what's going wrong. This is an instance where, again, it's just been 80%, 90% dominated by Mountain A. All the pressure, all the poise, playing it off the ground on the hop. Where is the offense for Mountain B? Finally, they'll get a clear downfield, but not before it's taken away. And that midfield challenge game that was absent for Mountain A yesterday is now out in full force. It's cut down this game and kept it within basically playing half-court basketball, if you will. It's just been so easy. Buck resets into a fake and gets the first goal on the board for Mountain B. Finally, a sign of life.
And this was needed. I'm surprised J-Dubs stopped there. I think maybe just expecting their teammate to come through with the save. Maybe a lapse of communication there. But regardless that one going through, they won't care how they get it. Mountain B gets something on the board, which they certainly need for the confidence going into the rest of this series. And as you said, the best of 7, we talked about it so much in day 1, but with it being a best of 7, with it being a 4-day championship, it is a marathon, not a sprint. But Conus Mountain A looking like they've taken the best first steps here, as game 1 is going to be theirs.
It will be, and a very, very clean win at that. Got Durant Champs feeling good. No reason not to. This is a squad that really needed some positivity after yesterday's performance, and the fact that they come out here and play so efficient, so clean off the start, get that opening goal, and they don't relinquish. They keep putting pressure on. They dominate the backboard. They dominate the midfield. They didn't allow Buck or anybody else to get comfortable. You can just see the confidence, the energy right now. They're feeling very, very loose, and the natural flow of this game is flowing through their strikers. And off the opening goal, it looks so good, and everything else just kind of blossomed for this offense.
Yeah, Fruit Loop just chasing through, getting that early goal. It just feels like it sparked the side into life. They started off strong. They were holding possession, but they hadn't really a proper shot through until that point. And then from there, you saw J-Dubs growing confidence, go through with some incredible goals. And again, that's just what you need. It's the confidence, it's the momentum to get yourself forward. And to get that early game 1 victory will be huge for the psyche. It's just about now, how long can they keep hanging on to that? Will it change going into game 2? Will Conus Mountain B start to find their form?
When do we see the sleep mask come back down? Surely this game, right? This is the one where you get a little bit of John Wick action.
Hey, listen, maybe it was on in game 1. Maybe that was the issue.
That's true, you're right. I think you're right about that. All right.
Game 2 getting underway as well. 20 seconds gone. Not much happening as of yet, but that can be easily forgiven given the fact that only 20 seconds is gone. And off the crossbar with just 25 seconds gone. God, he just shut my mouth as soon as I say nothing's happening. Everything's happening. A great early shot for Mountain A. Doesn't quite go through, or Mountain B, excuse me. As the chasing coming through, and already Mountain B are kind of getting to more in this game 2 than they did the last time around. I think it was the pace that Mountain A started off with in that game 1 that kind of caught Mountain B off guard, but they've, at least for the first minute, it seems like Mountain B have risen to the pace of the game in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they clearly were not expecting that kind of firepower, for lack of a better word, from Mountain A to start. Since then, though, we've already seen a shot from Buck. A nice little infield pass for the connection. So clearly, players on the same page on the right side of the field. Long, booming clear. Downfield, looking for the connection. It was there, but cut off again. Defense, hand up first. Better read on the ball. 50 through the corner. Still fighting for possession. Both commit. A bit of a mistake for Mountain B. Overzealous on the challenge, and they got to be careful with some of these double commits, man. They can really kill you on rotation.
Yeah, they cannot afford to get overzealous.
They're
there with
jumping.
the save, and Andres, what was that fake in the end up? Didn't want to go for the full shot. The cross back on through, and this is a far more even game between these two sides. But Buck looking for a moment of magic, following through the touchdown. But Fruit Loop there at the save, keeping composure on the back line. Brilliant work there not to get psyched out. You know when you see Buck coming towards you in a 1-versus-1, if there's anyone that could have you shaking in your boots, it's Buck. But managing to hold on strong in the defense, and maybe going to do something on the offense too. Will that drop in? It does it, but J-Dubs is there to send it to the bottom corner. And that was a great offensive move for Mountain A. It was dangerous on the back line, but the recovery was brilliant. And the combination of Fruit Loop and J-Dubs once more putting Mountain A in the lead.
If I'm Mountain A in this matchup right now, I am not pulling back as an offense. I'm keeping two members up at a time, playing the rebound, because I've caught the defensive Mountain B jumping at everything. They've looked a bit shaky. They look like they're not quite confident in either their reads on the defensive side of the ball or as confident in being able to corral that possession and bring it out.
Oh, what a touch.
I am sending the
Wow.
house. Great touch by Andreas, and this is the kind of experience that Mountain A can bring off of a loss yesterday. I mean, they have completely read this defense to a T, and they are picking them apart on every side of the field.
I think you've hit the nail on the head with that one. They're just exposing the weaknesses in the defense of Mountain B. The fact that they jump for everything, they're a little bit overzealous on trying to get those clearances. And that's coming from a position of not being quite as confident on where they need to be in their ability to actually get to those clearances. Mountain A capitalizing that by just keeping someone forward at all times on that back line, constantly being present to cause an issue and to get into the heads of Mountain B. It's been terrific for them so far to once again double a lead. 2 minutes left to go, 2-0 up, and I was not expecting this whatsoever. But Mountain B still have proven this game, and for the most part, they have been better going forward, at least in game 2. They are growing into this one. Just whether or not it's at a pace that is fast enough for them to do any damage will be the big question.
Nice little half flip back to get there in time. Still both defenses jumping at it. Trying to play the rebound, trying to play the challenge. Both of them getting a look. Popping it up. A bit scrambled right now, especially in the offensive third. It looks like even though the offense does get up for Mountain B, they are unsure of how they want to position on the field, which is not a great sign. About a minute 38 here in this game, down by 2. It's a best of 7, but still waiting for Mountain B to show us a sign of life here.
And Sisley had a great play there. It was just dealt with by J-Dubs and Fruit Loop on the chase. Now can't quite get it. Andres on the back line. And what I will say about Codas Mountain A as well, despite, you know, how strong they've been on the offense, they're always making sure they have someone back in the defense and nearly somehow getting that clear. Mountain B very nearly exposing the defense finally. But Codas Mountain A being up so much have still always had someone on that back line. There have been very little defensive mistakes.
Yep. And they're playing it safe, which is, you know, there's a difference between playing to win and playing not to lose, but they are playing consistent third man Rocket League of, look, we have a 2-0 lead. It's not guaranteed. We know this team can pop off anytime. No need to make it more difficult than it has to be. They're making sure they hit their marks. They're doing so. Nice little wrap around the bend. Actually loses the touch on the ball, but still quality effort nonetheless. 35 seconds to go. A 1-0 lead in the series for Mountain A. Quite unexpected, at least from my POV. I know that these teams are still good enough to be here, but did not expect Mountain A to dominate the way they have against this team off of the recency bias that is yesterday. And so far, they've looked like an entirely different squad. So much more confidence, so much more poise, and really reading through their challenges on the ball with clean precision and precise touches is the word I'm looking for. 9 seconds to go. This one's wrapping down, and a 2-0 lead in the series for Mountain A. Who would have expected this as it sneaks through? Wait a minute. Wait a second.
Do we dare?
Game's not over.
It's not over. It's as close to being over as it could be, but still a chance for this Mountain B side. It would have to be a perfect kickoff goal. But Mountain A, they've been a jack of all trades, really. We were not seeing them be perfect at anything, but I'd say we're seeing a little bit of everything from them. Strong offensive prowess, solid on the defense, and controlling the midfield for the most part, dealing with the issues that Mountain B tried to bring to the table. Slamming that ball down to guarantee the Game 2 win. And Mountain A up by 2 and relatively comfortable. Mountain B causing more issues in that game, but not a lot of issues still. And it's going to have to be a big jump of improvement in Game 3 if they want to get anything from this series. It's starting to get a bit sketchy.
It is. It is getting to that point where, look, you're down 2-0. If it was a best of 5, different situation. Still a best of 7, though. You are asking, okay, we're halfway through the series. What really's changed? And it doesn't really feel like you've been able to knock Mountain A off their game. Like, they felt comfortable. They looked confident. They look like they're playing the style of Rocket League they want to. Mountain B has not looked like the same squad, and that is credit to Mountain A, and also credit to the fact that the offense of Mountain A has kept Mountain B honest. Their defense was jumping at quite a bit in this match. They continue to be a bit of a Achilles heel for them, but this was really it. It was just a couple of nice, easy shots, and Fruit Loop's feeling good about it. I don't blame her. This has been a clinical performance from this team.
It's been clinical. It's been cool, calm, and collected. Firmly in the driver's seat, it has to be said. All three of them in the driver's seat. No pun intended, but it's Rocket League, I think, is the best esport you'll find to use that turn of phrase, as they look confident. And the big thing, I think, has been confidence. I think that early goal in Game 1 from Fruit Loop, I think we'll look back on as being so important, because we're just seeing a side who look comfortable. Yeah, I mean, and that's been the difference. Like Mountain B, as you said, they've looked uncomfortable. They've been chasing these things. They've not been self-assured. Going up front, it's been shaky in their positioning. But you look at the side, you could even see it in the cams. They look like a side in Mountain A who are just having fun, enjoying the way they're playing right now, as opposed to Mountain B, who you can see in the cams, are getting ready to lock in, because it's the difference between a side who know they have something to fix, but not quite sure how they can fix it, versus a side who just simply has a strategy, enjoying the way they're playing, and knowing that what they're doing is currently working.
This is the time. This is the closest you're going to get really to a tactical timeout between games. So we'll make sure that the players are good to go and all ready to get going. We'll get a quick reset in the lobby, but the things that need to change, I mean, just a little bit more aggression. I know it's a bit of a generalization for this team, for Mountain B, but the offense that we saw yesterday from Buck, the kind of free spirit, the will to take balls off the sidewall and to go for those resets, to go for those corner challenges, to go for the redirects that clearly, you know, got them to this point, has been neutralized in this game. So curious if it's just simply a personality issue on the day, if maybe the team isn't clicking as well as they thought, or they're getting caught off guard by the consistency of Mountain A. Got to think it's a little bit of the latter. Okay, the death stare into the cam. I like what I'm seeing. Let's see if we can bring some of that heat into the game itself, and maybe they can fight their way back in the series.
It felt like you could hear us. Maybe you heard us questioning him when he stared into the camera, like, how dare you? I'm a little bit worried. He struck fear into my heart, but can he strike fear into the heart of his opposition? We'll have to wait and see. Game number 3 getting underway. Get into that do or die stage if you want to take something from the Mountain Derby.
This is the game to do it. Oh, it's open, and there we go. The offense, Mountain B, gets a little taste of the medicine of Mountain A, and they come out hot in the opening minute.
Well, they needed to find an answer back. What a better way to do it than straight away taking the lead for the first time in this series. Now Mountain A have a bit of a hill to climb. Could have said a bit of a mountain to climb, but no, didn't want to say mountain too many times in the one sentence. Fruit Loop ascending to the skies, trying to send this one through, but to no avail. The defense there for Mountain B, and perhaps while we see them have grown a bit in confidence now after finally being able to take the leads, they try to go up anyway. Sizzly not getting a great touch. Fruit Loop is there for the clear. Buck going up for the block. And Conus Mountain B have been slowly but surely improving, as they look to continue to improve here by not just taking the lead but holding on to it now is the big key question. And Fruit Loop trying to send it forward into the corner, cross through. No one's really there though. But for the moment, Mountain B enjoying life, but having to work together on the defense, making sure they're there in the corner. And Mountain A have been great at those positions. We've seen Andres score at one of the last game where they just take shots out of nowhere. You have to be locked in on defense to deal with that.
Yeah, that second attempt, that extra effort is going to only be present if you're, again, able to make the read on time, as they do. Looked like an open net for the moment. It was. A couple of times now defensively where Mountain B have just kicked the ball back out to the midfield, and questions about possession time for sure. Let's see if they can hold on the ball here, and not going to happen. J-Dubs is there. They cut it down. Cuts off his teammate. Rotation. Net's wide open. The defense making mistakes. There is not a lot of communication on that back line. And unfortunately for Mountain B, it bites them again.
And you hit the nail on the head. They were struggling defensively to actually get it out into a position to cause that counterattack. And because of that, eventually, you were just booting it up and it was getting sent right back down. And that back line eventually left completely open. Great answer back from Mountain A. Looking to take the lead, and they do so. Fruit Loop, she's been flying towards everything since game 1, since that early goal, trying to get to every ball. And once again, getting on top of that one, sending it straight through onto goal. And within 10 seconds, it's gone from a Mountain B lead to a Mountain A lead. Clinical from Mountain A, who have once again found the form after a shaky first minute in game 3.
You know, there's been a couple of times where we've seen like Monkey Man kind of sitting in position, waiting to get into the play, or whether it's just been kind of caught in a bad spot, the timing's not great. I think the big sentiment being that the Mountain B squad has defensively looked like they've been caught like deer in the headlights at times.
Wow,
nice
what a bump.
Almost got it through, but they look like they've been caught kind of in no man's land and struggling to read the pace of the game. And maybe it is just a speed difference. Maybe it is just the pace is a little bit too much for them. But it's clear that they don't look as comfortable as they did yesterday. In their mechanics have not been able to pick up the slack either.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. That they're caught in positions where they don't really know what they want to do at different times. And I wonder how much of yesterday was relying on, you know, maybe we look at it at a bit of rose-tinted glasses. Were we seeing a lot of just individual moments of brilliance from the likes of Buck and Sizzly, and maybe we weren't seeing it together as a team, and now we're seeing that lack of, I don't know, team cohesion in terms of the rotations, especially defensively, or turning defense into offense. Are we seeing that being exposed by a Mountain A side who seem to have that in spades? They seem very well put together as a three. They're rotating very well around the back. I mean, we've not really seen Mountain A not have someone on their back line. It's never been something that we could point out and be like, oh, hey, that's been a huge, you know, question mark for them. They've always had someone ready and waiting on that goal line, where for Mountain B, it feels like at least once or twice a game, we're seeing it where that back line is incredibly exposed, even when they're primarily sitting on defense.
Again, getting closer and closer to about a 90-second game. And that's where you have to play the 2-minute offense in Rocket League. It is not looking good for Mountain B. We'll try to move upfield now, keeping it on the ground, but still a bit timid. Full boost for Buck. Circles out of the play. I mean, you have full boost there, and you grab the midfield tank, and you're still second, third man onto the ball. Questions about some of the routes here, the pathing to the play for Mountain B. They lose the 50. We'll come back to that in the break, as right now, Mountain A look to go up 3-0 in the series in this best of 7. It has not been pretty. The cutoff, the redirect's not going to happen. Trying one more time, bumped off the play. Third man gets pushed out. Second man has to pick up the spot. Nice cut.
Oh, huge.
Over one, can't find a second, and defense standing strong right now for Mountain A.
Well, that's what Mountain B have been missing. There's moments where someone can pop off on the offense, which is what they have, and I think is their biggest strengths, moment players. We know Buck and Sizzly are those, but again, we've seen the likes of J-Dubs on the defense has been super good. And then, you know, Fruit Loop as well, as you say, with that sort of the bump that we saw from her as well. They're getting into positions where they're just getting these extra touches, these extra little bumps that are constantly causing issues. Andres there on the defense and rotating back really well. I mean, as much as we want to criticize Mountain B, and I do think, you know, as we've talked about, we have our criticisms, but we got to tip our hats to Mountain A. This has been a very, very solid performance.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Can't lose sight of the fact of how well they played, and they're going to poke that one. It's on target. That'll go in. 3-1, 3-0 in the series. Now that we kind of have a separation here, nice job by Fruit Loop to just send it on its way. I want to jump back to kind of that play where, look, like, Buck's at midfield, rotating through, playing small pads. He has about 80 in the tank. Gets right to the midfield pad. Gets a full 100 again, so you're sitting at, over in general in the play, about 180 boosted burn. And instead of being able to cut into the ball and take it up the sidewall, which we saw yesterday, a lot of, like, solo play, confidence. Buck circles back, paths on the small pad back into his own net, and then takes some time to get back into the play. They end up losing possession, and it, you know, you're giving up so much in the midfield, so much presence on the field. The point being, I'm seeing more and more of this Mountain B squad, at least in this matchup, being reserved and hesitant in things that otherwise they looked confident. They looked confident in yesterday. Like, you have full boost. Why are you not challenging the ball? Why are you giving Mountain A so much space to work upfield? And it's when you're seeing players either hesitate or second guess their pathing on the play, whether they're choosing boost over ball or if they're just deciding when they're going to commit to a play, it usually means they're second guessing their read of the pace of the game. And if that's the case, they're already behind. And that's what it feels like. It just feels like Mountain B is a bit behind today on this matchup. Maybe they just got caught off guard by the speed of the game against Mountain A, but it's such a drastic change compared to the gameplay we saw yesterday that, I mean, you're seeing them play fundamentally inconsistent defensively, which is just something that they didn't do yesterday, and it's enough to make the difference.
I completely agree. I think, you know, we've seen, as you said, the momentum yesterday. We know what they could bring to the table, but maybe are we seeing a side who only feel like they can, you know, provide those moments when the pace of the game is slower and they have more chance to control the possession? I mean, as you said, Buck just not making those runs that we're used to seeing Buck make. And I think the comment about the pace as well is super important, because whatever about what we've seen from Mountain B in these last 2 games, you know, they've had their moments. They've still been second best, but they've had chances. They were so off rhythm in game 1, incredibly off rhythm to the pace that was being set. And it feels like up until now, it's been a long, large adjustment period to try and get themselves set into that rhythm. And that's, I suppose, the beauty of a best of 7. You have more opportunity than usual to adjust to what your opposition is doing. But when you're 3-0 down, you got to make sure going into this game, it has to be perfect Rocket League from this stage onwards. You got to make sure you're adjusted. If Mountain A take an early lead here again, it could be a GG's for this series.
It really could be. I mean, you're up 3-0. You got to think at this point, everything that's been working's been working for a reason. Why deviate now? It's not broken. Keep it going. Nice clear from Buck. Those clears to the midfield going to be the only question mark really for Conus Mountain B now, is just simply holding on to the ball, man. There's got to be a little bit more. Sisley with full boost. Again, a little bit hesitant to getting onto that challenge. I know you're a bit behind the play, but there's a difference between, you know, flipping away from the ball and trying to create space versus just not feeling confident in the approach. Something different's been happening over with Mountain B. Mountain A now putting on the pressure. We'll see if they can score in the opening 2 minutes. They found success back in games 2 and 3. And this time they send it on its way again. Up to Andres, who's already there for a shot. Taken away. Buck with a full tank. And now the team is out.
Nearly getting that one through, but again I want to highlight the positives of what we see. No one on the back line for B. I will highlight positives in a second, but I'm going to go back to the negatives. Why do you not have someone on the back line with 3 minutes 37 seconds left to go? And Monkey Man again, and again, not to pick out on any names, but Monkey Man has just, I think, found himself as a player in positions and multiple times that haven't been super beneficial to their side. You know, Buck and Sisley we've often seen come through at the moments. Monkey's been a little bit more silent and just not being in the right place at the right time there on the rotations. They're going a bit amiss for Mountain B in the rotation side again, but with Mountain A, to go back to just the positives of what we see from the sides rather than focus on the negatives. But Mountain A, it's just been sweet to watch. We're seeing the chasing down work well. We're seeing the defense be solid. We're seeing shots come through out of nowhere. We're seeing the right positions at the right time for demolitions, rotations, whatever it may be. We're just seeing all of the above. Some pretty solid Rocket League being played by this Mountain A side. Again, is it a world beater performance? Is it a performance that would do something against the rosters that are currently sat in the top 2 positions in the championship? I don't know, and I doubt it, but just in terms of getting the job done in this game and getting the fundamentals correct, every fundamental, as we're seeing the second goal come through from Andreas, it's been spot on.
Yeah, now they're playing with their food here. You're in a 1v1 upfield. This is pick your spot, man. Look at that. Just holds the extra flip. Baits the defense out. It's getting chased, says I know exactly where I'm going with this ball. And you're absolutely right. I mean, look, is it going to be good enough to get through the rest of the tournament? That's yet to be decided. We won't know, so we can't answer. But is it good enough to get through this matchup? Yeah, absolutely. And that's all you need to do is just win the matchup in front of you. And that's what's been, I guess, so surprising about Mountain B, is that we expected a little bit more from this team. Knowing how Mountain A performed yesterday and how Mountain B, how their offense looked at least, I thought Mountain B would look a little bit less shaken. But they've looked very, very kind of rattled at times, especially defensively. And it's uncharacteristic for this team, which has been so surprising.
Very uncharacteristic. Not what we're used to seeing from them. A shadow of their former selves, as it looks like they're going to be in a position where they're going to try and forget the first series of the day for them as quickly as they can, because we are just 2 minutes away from the layout of this table being completely shaken up. Both of these sides will be sat with 2 wins and 2 losses. Wow. And I'm actually curious to see how that will look in regards to the goal difference, which is now probably going to start playing a huge difference for these 2 sides. And Mountain B, if I think in this whole series only scored, what, 2 goals maybe, if even, whereas we're seeing from Mountain A 2 or 3 a game. You add that up on the overall, that's a huge number of goals to come back with.
Oh, what a touch. Yeah, it really is, man. It's the difference is its own problem, but it's just one team just outperforming the other. I mean, straight up. I don't think I would have gone into this game, this series, and thought there would be a sweep. Even if I'd favored Mountain B, I don't think I would have expected it to go this way. Could not have expected the offense to be shut down the way it has. Credit to Mountain A for playing excellent midfield. Ridiculously good on capitalizing on the defensive mistakes that Mountain B have given them. And the amount of times we've seen Mountain A just poke the ball from their own goal line, downfield, go for a shot. I mean, it's just good recognition, good heads-up play all the way around. They've recognized that they can take a look at the net, and when they do, they don't miss. This is a completely different team from yesterday, and you can say the same thing about Mountain B on the other end. 40 seconds to go. It's not over yet, but it's starting to feel like, you know, we're coming down to the wire here. If there isn't a goal in the next 15 or so seconds from Mountain B, what chance do they have?
Yeah, I mean, look, it feels all said and done, really. Mountain B have never once in this series, other than maybe the beginning of Game 3, looked like a team who had anything to offer in terms of presenting a challenge in this series, which has been a huge shocker, really. I think, as you say, we didn't think it would be a sweep by any of these teams, but we certainly would have favoured Mountain B to come away with the victory at the end up. But Mountain A more than happy to prove us wrong, as that clock is going to tick on down to 0, and we're going to be seeing Mountain A take the first Rocket League series of day 2, taking it 4-0, a clean sweep in the Mountain Derby. Mountain Bravo demoted to a hill, as we see Mountain A on top of the mountain, looking confident in their performance and completely different to what we saw on day 1.
I could not have expected this one to be a sweep the way it was. I mean, not even in my best prediction on my best day, I did not expect this offense to completely dominate the way they did. And the defense was like, it didn't have to go work overtime. It was so clean, but it was just comfortable the entire time. It never looked like this team was breaking a sweat. They never looked like they had to change up the game plan or recreate a formula that needed to work. This was a purely almost like a ranked game. It was like a purely vibes-based performance, and Mountain A completely dominating for the first match today, and that was unexpected.
Massive congratulations to them for doing that. And, you know, again, looking at this game for Andreas scoring the way that he did there, I mean, really shouldn't have been able to score that one. It's super unfortunate for Mountain B that they left themselves in a position to concede that one. But then going on to the second goal, which we just seen, that little tap underneath to send it into the corner to double the lead and practically guarantee the result. That was just an absolutely phenomenal performance by the end up for Mountain A. We could harken on about what we expected from Mountain B, but at the end of the day, with the greatest respect to those guys in that series, they just didn't bring it. Mountain A had the answers. There's a reason why they were the alpha side, and they proved why they're the alpha side with the performance that they just showed up with. And what's strange about it is that we're looking at an alpha side where I think in terms of if you're trying to pick apart maybe issues that they might have had in their game, they had at no point looked like they were in any trouble. There was no negatives. Like they were never, their backs were never against the wall. They never had to deal with any issues. Like it wasn't like an 8-9 goal sweep for them throughout where they were like unbelievably better, but they never really seemed challenged. And I think that's a testament to them, because again, against a great opposition, they just didn't put a foot wrong. They were never forced into positions where they would be forced into putting a foot wrong, I would say. But regardless, just getting the job done and keeping it clean for the most part in the back line, do what needs to be done in the top line. What more can you ask for in terms of just a solid sweep?
You can't really ask for much. I mean, you sum it up pretty well of like, they weren't asked to do much. And it felt like, I don't know, it just felt like Mountain A just had their number throughout. And, you know, I'm curious if this was just a bad matchup for Mountain B. Obviously, they're not done in the tournament yet. This definitely makes the road a little more difficult, but a must-win for Mountain A. I mean, this was a must-win series, and to come out and do so and sweep, and to do so in a way that just looked so confident. I can't think of a better start of the day if I'm on a team of like, we not only played really well, but we swept and we all are having a good time. That's like a recipe for a championship, regardless of what the rest of the rest of the tournament looks like. I mean, that is like the best case scenario for this team.
Oh, completely agree. I mean, look, I still wonder about how they would position against the top two. I think the top two are going to be a major issue in terms of what they bring to the table. But in terms of, you know, putting on a fight, and on day 2, after having a shaky day 1, again 1 and 2 going into this one, on day 2 to be like, hey, listen, we're still here, we're after getting a good result. The top 2 probably are sitting there not worried, so to speak, but it's nice to be giving reminders. You know, you can get a little bit comfortable on the top end of a table and think it's yours, but then if you're kind of looking down towards the middle and seeing that someone's, you know, coming up like, hey, listen, we're coming up for you guys, we are going to cause issues when you have to face us again. Getting a day 2 early game like that out of the way, where you come away with the victory and showing that you have a point to prove going into the rest of the championship, it's huge. It's a huge win for the psyche, and I said they look like a team who are really vibing and having a good time, which is not only just super important in general, but just super important for the vibes to take in for the rest of the games. Playing with confidence is going to be key for them to be able to get anything out of the rest of the championship.
Yeah, confidence is the name of the game. It is what gives you the chance to make a deep run, regardless of what the skills look like. And one of the best players on the field today so far with confidence, Fruit Loop. I believe we have an interview down the floor with her. Let's send it away.
Welcome back to another riveting round of Rocket League. We got a little game going on for Mountain Alpha. We're going to go ahead and roll. You're going to grab the die. You're going to roll. Whoever gets the lowest number has to interview with me. All right. Go ahead.
Let's see.
That's a 1. Don't go far. That's a 4. Enjoy your day. Have a good one, sir. Last one, 2. Y'all have a good one. I got the Mr. Space Force here with me. You guys were able to dominate the other mountain team in Rocket League. How did your match go?
I think we played pretty well. We were worried about the speed, keeping up with them. Mostly worrying about Buck and Sizzly. Just making sure that we can outpace the 2 of them. And then Monkey Man's on defense. Make sure we just get past him, and we're all good.
That's awesome, man. Day 2 of seeding. It's been going well for you guys. I think you guys are a pretty well-rounded group, but also probably the most fun team here. What's it been like for these qualifiers for you guys?
I think it's been very similar to the CONUS ones, where we're just getting under our feet the first 2 days. Obviously, we got the upper bracket coming up, and then tomorrow we get into it. It's really just about staying in the game, good mindset, having fun.
Yeah, and I think you guys are doing it best. You guys' positioning is fun. It's always a blast to watch your gameplay. Going into this upper bracket matches are coming up soon. Who do you want to see in that upper bracket match?
Who do you want to see? I think we have another date coming up with Central. I think we'll see them at least 2 more times in this bracket. We were close to getting them at CONUS, so we'll hope to try and get that done.
Congratulations, man. In the match between the mountains, you're able to prove who the alpha is. Back to you, casters. Good job, man.
Dude, there's nothing worse than rolling for charisma and getting a 1. I mean, just absolute brutal, unfortunate, but hilarious at the same time. Awesome.
Oh yeah. Look, I mean, listen, it was a great interview as well. Getting to listen to those. Well, they said those guys. You only got to hear 1 in the end because of the role, but I mean, look, terrific performance in the end up. I think they're a team that should be incredibly happy with how they've played so far, where they have placed to regain off the back of day 2, and being excited for more games that are coming up. Again, looking at that top end of the table and getting ready and waiting to put on a challenge. And with the performance that they gave today, they certainly look like a team who could maybe cause a challenge. I would still want to see a little bit more from them, but they're setting up the beginnings. They're setting it up now for a side who are going to be like, hey, listen, we may just end up stuck with a 3rd place, which is whatever, but we could make a challenge for that 2nd and 1st place. Do not count us out.
No, don't count them out at all. And look, at the end of the day, it's just 1 game at a time for this kind of tournament. It's a marathon. We've hit on it before yesterday. We'll hit on it again one more time. It's going to be a long day of matches and a long tournament in general. So every single win does help the morale, and it helps get this team forward. We're excited to see what we get out of Mountain B moving forward again, but for other matchups, we'll still have to get you to that point. And I believe we're almost ready to get into our 2nd block of matches for the day. Closing thoughts that we've just concluded opening blocks of COD and Rocket League, and now we're going to get set for round 4 of our next couple of matchups. But already 2 sweeps on the day, man. I didn't expect 2 sweeps this quickly. What are you thinking so far? How's the action been?
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. I didn't expect sweeps whatsoever. You get into the 2nd day of these round robin circumstances, and you think, okay, well, the teams that are currently placed in these places are going to be quite even after a few games. But instead, we're just seeing games that are really like nailing in the separation of the top and bottom ends. Well, at least we thought we were going to see that until this Rocket League game where it's a sweep in the other direction. That sort of calls into question of where the line is going to be drawn on the Rocket League side of things. But regardless, the rest of the day is going to be very interesting off the back of this.
It will be a fun day of action, and only way to get to it is to get through it. Let's do just that. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the 2nd round of matches. COD Black Ops 7, Rocket League up on the docket. You guys know the deal. About 30% of the way through the bracket today here for day 2, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, continuing on day 2 of the World Championship. See you in a minute. Welcome back into the AFG World Championships here in 2026. I'm Spaceman, that is Zepcast, and we want to remind you that the USAA was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members doing what they do best, which was taking care of their own. If you want to find out more information about USAA and the title sponsor and one of the best partners we could work with for this event, please head over to USAA.com. That is USAA.com. They have been so wonderful to work with over the years, and the fact that they have supported this scene as robust as it is, it's great to see esports not only exist in the community and grassroots, but for it to now reach into the armed services, into different branches of the military, and to see the kind of support it's getting. It's an avenue that esports, I think, didn't expect to find success in, but now that it has, I can't imagine it without having the armed services in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always amazing to get to work events like these and see them take place. And, you know, ultimately, these events wouldn't be able to happen without the support networks of the likes of USAA. So, massive shout out to them. Thank you very much for making this possible. And I mean, look, you're reaping the rewards of making it possible, because you're getting to see the action that's been taking place here today, and it has been immaculate. Same as yesterday, we've had sweeps this time around, which is kind of but a little bit of a shocker. We see a sweep to begin with, and then going into sort of a sweep that is kind of anti what we thought was going to happen off the back of yesterday's action of that recent Rocket League. And now going into the rest of the day, you know, especially in the Rocket League, it's kind of been split wide open now. We know who those top teams are, really, but in terms of how the rest of the table will lay, it's gotten a very different complexion all of a sudden. And then going into the Call of Duty side of things, into the group standings, we've seen Kona Central early today. They are still positive, they are still dominant, yet to drop. And it is going to be Conus Mountain now who are going to be facing West A. Both of these sides are 2 wins, 2 losses, both on the same game difference. So this is a huge do or die moment for both of these squads.
Yeah, this is the game to watch. We looked back at Mountain A and B for the Rocket League matchup in the last series in round 4, and it's a similar situation. You win this, you're in pretty good standing. You lose it, bit of a headache. Mountain and West A are going to be going head-to-head now in Call of Duty. And again, this is going to be a really interesting matchup, not just because of the names that round out the rosters, but because they're both currently 2-2. And whoever wins this likely avoids the trap door that is being relegated out by either a head-to-head or a bad series ranking overall. And just by the way that West played earlier against Kona Central, I know that it was a tough series. It was a sweep, but it wasn't like an easy sweep. I mean, they really made Kona Central have to work for that win. And we know what Heart, Hail, Kuzo, and Smoke bring to the table. The question just comes down to, for Kuzo and Smoke, really, are they going to get online and be able to, you know, at least in the slaying department, contribute evenly throughout the series? And if they can, they should have no problem finding success here in this matchup. But Conus Mountain is an entirely different beast, and they are also full of some absolute veteran talent. We know the likes of Artie, Revenge, Axis, and Kimura. This is going to be a really interesting matchup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, they are a great side. Both of these sides are. And West A, you're absolutely right. Even though it was a sweep earlier on, the performances in the game were fantastic. And I'm excited to get into the map set as well and break that one down between these two sides, because you may notice some familiarities in comparison to the last Call of Duty map set. And those familiarities may end up working in favor of this West side. But on the overall, I think it's going to be a very fascinating series. I would be shocked if this one ends up being another sweep, right? Like, granted, it'll be interesting to see between the two of them, the levels that are established. We could end up being shocked, you know, especially with West A nearly taking it all the way against the very best on multiple occasions. But God, it's just really up in the air from this point. I think this is probably going to be the most, I would say, out of all the series that we'll see today, the most what will happen type of series. There's really no way to call it.
I think it's a great way to put it. Yeah, this is the most up in the air. We really don't know, and we have predictions, right? But we don't necessarily know in the head-to-head which way each one will go. Let's take a look at the map list for the layout of this, I should say, for the series, excuse me, if we can. We got Colossus, Hacienda, Gridlock, Scar, and Raid. I mean, off the start, this is it's like you get sub heaven for the first map, and then we kind of pull into AR dominance for the rest. It's going to be really interesting for the likes of Hale, and I think for the likes of Artie, and the kind of the duo between how good are the subs specifically for Conus West A, and can the ARs keep the pressure pushed back for Conus Mountain. Both these teams come into this at 2-2. Colossus has been a favorite for map number 1 in these picks. We know what the hardpoint brings at this point. I know we don't really do, too deep into early in the predictions for a start of a series, but are you feeling any one way? I just feel like off of the recency that we've seen from the gameplay we had earlier from Konos West, they had a really good warm-up against Konos Central. I mean, like, that's the best possible scrim you could have to get yourself ready for a tournament.
Yeah, like, I think for West A, the reason why they weren't able to come away with the win in their previous series in Colossus against Central is because it was the first game of the day. They were a little bit cold. It took them a while to get into it. They really struggled in the first half, were the better team in the second half, but ultimately Central were able to reap the rewards of the job done in the first half by them. But now we're going back into a Colossus. Second time Central West, or West A, excuse me, will have played in it today. They're going to be warmer. They're going to know the pace that they're going to have to set, the standard they'll need to bring in order to come away with the victory. So I think, again, we talked about map 1 in their previous series needing to be a win for them, and unfortunately for them wasn't the last time around. I think it's the same situation again here. It gets a little bit more up into the air the more the series goes on. I think their best chance to get a win, at least on paper, is in map 1, and they can't afford not to take it. For West A, it's do or die from the very beginning.
It is. It really is. I mean, there's no other way around it. You're into day 2. You're into the halfway mark of the second day of the championships. This is the moment now where, for both teams, you cannot afford to have a bad showing. It is do or die for a lot of these players. This is now the moment where the stats matter. The standings will determine your fate in the bracket. And as they know it, and when you get ready, we are getting into it for map number 1. It's going to be Colossus Hardpoint. You guys know the deal. You know how it plays. You know exactly what to expect. The sub pressure is going to have to be excellent from Hale and company. Dealing with Artie and Axis as well, they were able to put on a pretty clinical performance yesterday before getting shut down on some of the longer lines of sight on Fringe. But this is a different map altogether, and if you don't have your A game with all 4 players, it's going to be a long day. Nice to see a WASD behind them, giving a bit of love to the brothers on the other side. Now let's get into it for map 1.
He's giving a bit of love, but we know what he's doing. He's studying the game plan. He wants to see how they play because he knows he'll have to beat them again. It all seems nice, but there's an underhandedness of let me figure you out there going on. But map number 1 getting underway. Checkerboard kill feed left, right, and center as it ends up being a wall of red in the end up clearing through statue, and they will get initial time on the point. Konos Mountain sitting with that initial play, and Konos Mountain were a very good side. We've seen them a few times yesterday as well, and I mean, Artie came through with some majestic plays yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, was it Artie that came through with the 3-piece at the end?
Yes.
In yesterday to win the very first hard point that we saw.
Yes.
So we know Konos Mountain, and it was on this map as well. So I talked a lot about what West A brings to the table on this map after seeing them earlier today, but Konos Mountain are no slouches on the Colossus either.
Oh, not at all. And that's the thing, man. It's like at this stage of the game, if you're picking Colossus map 1, it's confidence for sure. You know what you're getting out of it. But 2, is all these players are very familiar with each other. Konos has so much experience against one another. And now it's just down to doing the math on the actual field of play. Let's see if the arithmetic does work out. It's Kimura on your screen. A couple of shaky shots to start, but pre-fire still good for 1. They're able to break and flip. Now working on the back spawns. The flank comes out. Heart's working on the back end, trying to separate the numbers as they do so often. And Smoke is already into the field of play. 30-22 as we keep things going. Konos West A trying to tie up the game.
Yeah, great wave of kills for Konos A and getting pushed uphill, but making sure they have teammates back to anchor. But you're seeing Kimura get pushed through. Big kill in the end up to stop them, but now they're flying through the front. Can they stop the push? It is Revenge with 2. Make that 3. Clearing from the front, flipping the spawn on its head, and now Kimura is going to be in a position to be pushed up high and get some initial kills. Gets 1 before they get traded. Hart coming around the back to re-grab those spawns, and it's been back and forth on P2, but that scoreline very close between the two sides again as we rotate over towards P3. It's been huge waves of back and forth between the two. Very much even Stevens across the board, even in the KD side of things now on P3.
We got Smoke and Kuzo working as a pair, stacking into the new hill. Close spawns for Hale. That'll be a nice change of pace. 7 and 5 for Artie off the flank. And rewarded off the patience as well. I would have picked up 1, and here come the rest of the numbers collapsing. Revenge on your screen. Great turn and burn, as they pick up all on the hill. Wipe it, clear it, have the lead again, build upon it, 56-48. And Artie with the double off the spawn is pretty good for things looking all signs Konos Mountain. Right now, they're in the lead, and they're finding the kills.
Very solid from Konos Mountain. In the driver's seat now. Already 10 and 7 getting dropped out of the point. Kimura also getting dropped around the back, and a nice way for West A to answer back. as they look to get themselves now rotated over towards P4. They do have the spawns, but I tell you what, I don't know why they have not rotated down the lane to watch, and this is going to be Conus Mountain pushing through almost with a free run onto back spawns.
Yeah.
That is very bizarre for Conus West A, and why they didn't play the timings quite so well. Now spawning out, now having a very difficult job of pushing from the front, and we know they can push from front. They've broken through multiple times, but they didn't set themselves up for the easiest opportunity here.
Could be overthinking it. Could just be, hey, we're still finding the rhythm of the game. Either way, it's only map 1. It's still a best of 5. And it's still a relatively close game, which I think you'll take. We've seen a couple of matches this weekend where the hard points have been 120 to 15, and then it would eventually get to like 120-30. The comeback slowly starts to come out. No massive blowouts, but definitely a disparity between teams. This time, much more even keeled across the board as we would expect. This stage of the tournament, a couple of trades, not too bad. Bull in the China shop right now in the front of the hill, but the subs do their job. And Kuzo is doing his. Smoke helps out for the third. That duo so far has been excellent for this team. Smoke at 10-11, Kuzo at 9-9, where they have found some crucial kills on rotation to break these hills open.
Conus Mountain in the lead, in the driver's seat. West A trying to answer back, going back to P1. It's very possible for them to be able to find this answer. They're not that far behind, and we have seen as well, you know, so often between these sides, when it comes to Colossus, it's a game of two halves in terms of the dominance. But with it being so back and forth this time around, you feel like if there is a flip to happen here, West A could run away with things, but for now it doesn't look like it's going to happen. We're seeing a lot, like it's a weird game we're seeing, right? Because yes, for Mountain there's a huge disparity. I mean, you have 20 and 9 on the top, 8 and 12 at the bottom. But for both sides, these kills just come in such gargantuan waves. It will be Conus Mountain getting a 3 or 4 to set on the point. It gets a little bit stagnant from there with ones here and there, and then it's just all of a sudden West A pushing through with a 3 or 4 down. We're seeing massive all of a sudden flips from both of these sides to where you could try break down the KDs and try and look for the consistency in that part, but it's just been these huge swells that has been the flips for both sides on a lot of these points.
So far the swells, at least defensively, have gone the way of Conus West A. I mean, they have done a really nice job of fighting through those back spawns, playing patient, playing through the numbers, doing the math in real time, and they're finding success. Almost. Smoke tried to make it work. Couple more will drop. Pinstripes, trades, everybody gets a look at it, but Artie is the last one standing for now. 25 seconds to fight over. When does the rotation come through? Is it now? Bottom mid's the hit. All blue at mid-map. And Axis caught timing. Oh, almost gets a couple. Does get a couple. Has some help. And there's the cleanup. I mean, that is just beautiful. Pull him in and shut him down. Conus Mountain do a great job holding on to P2.
Mountain are just a terrific side, and we're watching right now. Artie as well with nearly a minute in hill, 24 and 11. The only concern for me is you do have revenge pulling numbers as well, but that disparity is a 4 of the numbers. With the Conus West A, there's a bit more consistency there, and if that consistency can maintain itself, surely Conus Mountain can't keep up the form with Artie and Revenge relying on them quite as much. And if they slow down just a touch, West A will be there to capitalize. And Hart on his way now to 20 kills alongside Hale, so they are not that far behind in that department either. The game is poised to flip here in terms of where these teams are sat at this moment in time and how the game has gone up until this point as we do reach that halfway point in the Colossus hard point. But I'm very curious to see. I think a lot of this change will happen in P4. We see Hale getting 2, getting this P3 locked down. Now it's over to P4, where this time around West A are making no mistake. They are getting in the back. They are making sure they lock down this point, guaranteeing themselves the best possible start they can. But I tell you what, they don't have spawns yet, and Hart needs to get to the back. Huge gunfight, pick it up now. Hart wins it. Now he needs to stay alive. He's isolated on his own. He's about to be hit from all angles. Already staying up, getting great timing to break through the back. And even though West A thought about it this time round, Mountain still come away with the spawns.
And credit to really Conus West for not only handling all that pressure, but they were fighting off of a couple of spawn fights continuously. Granted, it doesn't entirely go their way. They do lose the rotation anew. But they read the changes in spawns pretty quickly. They were involved in the play. Conus Mountain, however, just a bit faster on the rotation and through the gunfights, a bit more successful. 196 to 120, the largest lead we've seen so far. First team to cross 200 points is Conus Mountain, again, holding up onto this P4 and doing so quite comfortably.
And West Day fought long and hard to get back into this one. They've been trying, but Mountain just continuing to tick away on that score, keeping in the lead. And even though we're seeing, again, a lot of moments where West Day will get 3 downs just like that, it's just not translating into enough time. We go back to P1 once again, probably for the last time on this Colossus hardpoint here, map 1. And Revenge coming through at 3, now sitting on a 30 bomb. It looks like Conus Mountain are going to have enough in the backpack to come away with this victory. Conus West Day putting up a good fight, but just not enough really against the might of the Mountain as they look to try and have the lethal blow on this P1. But West Day are pretty decent at P1. They want to try and keep themselves having the spawns as well, rotating over towards P2, but they need to keep a contest on here. And after getting smoked just like that, Revenge now on 32. He's just upped his game even more in the last couple of hills. Now all of a sudden a 100-point game. West can't get anywhere near this.
Well, they're trying, but they just can't scrap their way in. An Alpha race to new. 2 players are going to be up. It's Kuzo and Hale. They're going to be met with 3 members of Conus Mountain. And so far, Mountain wins it. Yeah, they're just outright winning it. The gunfights are not going the way of West. 235 to 135. It is a 100-point game, the largest disparity we've seen so far today in Hardpoint. And just about 15 seconds away, odd less, before winning this one outright 10 seconds to go. Get a couple more pushes, maybe one if you're Cronus West, but they gotta go and they gotta go now. But they're not getting anywhere near the point. Revenge is just way too good. Hail over the top, but it's not even close to the hill. And that will do it. 250 to 135, the largest disparity, and clearly a one-side affair at the very end of the hardpoint, as Conus Mountain completely take over and dominate at the very end of Colossus.
Yeah, massive GGs to Conus Mountain. A great performance from them. There was a lot of back and forths in that game, but the longer it went on, the more Conus Mountain felt comfortable in the way that they were playing. Even though they were getting 3 down from time to time, their recovery play was consistently exceptional and always making sure that they had the right spawns at the right time when they needed them. P4 always going their way. Just constantly being able to make life difficult for the opposition, even when the opposition had some great moments where you think they would reap some rewards for their effort. They were never allowed to rest on their laurels, settle for the good moments that they had. They were punished almost straight away. And that's what you want to see from a top team, that even when things are starting to go against them in these rounds and in these moments, that they just recover perfectly. And talk about, just again, Revenge and Artie, 2 unbelievable players, and once again showing why they're the top players for their side.
And when they needed to kind of kick the game into high gear and just start driving away with it, they really did. The kills started to fall. They were controlling P3 and 4. Those subs came up absolutely massive, and we expect that in Colossus, right? It was never a question about what do the ARs bring to the table. It was always about, okay, if your subs are having a good day on Colossus, you're going to be just fine. And it just felt like once they found their rhythm, especially kind of through the second set of hills, the team never slowed down. 250, 135 is nothing to sneeze at. And you look at Artie with 28 non-traded kills, Revenge at 24. I mean, they lead the lobby by 10 plus. The next closest is Hart on the other team at 18. That is the tail of the tape. It was just non-stop trades and team shots across the board. And for Mountain, it was good enough to win it outright. Artie was fantastic, 33 and 19. Look at that, 28 non-traded kills, 46 for Hale. But I believe it should be 16 actually for Hale. But that's the difference is, again, the non-traded kills, especially on a map like Colossus, can be a difference maker.
Well, that's just how good Hale is, really. He can have 46 non-traded kills out of his 28. That just shows what a demon he can be. That's right. The numbers may not make sense to us mere mortals, but to Hale, those are the numbers he brings to the table. But no, look, it was a very entertaining game to watch, and I think it's one where, if you're this Mountain side now, you're feeling very, very confident, right? The only issue I think for Mountain is going to be, you're going into Search and Destroy. We've seen how good this West Day side was in the Search and Destroy earlier today. Granted, they lost it, but they lost it against a side that looks unbelievable in their Search and Destroy game. So, and they managed to keep it relatively close until the back half of the S&D. So we know West Day are a really strong Search and Destroy team. Hacienda as well. It could be a place where they pull it back. If they can't do it though, we go on to a gridlock overload, and I mean, the only thing where I could really see the complexion of this series changing is what you mentioned at the very beginning, the fact now that we're going into a much more of an AR-heavy sort of circumstance. But then for West Day, a lot of what we thought would go in their favor is this, or in the previous series where we seen them, was the sub-dominance. And it obviously didn't, but it didn't against the very best. So is it going more towards an AR back half of a series, something that will actually suit West A? I'm not too sure. So if anything, we may be going more into the mountain comfort zone. And if that is the case, then you're probably looking at another early GGs on this series. I'd like to be proven wrong, but again, I think we're looking at a map 2 where West A, where it has to be search and destroy. That is where they're going to have to try and pull themselves back into this series now, because they cannot rely on their hard point after what we've seen in that map 1.
Already at Axis specifically yesterday, I believe, if my memory serves, they played Hacienda, and there was moments where they looked a little bit shaken, but this is a map that plays into their strengths. Specifically when it comes to pacing as an AR, I think Artie's going to have a very good time. And Hacienda, I mean, you hit it kind of nail on the head. It doesn't really matter what the map is. The S&D is going to have to be the key to victory for CONUS West A if they want to keep this series going. But you're also running into a team in Mountain that's just a really good S&D team. Like, you know what? Every squad at this point is solid S&D. But Artie and Axis, revengeful as well. Like, these are guys that just have the reps. Doesn't mean that CONUS West A don't. But Hacienda as an AR player can be a boon. It can be a negative. I feel like for Artie and company, this is going to be a map to show off the best of what they got.
And we get into round number 1. Game 2 here, again, a massive game between these two sides. At a pivotal moment in the day of the championship. CONUS Mountain with the bomb in hand. Playing it slow. Just putting the feelers out there. Rotating over to B, where they do have a bit of room to get onto this site.
Sure they do. Hale's making his way around. First blood, there it is. Vengeful takes out Hart. It's a pretty aggressive sub to get out of the equation. Does Hale have the timing on this? That's the question. He does so far.
Wow, nearly getting it. Already know what the trade. 1 versus 1. And already getting out with his life. If Smoke hops this straight away, it'd be good, but he doesn't. And now Artie's going to come through the mid. The timings are going to work out quite well for CONUS Mountain here. Dropping down mid. Is he going to jump up time to turn? Oh my god, he's played these timings. This is going to be close. He gets the kill. Oh my god, that must have been insanely close. Half a second, maybe.
I saw him jump down. I saw Artie jump down. I'm like, brother, I know the route. I understand it. Like, you do not have to go back down to bottom mid. You could have just stayed upstairs in the catwalk and waited an extra second. He gets it regardless. That's why they play, and I don't. But
yeah, like, but just even hop up mid. The fact he ran all the way along to hop up on the other side, as opposed to just doing the mid hop up, but that extra second and a half could have been damning. I mean, you hit one dead slide, you miss one jump, you bounce off something. That's the round gone, and a round that should have been, that was ultimately theirs, but was deservedly theirs. That was a nail biter of a first round. CONUS Mountain getting the job done. Already playing a risky game, but getting the 2 kills to be on the 2 streak.
if that's just round 1, Lord knows what we're going to get for the rest of the series. Give me something interesting. Give me a plant. I might get lucky. I am getting lucky. Goes down. See what CONUS West can do now on the attacking side. First player to be spotted likely is going to be from Heart's POV, but Kuzo might get blessed with some COD timing here and does. Can't find the fight, though. Ends up getting cleaned up, and now they're getting pushed back to site.
How are the timings going to work out for Revenge, who makes the peak? Not great. Hale's there for the kill. 2 versus 3 now. CONUS Mountain in trouble. The 2v2, they have to move quick though. There's 12 seconds left. They're going to collapse in on this site. 1 versus 2 though. Already gets the 1. The clock's not going to be in his favor. And this is going to be a very good answer back from CONUS West A, coming through with the kill in the end up. And strangely enough, 2 offenses going away of both sides. You normally don't see the offenses being the easier plays, and yet we've seen the bomb go down a B, the bomb go down an A, and both be successful for either side.
You know, gotta be honest, the fact that that went from a 4v3 advantage to a we're bundled up and just have to play through our subs works out in their favor is really impressive from West. Did not expect them to be able to kind of handle the round the way they did. Credit where credit's due, and they turn a negative situation into an absolute positive. That is a very impressive round.
Bomb in hand now for Axis. trying to get this towards side. Again, though, a little bit slower in the offense. They don't rush things on offense, Conus Mountain, and I like that. They get a feel, they get a lay of the land. Revenge sitting in a great spot if we see an overzealous West A, but they are being patient as well. The patience will pay off for both sides. So far, paying off a little bit more, but Revenge, he's seen that stun. He's seen the streak of the stun, I think, go down the stairs. So he knew someone was there. And now the rotation's gone over to B, but no one is there. This is a chance for Mountain to get straight over towards A. But they're unaware. If anything, they're going to focus more so on the flank, it seems. They're going to wait to see if Hale comes all the way around.
Oh, better shots from Artie. Good lord. A massive win for First Blood. Got a trophy down on site. Like what I'm seeing. The rotation A is there. The eyes will be there as well. Kuzo. A bit of a tough spot. Takes the reach out and burns him. Right around the bend. 3v3. Already on the hunt. Number Splinter. Hard hits another. And again, in odd spots, Conus West A are really good at just winning their ones.
I'm actually shocked that Conus West A are winning the ones that they are, but already getting a good bit of timing there to rotate. Now needs to do a little song, do a little dance, it feels, come away with this round. But, you know, playing that power position, he doesn't need to get overzealous. He just needs to keep eyes. And the fact that no one has gone up to Chalum, or it's taking this long, is insanity. And Artie's going to get great timing on this check. He takes the kill, and Artie is going to scam his way to a round win here to go, I think, 9-1. Conus West, I mean, you were giving them their praises, and rightly so, but to take 15 to 20 seconds to even bother to go up to the power spot over that A-bomb is bemusing when you know Artie is going to be trying to play around it.
I love the way you put that, because it's right. I mean, just straight up scammed their way through the round. That's just, there's no reason why that look or that peak should take so long, and the longer it goes, I'm thinking there's no way Artie just, you know, just lets the time run out and just straight up checks it last, and he does, and it makes no sense, but it does in the end, and it's just can only tip your cap at that point as incredible work from Artie, and a tough round to swallow for sure if you're Conus West, but the statement stands of, look, when they're in tough spots and they have to win their ones, they absolutely do it. So not too worried again about how they're going to handle the pressure, as already they find 2 First Bloods immediately into the round and a third, and they answer right back from the last round with one of their own.
Great regain. They absolutely needed it. And what I will say is, for all the kind of guff I'm giving West A there, I mean, it sounds like a bit of a West header after how I spoke on that last round, but on the overall, they're looking far more confident on their offenses. We're seeing in this mountainside, they have to play really slow and methodical to get towards the site, and maybe that's part of the game plan, but also maybe West are just being very, very disciplined, and it's kind of forcing Mountain to second guess their moves. But when West are forced in a position where they have to go forward, they've been fairly lethal and consistent as a unit. Again, we look at Mountain, only 2 of their kills have not come from Artie.
That's the scary thing, man. I mean, Kamara's been quiet, revengeful, Axis haven't really done much. Need a little bit more. Need a little bit more from the rest of the team. Artie again, First Blood, been leading the charge. 10-2. Anybody else gonna help? Revengeful finally gets one in the round. Kamara 0-5. Good lord, not the best start.
And you know, Artie's on track to get a better KD than I'd normally get in a hard point, which is really saying something. A testament to the level that these players bring. And now 2 versus 1, all up to Heart, getting dropped. And another win on the offense for Mountain. It's been the victory of offenses, hasn't it? It's been very strange to see. But this time the bomb not going down, just getting a little bit more aggressive, and they played very passively in the offenses the last time around. So the fact they went so aggressive, I think, caught West A a tad off guard. And now that's a great opportunity to capitalize. One of these sides, though, has to lock down the defense sooner rather than later.
Maybe it's going to be Mountain to do it. You know, you're right, though. It's been the offense's finest success, but and the fact that it's still 3-2 and you're playing a 4v3 this entire time, you still have a lead by a round, is scary if you're Con West, because you're thinking, all right, we can't let, you know, Kamara get online. We want to keep hunting this. Careful in the stun. 3 more are going to peek. Axis tries to get out of dodge, does so, but the trades are still there regardless. Smoke helping out. 2 more will fall. Hail for 2. It's looking good. Bomb's going to go down. Kamara and Artie try to make the most of it. 11-2. The dude is carrying his team through this S&D. Kamara has to help. Where is
He's
he?
just been playing the timings and math.
brother,
Well, there we go with 12. There we go with number 13, baby. My God. Every time Conus West Day blink, they're going to see Artie tattooed on the other side of their eyelids. Every time they go to sleep, they're going to see Artie in the recesses of their mind. He is everywhere. He has been the undoing, the unraveling of West Day so far. Crucial round to double the lead now 4-2. And I mean, just the timings he's catching. He's taking risks the way he rotates as well, Artie, right? He was down low. He rotated up to the window, leaving himself very exposed to mid, but catching the right time and making that risky play, and it just paying off to be able to once again play around that power position and then dance around to get the picks on the single chals, which again is a problem for West A. Why did they single chal him? I have no idea.
He's just dominating, man. It's impressive for sure. It's just scary though, because like, how long can it last is the question. Is it surely going to last the entire S&D? And if it does, you go down 2-0 in a series, you let Artie pop off. He's playing like Crim 6 and COD Ghosts. Like, what are we doing? Kimura still looking for their first kill. Gotta wonder if it's a route problem or a mechanic problem right now. Is he still hunting?
Something's not working. Artie on the chase. Just roaming again. He's just so confident. He just is playing that free roaming role. He pushes out. He gets another number 14. Will he even be thinking Hellstorm at this rate? He almost might want the bomb in hand. Kuzo can finally shut him down though. And now it's going to be up to the rest of Mountain. And with Artie out of the fold, Mountainside, I mean, sounds a little harsh, but they don't have much to offer without Artie.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, this would be one way to flip the script. Kimura is on the attacking side. They know where Bomb is, so he's going to have a bit of a heroic 1v3 here. But just to kill, to get something on the board, that's what you want to walk away with in this round. Just to kill. Something. Anything. Not going to happen. 0-6. If it's not for Artie, who else is going to step up?
Well, he's on the road to the 007 at this stage. We'll get the James Bond theme tune going. Is it Daniel Craig, Pierce Brosnan? Let us know in chat who your favorite James Bond is, just to completely change the topic altogether. But going in now to the next round, I mean, you wonder just frustrations build. You're sat in 14 kills and you're only up 4-3, and now going into, albeit a defense where it should be easier, but the defenses haven't been great for both of these sides for the most part. But do you get worried by that? And looking over at the west side, they're starting to cook up. You look at Hale, 10-5. He's cooking as well, just going a little bit under the radar in comparison to Artie.
Good shots from Axis. And pretty quiet on the AR front. Revenge is all on the sub side. That's the thing. You're playing with, basically one AR, one sub mostly for this game. Other than that, 2-2 split on the defense. Conus West will get the bomb down today. Numbers will move. Axis number 2. Kimura number 3 playing on the anchor spot. Kimura has to find a pick here. I mean, there's no other way about it. He's got to get a pick, and he does. First kill finally for Kimura. And now a chance for the defense to move into position.
God, he was one death away from having a license to kill and choosing not to use it, but getting one on the board. His heart picks up one, trying to rotate out smoke with another. The trades are there. It's 2 versus 1, 1 versus 1. Axis needs to go huge, and he does. And he's going to get through with the defuse. And Conus Mountain going to be a map point, 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series and into a series where West A, I think, could potentially be floundering. West A need to pull it back. This S&D is a must win.
It really is. And if Artie's going to be the one popping off, then at least you know the win condition right now for everybody, for Conus Mountain is that, okay, if we can shut down Artie, we have a real chance. But there's been no isolation. The dude is still 14-4. 10-6 for Hale. Can't underestimate or understate how important that has been as well. Hale's been playing so good. Just, it's almost like a quiet 10-6. Like, it's, 10 kills is incredible in S&D. But when Artie's doing what Artie is doing, at the pace in which he's killing, what more can you say? What a read from Revengeful. Holy crap. That is a beautiful little pre-aim around the corner. Kimura's feeling confident, 1-7. I don't blame him. Couple extra kills. Artie from the water. Artie over the top. Knows exactly where it's going to be. And Conus Mountain dominate the last 3 rounds. Win it 6-3, up 2-0 in the series.
Massive GGs from Conus Mountain. Have we seen potentially the performance of the championship so far from Artie, pulling away 15-4 in the end up. I mean, what more could you ask from a player of his caliber? Practically single-handedly carrying his side, right? Because, again, not to disrespect the rest of the side, we know what they can bring to the table. We've seen it multiple times before. But in terms of what they were offering when Artie was out of the picture, you take 10 of those kills off Artie and have him just be a standard 5-7, 5-5, 5-6 type of player in that game. The performances of the rest of the team in that game do not convince me that any one of those players would have been able to step up to the challenge of that particular map. So getting a little bit fortunate that they had a hero to carry them there. West A, I'm sure, will be feeling a little bit hard done by, because again, as a unit, you had Hale playing well, but they were a little bit more consistent, a bit more together. A couple of question marks here and there, though, where it does again feel like they allowed Artie. I mean, like this position, for example, Artie done great there to win that one, but earlier or later on, excuse me, in the game where Artie was dancing around that top secret around the A bomb, just taking Kuzo, as you see there, off the bomb. Situations where he popped off, but he shouldn't have been allowed that opportunity to pop off.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way to put it, is like, look, if you're going to give him the space, he's going to take it, but that as an opportunity in general, it just should never have happened. And it's easy to say that in hindsight and watch the game play out in real time as we did, but some of these reads from Artie were just like textbook of like, I know exactly where I need to be, I know what the read's going to look like. And when a player's in your head like that and they're out reading you as a team, all you can hope is that you try to isolate them and shut them down, and then get everybody else to be on the same page, and that page being struggling to find kills for the other AR. I mean, 1-7 is still something to have to work through. So this was a entire performance and then some from Artie. 5 streak, 461 damage. It's unreal. I got to make sure that damage is as accurate, but it was an unreal performance for Artie. 15-4 in the end, only 2 assists, which means that simply he was finishing his kills, which is just unreal. 12 non-traded in the S&D. The dude was a menace, and really the reason why they come out of that S&D unscathed.
Yeah, and it was actually 1,461 damage in the end up. So add an extra 1 onto the front there, and it just shows the level that he was bringing to the table. Massive performance from him, and at the end of the day, to come away with championship wins as well. Again, whether or not this is a side that could eventually cause the upset towards the end and take this whole championship, you need players who can come through with moments like that. You need moment players. Beyond just doing everything well together as a team, there are just going to be those times where you need someone to pull through in a way where you can't account for it, you can't expect it. You just need players in your team that have that in the locker. Artie's one of those players, Revenge is one of those players, and it was Artie in that map who had that moment. And they'll be looking to have more moments as well. I mean, going into map 3, look, the series is not done. I think it goes more into their comfort zone, where they will feel confident in their ability to not win this one 3-0, maybe win it 3-1. But I mean, what the importance I think of this series for them, again, if Mountain are able to win it, is that you're looking at this stage almost halfway through to set yourself up on the best foot going forward into the rest of the championship. So this game potentially for them is a huge statement moment.
A big statement. They now have a 2-0. They have a chance to breathe before the overload comes up, and with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, a potential another sweep on the docket and on your screens. We won't know until we play it, but until then, we're going to jump to a break. When we return, conclusion of this series at least. We'll see you then. Welcome back, folks. The 2026 World Championship here for AFG. I'm Spaceman, that is Zepcast, and we have ourselves a potential another sweep. Who would have thought it would have been Sweep City here today for day 2 of the championships? But good lord, Artie is on a heater in the S&Ds, and it felt like they needed somebody to kind of jolt this team into the second gear after that hard point, though they did win it. We've been waiting for kind of like an MVP-like performance to take over from one of these players, and Artie brings us that with 15 kills in the S&D and now a chance to close out this overload and sweep. Who would have thought that's where we're at today?
Yeah, it's been crazy the amount of sweeps that we were getting. Potentially another one here on the precipice of occurring. The third sweep of the day, all sweep so far. If that is the case, makes me wonder for how long it'll go on for. But it's still if, buts, and maybes. We got that game 3 that needs to get underway first. We got that gridlock overload, and look, all signs point to it being a sweep. Conus Mountain are looking confident. We'd sort of a pretty strong performance as a squad in that game 1. We had moments of brilliance from Artie in game 2 to come away with the victory. Now it's just a case of can they combine all that together. The squad will probably want to improve on the overall performances a little more. We know Artie's not going to be able to carry quite as hard all the time, but if Artie's numbers even drop just a little bit and the likes of Revenge pick the number up as we know Revenge can, then yeah, I don't see where West A can put the fight back. But look, if there's any place to do it, it is an overload. It's often a swing map, you know, it's a swing map mode, so, you know, don't count them out yet, but the cards are not stacked in their favor.
They're not. That's the thing, is that at the end of the day, the only way we know how this is going to go is, especially on a map like Gridlock, is just simply do the consistencies from that S&D for Artie continue? Do we get a little bit more production from Revengeful and Kimura? You cannot have a slow AR presence from Kimura in this map if you want a chance to sweep the series. But again, Konos West A are no team to push over. This is a very good squad that can absolutely make the reverse sweep happen. At least put the cards on the table. We'll see if they can get it done here. They open up with a 2-piece, but 3 of their own is responded to. Konos Mountain already picking up the device. EMP on the move.
And it's sort of weird they've gone for a 2-2 split in the push, but I actually like it because you have 2 players pushing out the lane super far, and that EMP is just going to get wrapped back around, and they're not going to know people are already here, ready and waiting. But Smoke with a huge initial win. Now there's going to have to go huge. Kimura getting one before getting dropped. Is there enough time, though? There isn't. Smoke coming through now in a 4 spree. That recovery from West A was immaculate. They were fully baited into one side, with that lane then being completely controlled by Conus Mountain. And the fact that Mountain regained the way they did, or excuse me, West A regained the way they did in the defense, was immaculate. But still 0-0 thanks to some huge plays from Smoke, but now they need to go forward and cause some troubles on the offense themselves, which they haven't been able to do as of yet. Mountain rotating it back, keeping the EMP in hand, and just keeping themselves as that offensive pressure unit.
Let's see if they can keep that one flowing. They're already able to find a couple of kills on the outskirts. Smoke, a couple of cheeky shots, but the defense pulling back and stalling for Mountain. They don't want to give up anything for free and make sure they clear out their spawn. Hale works inside it, but find one. Already, the boys in blue moving upfield. Just about converting into points now, as they're able to find that rally through mid-map. The only one alive is number 7. It's Kimura, just playing patiently and able to cut him off as both run through uncontested. Kimura was there ready and waiting with a beautiful little cut down, plays spoiler, and what looked like a free wrap to sight through that EMP is now just back into the hands of Conus Mountain. And for them, a couple of feet away from the first point.
Conus Mountain were actually very close to getting that one through. It's Smoke going huge again, now finding himself 9-3. Great performance in this first half here of the overload, but there's been a lot of close calls early on, which Conus West A will not be happy about. They need to put on some pressure themselves, but another 3 down is going to mean that there's going to be a potential counterattack on here, and really unfortunate for Mountain that those spawns came through where they did. I mean, look at that. West A practically spawning up right in front of B to mount an instant defensive effort. If even half of them had spawned out at that point, you'd think the run through and the first overload would have come through, but those are the COD gods coming into effect again here on the overload mode.
COD gods are not the nicest people, I'll tell you that right now. They are very, very reliant on you give and you take. You have to sacrifice to get something. And so far, the sacrifices just have been 2 members off spawn at a time. The team fights have gone the way of Conus Mountain to begin. Defense trying to hold on here. We will see if it continues. Again, mere feet away from the opening goal. As Kuzo on your screen leads the charge, pistol in hand, has some help on the dip and the dive. Bait and switch works out perfectly. They get control of the EMP, but Axis is still here. Axis was waiting patiently, and he sneaks through just in the nick of time to find the first goal. Wow.
sometimes you don't need the kills. You just need to take advantage of your positioning and just catching the opposition completely off guard. They had no clue that he was there, and other waves of kills are coming through, and they're looking to keep this side pushed out, keep the spawns out, and keep slaying this B side completely open. It's open season.
Wow.
Axe is continuing to slay on 6 before he gets dropped, but that EMP is going to go through for the lead to be doubled. And Mountain have cracked the top off of this can. This has been unbelievable in this last minute or so, but the warning signs were there that Mountain could do this throughout. They just weren't able to capitalize. There was a couple of close calls where West A hung on, but we knew with the way the game was going, they couldn't continue to rely playing like that. As Smoke is desperately trying to carry the side through, the rest of the side need to pick up the numbers.
Yeah, they do. I mean, there's no other way to cut it at this point in the game. There has to be a response. 48 seconds, still only the first round. That's another 3 dead, another 4. Good lord, EMP on the move again. You know where the spawns are going to be at B, so they're going to stretch the map and try to play this laterally. As they do, the numbers split. Here comes the streaks. Unfortunate timing there for Kimura, but nonetheless, you get some eyes over towards B, and the defense will stall for now. Bit of poke, sustain. Once again, the boys in blue get back out to mid-map. Axis there to come down, but they're not keeping their numbers up when they need to. Every time they start to find an opening, it's Conus Mountain who shut down those numbers and make the job even more difficult.
And they're desperately trying to move through the mid-map here just to get something to go into the half with. Would really rather not be 2-0 down as they look to move it over towards A, and they actually have a good opportunity here to rush this over A if they are quick, but they need to be quick. Hale's going to need to go huge here. Gets dropped straight away. Those already finds 2. That EMP holder is isolated. Going to be collapsed in upon, and that surely is going to be the end of the half, and it is 2-0 now for Conus Mountain, firmly in the driver's seat, controlling the pace of the play as they are just 1 half away from taking this series 3-0 in another sweep.
Who would have thought, man? I mean, I thought, like, you know, it's still close at times, but it's confidence, really. It's just, like, systemic, easy, consistent Call of Duty. Just purely reading the team better than they're reading you. And they're making the plays when they need to. Maybe that was just the indicative of performance that already had in the S&D. Maybe it was like, hey, our captain's stepping up and making the plays, so now we feel comfortable to do the same. But it just looks really, really simple. For the when a team is able to slow the game down, especially on gridlock, you get like a nice visual representation of it. But it feels like Conus Mountain have slowed this overload down and are just making the reads, finding 2 pieces, 3 pieces left and right, making it so much more difficult for Conus West A to get to mid-map with multiple numbers.
Yeah, Conus West are just struggling. They're struggling to get the grips with this game. Mountain have just done a great job, as you say, of just making life difficult for them, having them not be able to get into these positions. As now Mountain try to move this towards B. Revenge is waiting. Heart is waiting as well, playing it patient. Revenge is just holding the corner. They want a wave of kills before they move this forward, but rotating out, managing to pick up 1. But that's going to allow Revenge to get pushed out. Revenge is going to get 1 in the back. Try and stay alive and be in use from this position. The EMP might be too far away to get a grab, but if you can just be in this outlier position, constantly have the opposition second guessing where someone might be, and that gives you more of an opportunity to move forward. Hart trying to pick up a huge kill underneath, isn't able to pick it up, already getting 1. And now that EMP resets back to center with Mountain looking like they're going to be able to get back on it again, but Conus West still having to play mostly defense.
How many times can we say that in this series, in this game? Defense can get you through a tough battle, but the offense is the only way you progress in the bracket. Lord knows they need it. Really force the issue over to A. Just single file as well. Like, more than happy to kind of play ISO ball and just say, yeah, come chow us. We'll take that every day. Party. The sub in hand. Almost runs into danger, but a couple extra tags for love and leads way to now a real good chance. It's the first time finally Conus West A have a route to the bomb. I should say the point, excuse me, is the EMP will detonate. No, it doesn't get there. It's on the goal line, and they're able to come up huge defensively on the save. They keep the EMP out. They shut him down on the goal line, and oh my word, Conus West A had the opportunity to cut this lead within 1, but they just can't punch it through.
Oh, I like this. Are they going to go for a cross now over? It's going to be up to Smoke to stop it. But this has been a great timing delay just to allow, almost suck West A into that B lane to then try and go mid, but it didn't ultimately work out. And now we're going to say rotate it back to mid. They're just going to try and force it forward themselves. Smoke continuing to slay out. 26 before he gets dropped. And the EMP still being dropped here. One more chance to try and fly it through. It doesn't quite happen. And now that's going to be picked up. And Cronus Mountain can get it moved up once again. But they're kind of stuck. They don't know where to run it. Desperately trying to get out of danger. Just need to run away from A as far as they can. He surely drops in this position, but at least the defense will be set up. He hasn't actually dropped as of yet, and this has been a brilliant hold from Axis because that was getting dodgy very quickly.
It really was. And every time these holds come out, you think, again, keep in mind, second side, minute 54, you're running out of opportunities here. You're running out of chances to set up a pace at mid-map, to set up a game plan, to rally this one in. Can they get it? They do. Crunch time matters, and clutch plays do happen. They do get it in 2-1. It's not over yet.
No, they had to go big, and they did. A minute and a half left to go. Plenty of time to take us to an overtime at the very least. They're more than capable of it. They have looked stronger and stronger as the second half has gone on, but with that 4 down, that B is left completely exposed, and if they rush this, they may get it through. It's going to be Artie just trying to slow down the wrap around, and that's surely going to be enough. He's through with the EMP, and that's cap number 3, and Artie with the 3. Beyond all that, it looks now like it might be a little bit too big of a mountain to climb for West Alpha, who now only have a minute to get 2 caps.
And what more can you say? Artie is the MVP of this series. If they're able to close this out, Artie is just on a heater. 5 in a row, almost makes it 6. But I think the damage is done. You got a 2-goal lead. You got 40 seconds on the clock. Hale's able to respond with 2. Who else is at mid-map to make this one possible? Who else can respond? Who can shut down Artie? Revenge playing backline defense. It's a 3-stack in the back. They're going to turtle as much as they want. Allowing Artie to go on the roam as he has so many times has worked out to their benefit. 30 seconds on the clock and just half a minute away from a sweep.
It just really puts it into perspective when, you know, we're talking so much about how well Smoke played this game to be 29 and 25. I think he was 26 and 17 earlier in the game. It's been a little bit of a drop off, but the fact that that number is a regular number at the likes of Artie, the likes of Revenge are pulling out, even Axis being up there in this game, it shows the difference in quality in terms of the slaying department that we've been seeing here from this mountain side. They have just been next level all the way throughout as the third sweep of the evening comes through for Conus Mountain, who take game number 3 of the day. They take it 3-0 and take this series. What a performance from them. They look like a hard team to beat. Again, another game, another statement matchup from a side that sat in the middle of the table.
I don't know where this series is at without Artie. I don't understand where this team really kind of hitches their wagon if it's not in that S&D to this kid, but he is the absolute reason why this series was as unclose as it became and as one-sided as it looked in the overload. It was just non-stop pressure from Artie. The roaming slaying was excellent. The control in the S&D was excellent. And the overload in the end was just a testament to the skill of these players. And we know that they have championship experience coming in. We know that this is a team that can make the run. But I didn't expect it to be as, again, like as quick of a sweep as it was against Conus West A, who just had an amazing warm-up against maybe the best COD team in the tournament earlier against Central. It was a sweep there too, but could not have expected a team of Conus West to come out and get swept in back-to-back matches the way they did. It's just credit to the competition overall.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, it wasn't on the cards whatsoever, the result to go that way, but it's just, again, a testament to what Mountain bring. And I think from what we've seen of Mountain before as well, we've known what they're capable of, right? And we knew that they were going to be a dangerous team. It was just that we thought that Conus West A were going to be able to put their challenge and put up more of a fight through these maps. And again, you would probably argue that they would have in the Search and Destroy if not for Artie. Like, you take Artie out of the equation, this is a vastly different series complexion-wise. So, you know, you can give him a little bit of an excuse in that regard. But I mean, on the overall as a unit, though, I will say that it felt like that, you know, this Mountainside had a little bit more to fall back on. Like, if Artie wasn't performing, we could see Revenge have good numbers, we could see Axis have good numbers. Whereas I look at West A, and I don't know if they had the same level of slaying power and ability for clutch moments in the locker as their opposition.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. It just, maybe it's just simply like in the margins, that's the difference. And when it comes down to, if you're just comparing like who has the ability to kind of pop off and make it happen, it seemed like that was really the catalyst at the end of the day. And you can see here, you know, it was a pretty solid performance still from Smoke and company, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. Certainly here, Axis and Artie were lights out across the field, and I got a feeling that Artie will be with us for an interview shortly because the dude was just phenomenal in this series, and we always have standout players who make the most out of their time on the main stage, and those who, you know, have to step up and really come show on a championship caliber weekend that they are capable of dragging their team or bringing their team to the best matches they have and pulling them through a tournament, and this very much was the case. Here's a look at the series layout one more time. Colossus, Hacienda, Gridlock, as again, Conus Mountain just dominated in that sweep 3-0. They now move to 3-2 overall with a very healthy overall map ranking, and a sweep helps their overall differential. But I believe we are ready to jump down to an interview with Artie, and I can't wait to do it. So let's do just that. If we are, I want to hear what Artie has to say after that immaculate performance in S&D on Hacienda and a brilliant performance there in the Overload. Let's jump in.
Welcome back. Some riveting gameplay, as always, Artie, bringing the energy. Congratulations on that win. That was big for you guys in the seeding. How did that matchup go for you guys?
Going into it, we were kind of thinking, well, I was thinking we played them 3 times. The first 2 times we were up 2-1 and then lost game 5. Second time we went up 2-0 and then got reverse swept. And then the third time we played them, we lost 3-1. So going into this one, as soon as we got ready to play the Overload, we were like, wow, this is really the match that we got to win here because we suck at Overload. So it was like, we got to win it here, but let's expect not to. And then we closed it out 3-0, and it was amazing.
Yeah, congratulations there. We always know that Search wins championships. What's your game plan? Of course, don't give away your strats. But going into tomorrow or going into later today, what's your game plan around Search? You know, what are you thinking there?
I mean, 04 from the COD League, he kind of said it best. We just got to start blitzing them because no one can really gun us if we're all flying together.
And you got to bring that energy, bring that confidence to your gunfights. I think that's what your team does best here in the in-person championships. Going into that last match, what's the energy going to be like for you and your team to show that you're the dominant squad on the map?
Once we start bringing that energy together and we're all getting loud, that's when we know we got this, because then we start playing as a team and we are all frying. So once we get to that last matchup, it's just going to be energy, energy, energy.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I mean, these guys are like raptors on the map. They can't be stopped if they're pushing out teams in groups of 4. So looking forward to some good gameplay. Stay tuned for the next one. I'll bring it back to you, the desk.
I love the way Paul put that. They are raptors. They are little velociraptors the way they fly. And he's absolutely right. 04 said it best. Like, if you start blitzing them and you're confident in your gunfights, it puts so much more pressure on the other team than just pacing. It's not just, oh my god, they're playing faster. It's like, all right, every decision we make has to be faster. Every decision we make in terms of the audibles we call mid-game and being able to pick up those numbers and do that math, everything gets more difficult the faster these gunnies are coming at you. So it's sometimes pressure is what makes the diamonds here, and this was just an impressive performance all the way around.
Oh yeah, look, I completely agree, and you know, I love the honesty as well in the comms, like saying, oh look, we suck in Overload, and you know, talking about how previous, you know, meetings have gone, you know, just realizing that, hey, this is a moment where we need to slay out, and you know, quote an 04 as well, just kind of realizing that, yeah, it's do or die at this point. You've had a lot of meetings that didn't go well before, but you were able to turn it around. This was your opportunity. You're going to find yourself in a very similar position again and again and again as this championship now goes on, to where you're faced up against teams that you've lost to before, teams that you weren't able to get the job done against before, but you've already proven that you're able to turn the tide in that regard. Now you're just going to be looking to continue to do that towards the very top end of the table as things progress in this championship. So in terms of the mentality, they seem to have all the right things in place going into the rest of the days.
Yeah, they have the right mentality. They have the right gunny. They clearly are warmed up, which means they're going to be ready for the rest of the action. But that concludes the Black Ops 7 portion of our second round. We have one more part of this round for Rocket League to get to before we conclude that as well. Until we do that, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we return, we conclude round 2 here of day 2 of the championship with Rocket League, Conus West versus US AFE. We're going to have a great discussion about that after the break. Don't go anywhere. Hi, folks. Welcome back into the day 2 of the AFG World Championships. I'm Spaceman, that is Zepcast, and we are locked in for a couple of sweeps today, apparently, because now we got ourselves one more second-round match to get through. It's the Rocket League Round 5 of CONUS West versus US AFE. Speaking of, let's talk about the standings that get us to this point. Zep, walk me through these standings, and let's take a look at how the teams have gotten here. Again, that note you had earlier in the broadcast yesterday about it's basically a 2-2 split between two of the best teams and others still vying for a spot. It really does feel like that was a Nostradamus-like prediction, because it does feel like we're seeing separation now between a bunch of our top squads. But what are we expecting as we get into our second-to-last Rocket League match here today?
Yeah, well, it's been interesting because I think up until this point, or up until the last Rocket League match, you'd say it was a 2-2-2 split, right? But now that we had that result come through, where in the previous game we had that bit of the upset in the Battle of the Mountains, the Mountain Derby, we've seen it all go a little bit up in the air. Now Mountain A finding themselves in second place, and at this point, look, I would say CONUS West, they look, by far at the moment the best, but still in a position to where they could be challenged. Between CONUS Mountain B, CONUS Central, and Mountain A, I think all of those teams can do a bit of damage. I do question a little bit the mentality of Mountain B after what we've seen from them earlier on, but I think for CONUS West, they're looking a very, very confident team, now having to play against a side who are kind of towards the bottom. I think this is going to be one of the easier games. We again, with the greatest respect to Yusefi, we talk about opportunities for a sweep. We've seen 3 of them already today. I would be shocked if we don't see another one on the table here. We could be in for 4 in a row.
We could be. I mean, look, it's going to take an extra game because it's all best of 7s, but that is the point. I mean, Crow, Laggy, Demoholic were excellent yesterday, and they proved that whether it was, again, the second man coming up into the slot and being a good striker, or just simply having the ability to play solo ball. That was where Demoholic was at his best. That's where Crow was at their best. But Big Red Doodle and Too Fast to Slow Up, again, pacing is going to be the name of the game from here on out for Rocket League. For COD, it's a bit different because we can always talk about there's different mythologies for trying to compete in hardpoints and overloads and S&Ds. There's different ways you can find success even if you're not having the best showing. But in Rocket League, pace is the name of the game. If you just simply are able to play faster than your other side, and really, if you're able to make the reads more quickly, the amount of pressure that puts on a defense is insurmountable. We've seen it today with a couple of our sweeps already, and would not be surprised if we get another series here where one team just outpaces the other, and we're looking at a very quick 15-minute match.
Yeah, it's very possible. If more than that, it's probable. But I'm rooting for you, Safety. I hope they can pull at least one game from us and maybe cause the biggest upset that we could see here over the few days. It'll be great if they're able to come away with a result. Only time will tell. Hopefully going to be getting into this game 1 of the series any moment now. Again, for those of you who may be just joining us, it is a best of 7 in the Rocket League, so something I've been harkening on all over the last few days, it being a marathon, not a sprint. That's how you have to treat each and every Rocket League game. You have plenty of time to study your opposition, get to grips at how they're playing. But I think the big question is, do you safely have enough in the locker to be able to get to grips with how their opposition plays? If they go into this one on the back foot, they see how CONUS West plays, are they going to be able to find the answers? I don't know, to be honest, because this CONUS West side, they are incredibly scary when they're on form.
Yeah, that's the thing, man, is when they're on form, which always feels like it's just a matter of if, not when. Or when, not if. That's the way I was wanting to say it. Yeah, it just, the way that they play is consistent. And at this stage of the game, consistency is enough to get you into podium finish. I mean, most of these players are thinking about the fact that you are 2 days in, you're getting closer and closer towards the, championship Saturday and Sunday of this tournament. They just want to stay on the fundamentals, like we heard earlier. I forget which, it wasn't Ari, but I forget which interview we had earlier where they basically said, we just want to focus on the fundamentals of the game. And that is where the polish is really shining for a lot of squads, but also where teams end up losing sometimes in these deep bracket runs is you make a bunch of mistakes and it comes up to bite you in the back end. So about just simply keeping pace of play at the forefront and focusing on the fundamentals for Rocket League specifically. It's going to be a long series and a long day for a lot of teams playing through a best of 7, but right now there's probably no better team in that position to handle that pressure than CONUS West coming up. And I got to think for USAFE, I mean, the defense, again, can only bring you so far. We have to see more than a goal a game. There has to be at least, it has to be a 2-goal affair if they want a chance to compete with this offense.
Yeah, I completely agree, but I'm also there, like, if they get a goal for Yusefi, God, is it even worth trying to go for a second purely in the sense of the difference feels so stark between these two teams that if they get a goal, it feels like, wow, we've gotten lucky here. And it feels like the only way that we may be able to hold on to this is to lock up that defense. Because, look, you can get away with locking up a defense. It just has to be perfect. And
yeah,
it's easier being perfect on defense than it is being perfect on the offense, is what I will say. You know, they could get, if they get a little bit lucky on the offense and then know how to play disciplined on defense, there is a world where they come away with this with a victory, at least in a game or two. But, you know, with Conus West, when they start firing off, it's a case of when it rains, it pours. If they start getting a couple of goals, then Yusefi, I don't think they're going to have enough of the gas tank to answer back at any moment.
We'll see if they have enough, man. At the end of the day, you just got to go out there and do it. And don't score on your own net. Nice save. I love the opening Dominus pick. Great colors as well. Seen a couple of different team decals throughout the weekend. But Laggy Puppy was one of the standouts yesterday, specifically off the backboard on low boost, able to find those second touches to set up Demoholic and the like. And the offense was able to feed through that progression upfield. Now we just wait to see which team will strike first. Already a bit of fanfare at midfield. And a much better showing to start between two teams, with US AFB certainly having their work cut out for them in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that is an understatement. Work cut out. It is going to be their toughest challenge yet, which is kind of unfortunate for them in this situation. Having not picked up a win as of yet, to have the toughest challenge still ahead of them, that is tough on the psyche, but they're here for it. They're here to deal with it, and already in a bit of trouble. Great save. Is it prolonging the inevitable? No, it gets cleared out. That was a very close one. The demolitions on the back line left it very open, but there was a great recovery in just to send sort of off the crossbar and out.
Nice kick up through the corner. Love to see the toppers out again. Midfield should be there, but has to kind of play to safety here. Time for his team to get back on rotation. They will. Nice 50 in front of the goal line to stop this one from going through. About a minute killed in the start of this game one, and already some threatening shots from both teams, but nothing quite landing in the back of the net yet. So a good sign of things to go for USAFE, knowing that their work is cut out for them here. And so far, they've been handling that pressure, especially on the offensive third, really well, kicking the ball downfield, not wasting a lot of time on possession.
No, I think, look, both teams have been very good so far. You know, Conus West been disciplined. They're not getting too overzealous, too eager, too early. They don't want to risk leaving the back open. And Yusefi, you're hanging in there. You got to give them credit, right? I mean, it's not been a blowout so far, but we see Conus West, when they go forward, that's what they can do. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And Demoholic sending that one flying forward, crow off the backboard, and then send it slamming on down home. I could not pull off a play like that in my wildest dreams. I think even while dreaming, the part of my subconscious would be like, really, Zep, come on, this is not happening.
I've had dreams where I've just like I've tried to double tap and I still miss. Like, it's full on. It just, there's no shot, man. I mean, that's an amazing long clear. It almost looked like we were going to get a psycho touch. Long clear downfield, reads it in transition. The pre-jump pass, 63 miles an hour on the touch as well. I mean, it's disgusting. I'm still hitting on that point that a 63 mile an hour double off the backboard, there's really no way to save that unless you've read the touch perfectly. And it's just, even for pros, that's difficult to do. It was immaculate, and off the opening kickoff, they go downfield again and score. Up 2-0. They're setting the pace early. They're saying, look, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get mechanics off the backboard. You're going to get speed downfield. Now, what do you do if you're USAFE? How do you handle it? That's the question.
Yeah, do they have the ability to handle it is the big question here. They're sending it back up because, again, they've held on, but they haven't really been a threat going forward. And look, we just know mechanically they don't have the same levels of plays in the locker, but still able to get a goal. But you need more than that if you want to come back in this game, because coming through at the third now, Demoholic with one, and it's getting to that point where even early on you feel like you say if you put up a decent fight. But I did say when it rains it pours, and Conus West have opened those floodgates now.
Well, we've seen this before. Now, like you said, when it rains, it starts going. That's a great little touch downfield from the sidewall. Red already. Second touch to stop the defender. Insane. And now they're starting to feel a little bit more free form. Starting to see freestyles come out. And solo plays really breaking down the defense. Two will jump, full boost for both. But no possession as of now. USAFE just trying to break out of their own half. And still no clear sign of anything up towards midfield.
I mean, what do you even do at this point? Because Conus West are just as you say, they're freestyling. They're taking the opportunity just to try different things, sending it forward. They're in no real rush. They're super comfortable right now as they'll get this cleared through and try to get ready to take it back up. Kroll there with the block and end up not letting too fast, too slow get anywhere near it. As Demaholic will send it right down off the backboard, but no one is there for the finish. We safely hold on in the defense, try to send this one back forward. And it's not looking good, is it? But again, they look like a side at the moment who could sneak a goal, but it definitely doesn't look like that they have 3 in the locker for this game 1.
Yeah. It really doesn't. But again, it's only game 1. It is only game 1. It's a best of 7. It's a long series. But you gotta find something here. Only 290 points for Doodle. Still a pretty solid game, but really hasn't been much else. And just playing sustained defense. This will be a clean game 1 win for Conus West. We'll come out of this, you know, not too much to prove, but certainly a question mark of, all right, how are they going to approach this USAFE defense? What kind of mechanics are we going to get from the team offensively? I mean, we had a 63-mile-an-hour double, which was essentially a waterfall tap. And, I mean, that's scary, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a whole different level of gameplay, really, in comparison to what USAFE are capable of. With the greatest respect, being able to pull something like that out of the bag is of the very, very top end, and that's why they are top of the table, deservedly so, because they can pull out moments like that to get victories like that. 1-0 up in this series here. First game going their way for Conus West. As comfortable as you like, after an opening couple of minutes where they're just feeling each other out, and Conus West are seeing just how much they need to sort of pull out of the bag to get the job done. And once they score that initial goal, they just start feeling themselves. They get a bit more confident. They realize they don't have to worry as much on the defense, and it just ends up being a bit route 1 for them. They just, you know, mess around, take some chances, you know, and it's clean. It's confident. Like, there's nothing you can really criticize of them, because they were never put under any stress or any pressure. They just got to play their game, and their game works more than easily.
Yeah, it's just clinical. At the end of the day, when the fundamentals are so clean and you're really looking at the difference between mechanics, the only thing you can say is GG, go next, and hope that you can at least keep it close when it gets back to playing in game 2. A 3-0 lead and a 3-0 win in game 1 is convincing. It's simple. It gets the job done, but it tells you exactly what Conus West are bringing to the table for USAFE. Now, what do you have to respond with? How can, you know, you played some great defense at midfield, but how can you take that and rally it into a sustained counterattack that isn't just a shot rotating back into defense and pulling your defenders back? Can we get a little bit more of the offense? That will be the question moving forward as we get ready for game number 2. And already a hot start. We got the lobby reset as Conus West look to go up 2-0 after that blitzing start.
And they look poised to do so. I don't really see where the answers are for USAFE at this stage. You know, you get sort of deeper into a day 2 of a 4-day championship. You're just about passing over the halfway point, that threshold, and you know at that point where your levels are and where the land lies for the most part. You know, you have teams that are sat in the middle of the pack, sort of figuring out whether or not they can provide a challenge to the top end. And we've thankfully seen up until this point already a couple of teams just be like, hey, yes, we may have been either 3rd or 4th, but we're going to play to such a level to where those you in 1st and 2nd, you know, beware, we're still going to give you a tough game when the time comes to face you again. But on top of that, you've seen for both the Call of Duty side and Rocket League side of things that, you know, by this stage, the teams that are 1st and 2nd just seem to have, you know, leaps and bounds of more ability, technically, whatever, team-wise, whatever it may be, above the teams that have found themselves 5th and 6th. And there's been seldom a challenge proven between the top 2 and bottom 2. And being in a situation like that again here, it's just it's ringing true. USAFE they don't look like, as I said already in the series, they don't look like they have any more than a lucky goal or 2 in them in these games, as opposed to actually being able to dominate any of the proceedings.
Yeah. Yep. That's all I got. It's just, yeah, you're spitting facts, and, well, you're going to have to come out and do the dance. Show us what you got. Can you make the adjustments? Big Red. It's good for 1 at least yesterday. Gonna need at least 2. Doodle on the Dominus still. I like the idea of sticking with the Dominus, the Fennec, and the Octane in a nice little spread. Usually it's 3 Octanes, 3 Dominus, or excuse me, 3 Fenix, I should say.
Would it be 3 Dominuses or Domini? Is Domini the plural?
It's Domini. It's got to be Domini.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a banger name.
Yeah, Domini, that's I'm getting patent pending because I know there's just going to be an X-Men character or something named that at some point, you know? Got to get in there early.
We've got a couple of patents pending from this broadcast this weekend, so I like where we're going with this.
What can we say? We're just innovators in our field. You know, if you need
That's
two
right.
top-tier commentators and a variety of decent ideas, that is what we bring to the table. So far, it's looking like... Is that one going through? No, the angles deceive me a little bit there. But similarly to how the game one started off, you know, Conus West taking their time, not getting overzealous, just waiting for the right opportunity. And decent defense in the overall from Yusefi. Doodle getting in the way of that one there. Needed to be there. But Yusefi just having to rely on just hanging completely back here and keeping that back line safe to even be within a chance of getting something going forward. But Crow there with the block. You have Conus West just completely dominating the halfway line. They are not letting anything out. The rotations are as easy as you'd like. Crow is going to try and get up there on the defense and should deal with it easily. And with the assistance of Laggy Puppy getting it over the defender. And now can go forward once again. Demaholic there over one. Going to flick it barely over the second. But my God, when they get an opportunity, they can do damage like that.
Yeah, again, they can also do damage here. Trying to sneak it under the crossbar. Defense is jumping. Just mistimes the boost grab, but I think went back for it anyway. Stalls it on the sidewall with a pinch. Low boost here for the defense. Question marks for sure. What a touch. Try to get it back center. And still moments where it feels like we're waiting for the dam to break open. When's the water going to flood through? No extension. Slow pop. Easy catch to the corner. Centered beautifully. Seen that 3 times now on this counterattack. But still no pressure at midfield. And the defense still trying to hold on for USAFE, and it's right up the gut, dead center of all the places to pick your spot. Who would have thought it would have been a bullseye?
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate in the end up for Yusefi to concede one like that right down the center. They've been really good in this game, all things considered, holding on in that defensive line. But again, just shows how they can be punished as soon as they try to venture forward ever so slightly. Having no one on the back line is hugely detrimental. And you wonder now, will this be the first of many? Crow trying to send it on through. It's just wide. Doodle trying to get there, but it's now just wide on the other side. And Conus West are tightening their grip and the pressure on this game. A second goal imminent unless Yusefi can get this one out, and it looks like they do. But Crow will be there on the defense to send it right back around his own goal and go forward with it again. Laggy Puppy there with the hold and kind of just rings around the rosy now on the outer side of the pitches of the pitch. Nice. Not multiple, with one pitch. But Demaholic rotating back. Big Red with a great pass through, and that is the first chance Yusefi have had in this series where it's been a great pass through, and it feels like their first proper shot on goal.
I think you were onto something. I mean, when the game gets ahead of you, I know this because I'm terrible at Rocket League. When the game gets too fast, it feels like there's multiple pitches. Like I just gotta win. I gotta win the defensive side, the offensive side. My midfield's not great. It's a nightmarish game. Rocket League can be a horror game if you let it. So I totally understand that sentiment, but you're right. I mean, we started to see finally some infield passing break up the defense for USAFE, but since then, still trying to get a hand on the ball, and they do cut it down on low boost. Still 2 players up, setting the house with this. This is their best chance. Can't beat the last defender there. Defense scrambling right now to play it back, and they will eventually. Laggy Puppy picks it up off the sidewall. Reset pass, kinda, over 2. Last defender there. Second man now up. Third man in rotation. Past the nobody, but playing into the free space. Again, a minute to go, and a bit scary as the defense still trying to figure out where they want to go with this thing.
Not nearly looping over. It doesn't quite, but only 1-0 down. There is still a chance for Yusefi here if they can get this one up to take us to a shocker overtime. But Conus West seemingly will be more than happy to hold on to a 1-0 lead. They would like to get the double, but hang on, is the counter there? Just not fast enough. Too fast, too slow at the end up. Not having enough boost in the gas tank, and now Crow trying to take it forward. Demaholic alongside him as well. Gonna try and sneak this one through. Not quite there. The clock ticking down to 10 seconds, but it is Conus West on the offense. Don't look too troubled here. Doodle trying to get there, but he can't quite do so. And game number 2 is going to go round to a close. And Conus West are going to double their lead in this series. Now up 2-0. It is looking scary. Yusefi running out of options quickly.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Don't know why. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why I'm Conus West. I'm not trying to spike this down as quickly as possible. I understand Rule 0 is a thing, but I don't want this game extending. It's open. It is a wide open net, but the defense is there for the double, and they'll take it. 2-0 in the series, and a 1-goal lead is all they need at the end of the day. That's a Shogun dream right there. This is a bit dicey, a bit scary at times, but hey, a win is a win. And now up 2-0, you got to wonder, what else? What else can you do if you're USAFE? I mean, you've played really, honestly, their defense has been really solid. Their midfield's getting a lot stronger, I should say. It's more confident than it was in game one. But the only thing to worry about now is simply, can the offense produce? And if they can't, where does that leave us?
Yeah, I mean, look, it has at multiple occasions in this series, it looks like men versus boys, but you say if he proved in that game too that they have a chance of getting something from this series, right? At the very least, you know, in vying to not try be at the very bottom of the table, they're not conceding that many goals. Against a side too, if they found their form, I mean, we seen a series yesterday where it was just goals after goals. I mean, it was non-stop. It could have been another situation like that on our hands. But you say if you conceding a couple in the first game and then going into the second game being like, right, okay, well, we're shoring up this defense, and it held. It held by just not taking that many risks. They kept in the back line, they kept solid, they kept safe, and they just made sure that they couldn't let their opposition really start showing off against them. And, you know, you're kind of clutching at straws with positives there, but at the very least, it's something to try and stay off that bottom part of the table. So, yeah, overall, pretty solid. Still a chance to maybe take a match, but would it be more than a match? I severely doubt it.
This is the map to do it, man. This is the game to do it, really. Oh, what a read. Oh, my God. The pre-jump downfield. Come on now. You certainly need something like that if you're USAFE. I mean, you can't afford to go down 3-0 in a best of 7 if you're not scoring. There's no way to win that. Great little pass, better block. Again, the defense showing up in prime moments. Demo going to try to stall out. A bit shaky at times, but how long can this defense hold on? How long can they pull you through this game? At some point, the offense has to find some scoring. Double available. Plays it. Over the reset. And extra shots, and threats early as Conus West punch one through.
Yeah, nice early goal for Conus West as they just get up there quickly, apply the pressure early, and want to give themselves a cushion here of a couple of goals, I'd say, a little bit earlier than last time around, just so they could feel a little bit more at ease and be able to have the opportunity to mess about. I mean, look, they've not really had to deal with that much in the defensive end anyway, but they would like to be able to maybe take a breather and come out with some nice plays like this as you see the control in the air. I mean, that's just absolutely fantastic. It was dealt with well on defense, and they get that one clear as well. Big Red on the chase, trying to get the cross through. The touch isn't quite there. Doodle getting forced it in, though, with the assistance of the defender. Well, that's a great answer back from you, Safi.
Massive answer. I mean, a must-needed goal, a great touch, and the reach of the Dominus is why you use that car. It is why it's so good close to the goal line, especially on quick rebounds off the back wall. Really nice job able to adjust in crunch time. And finally, USAFE are able to at least stall the bleeding here and get themselves kind of within striking distance of this series, but they got to find more. I don't think you're going to be able to win this game outright with just one goal.
No, you got to double it up at the very least. You got to keep pushing forward. Give yourself the chance. Doodle making this one forward, getting the demolition, but getting demolition himself. What goes around comes around. Too fast, too slow, trying to take it up the field. Demoholic up in the air, though. Crow on the chase, taking it into the corner. And too fast, too slow is going to get this one cleared. But once again, we're seeing what we've seen mostly from Conus West throughout. Complete dominance and control of the halfway line. Just ready and waiting to send it back on into those danger zones and send it right into the goal. Nice. Taking the lead once again, it's Crow slamming that home.
And that 50 is disgusting. The follow-up as well, it's a perfect set over the middle of the net. And a beautiful touch to send it on its way. Everybody gets involved. Everybody gets an assist. GG's on that touch. Plenty of time on the clock. And a huge kickoff win. Oh, it would have been a goal if it was on target. It would have been a goal if it was on target, but they'll take that shot all day, every day. And now a chance to put this one away. Just can't find the angle. Again, the setup is good. The setup looks great. But the finish, the finesse on the mechanics, not quite there as of now.
Yeah, and that's the difference maker. You know, Conus West, they don't miss those. And if they do miss them, they have about 7 or 8 more of them coming in the pipeline within the next 2 minutes to send forward. You know, USAFE, they're not going to get as many opportunities like they just did there. And the fact that they weren't able to send it home, that's a mistake they will rue. But again, I think kind of realizing that these chances are going to come few and far between. They just need to make sure that they're there to take them. But Demaholics going to slam that one home. Double the lead, 3-1 now. And it's just, it's gone back to looking clean. USAFE answer back well after conceding the first. But since then, it's been all Conus West again. A couple of chances for USAFE, to be fair, as we just seen before, where Big Red could have scored. But still, for the most part, it's mostly going Conus West's way.
Yeah. And once they start scoring in spades, you know, how do you handle the rest of that pressure? How do you start responding? Gonna need a couple of more goals now. It will not be an easy affair. They know it. Juggling. Reset. Holds it. Good defense to block it away. Around for the center. Nice poke. And that's the kind of play where if you play patient, you can potentially catch this team overexerting themselves upfield and poke that literally straight up the gut for a goal. The patience is great defensively, but offense needs to show up as well.
Conus West trying to send it forward again. That's going to be goal number 4. As easy as you like, really. As soon as USAFE realise they have to commit a little bit further forward to try and get something from this game, I mean, Conus West are just going to exploit that in spades. As Demaholic sends that one in, one of the easier goals they will score. But they're really great, Conus West, at just, you know, almost baiting you into those sort of mistakes, right? Lifting it over you super easily. They constantly drag you into positions where you think, oh, I could have a good chance at this 50-50. And then before you know it, it's over you. It's probably been dribbled 3 times and passed around another 2 or 3 times before it ends up in the back of the net.
It's like, yeah, it's like, well, when the Warriors would play, it's just like, well, everybody has to touch the ball before we shoot it. And by that point, you've already kind of lost track of where people are at. I mean, if you're going to send the house now, there's no reason not to. You're down 3 goals with a minute 15. Definitely feel like it's a 3-man offense up at all times. But if you're going to play hyper-aggressive, then you have to chase everything. Everything has to be ball chase. And so far, again, the defense has been just fine. Their defense has been really, really good on solo plays. But there has to be a counterbalance. 60 seconds to go. They have full boost, and they're just kicking it right back into the hands of the defense. There really isn't much here for this offense to work with.
Clutching at straws, to say the least. I would say for USAFE, whenever they go forward, it is trying to work something from nothing, as they do so here. Doodle through to get 1 back. But surely at this point, only 3 goals in the entire series, and we're on game number 3. They would need 2 in 39 seconds. It's a consolation prize, if anything, that goal.
Maybe they get a good kickoff here. I mean, we saw one earlier that went a bit wide. Maybe you get something lucky. Almost. Well, on its way. You have your teammate ready on the sidewall. Not the best touch from Big Red. Does get a bump, though. Anybody else can help? And a bit chaotic on the defensive end. Still fighting through the 50. It's possible. It's doable. But that demo really shuts down the rest of the conversation. Now they're going demo hunting, and if that's the case, this might just be a formality. What a shot off the post. That's ridiculous. And that is now a 3-0 series lead.
That was clinical, and that's what Crow can do. And they get right off the post. USAFE, nowhere to be seen on the defense there. Again, you just get dragged, you get stretched, you run out of boost. Just caught in these bad positions, and Conus West will exploit those positions each and every time. Again, the 50-50. Reaching it first, sending it up. This time Doodle's there to clear. The clock runs to 0 on this one once more. And Conus West continue their dominance. 3-0 up, going into game number 4, where victory looks imminently theirs as they look to maintain their top spot here in the Rocket League side of things. USAFE in deep trouble, struggling to get anything from these games.
Yeah, and I think that's just the easiest way to put it, is that they're just not getting much. Like, the defense is still really excellent. That's the big takeaway, is that they're playing great defense. But if the offense doesn't get much, there's really nowhere else to go with the ball, unfortunately. The map is tiny. The game is only 2 dimensions in a lot of ways, and the mechanics don't really have time to blossom because the offense can't find each other. They can't find those infield passes, and You gotta wonder if this is just where the road takes them. If they're just getting beat by a better team, likely is the case. And certainly got a couple of goals on the board, but when you're getting outscored the way they have been, there is not much else to say. It's just been relentless offense, one after the other. Demoholic's been excellent. Perfect off the sidewall, and that touch was, again, a nice little nail in the coffin. So we get to a spot now where down 3-0. You got. I mean, there's not much you can change, but you certainly are. You're playing with the assumption that nothing's working in terms of giving you the lead or giving you a chance to fight in the series. So get hyper aggressive. Throw some of the playbook out the window. Like, ball chase a little bit more. Play a little bit more reckless. Sometimes it does work. Now's the time to do it. You're down 3-0, and you don't want to get swept. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't want that to happen, but at the same time, you know, you could argue there's a little bit of value to be had in damage limitation. You know, recognizing that the series isn't going your way, the fact that goals conceded does play a factor in all these things. You know, it would make sense as well if they do just say, right, we want to shut up shop. If we're going to lose AFB by another goal, maybe 2. And then just be able to turn around and say, like, yes, we played the team that won the whole thing, but we only conceded, like, 6 or 7 goals throughout the course of 4 matches, which we're happy enough to take.
Yeah.
And, look, it's not the mentality you want to be taking into these things. I will never turn around and say that a competitive player should be thinking that way, but it'd be understandable, I would say, if they decided to take that route. But also, where's the fun in that? To go your way, go forward, try and score, be a bit daring.
Yeah.
Maybe play some dirty Rocket League as well. Get through with some demolitions, maybe. Just try and undo the midfield hold that Colas West are gripping so tightly.
Very much a fan of getting a little bit dirty and playing physical. Go for some demos. Try to create some chaos on the field. Anything to make the offense's job harder. As Demo looked for the catch, had it. And just a sharp push downfield. Is that the scarab we're seeing? It is. I love the choice, honestly. Look, if you're down 3-0, got nothing else to lose. Let's get some... Are we having 3 scarabs? This is fantastic. All right, now I'm really rooting for the comeback, because if they pull this off... I feel like we're in for some magic here.
Maybe there's something to this scarab. Maybe there'll be trendsetters. We'll start to see more scarabs being rolled out as the games go on. Doubtful, of course, but we'll see how the Scarabs will manage on this defense as we see Laggy Puppy soaring into the air once more, trying to slam that one home. Demoholic keeping the pressure on, trying to get a second touch, manages to do so. And now a bit of a back and forth around the midfield. No goals as of yet. Now we've seen that through a lot of the games between these two sides. It usually takes a couple minutes for one of the goals to go through, but when it does, it becomes very obvious very quickly as to who's going to come away with the game.
Well, they're controlling all the boost now, so you got the defense jumping at everything. This could get dangerous. It might get dangerous. Good save. Gets it out. Still all 3 up. Poking it downfield. Tries to catch him in transition. Does just that. Boost grab again. Right there. And tried to sneak it in under the crossbar. It just won't happen this time. But again, the threat is certainly open. And wondering when that first goal will fall through. Maybe it's here.
Yeah, any moment now as they continue to bombard the forward line. Demoholic taking a little air dribble right off the backboard. Laggy Puppy off the backboard again. It's like who wants to take it? Who wants to actually go for that shot? They have plenty of time to go for it anyway. And not really looking troubled at this moment in time. Big Red trying to send it up. Nearly getting to the second ball, but Demoholic is in behind. And Demoholic just continuing to chase this ball, centering it down for Crow. Needs to be big on the defense. That's a good clearance from too fast, too slow. But the pressure once again mounting for Colas West on offense.
About half of the game killed. Nice little drop down. No follow-up shot as of now. Still the Scarab making the most out of it. Love to see the Scarab back out in competitive play for no reason other than it's just fun. It's great. I love the vibes. But it hasn't converted much. Gibbs would be very happy with this. Laggy Puppy trying to reset. A double available. Leaves it. Teammate follow. Great shot and threads the needle.
And it was coming. Exactly 3 minutes in. 2 left to go. It's Crow threading that needle right into the corner. And now a 1-goal lead. And Colas, it's been enough for them before. It may be enough for them again. Usafi trying to go forward, but to no avail. Demaholic right back up into the sky. Trying to tap that one in. Crow on the chase. He can't quite get there. Big Red trying to orchestrate something on the counter, but it should be an easy enough clearance for Cronus. And Usafi, again, having decent moments in the previous game offensively. They've struggled to come up with anything once again in this game, as I feel like Cronus have just made sure to keep that defense on lock once again.
And I think they know now. It's like, look, if we get one goal, all we have to do is just play sustain. We don't have to, outright dominate this game. Just do your job. And you should have enough to win it outright. Another great kickoff to the sidewall. Back into free space. Defense is up, ready, and waiting. And look, the defense is still playing great. There's no doubt about it. But USAFE, there has to be more to the offense. Like, the defense is doing great. They're getting up. They're blocking the shots. But they're still too timid for me. Like, you're down 3-0. You should be setting the house on everything. You got nothing to lose. There's got to be a little bit more life at the midfield. Almost had the pass in connection. Pre-jump was there. But 50 seconds to go.
USAFE will have at least one more opportunity, you think, to send this to an overtime. Maybe take something away from this series. But Cronus West, are they even going to give them that opportunity, or are they just going to keep crossing it back and forth and running this clock down and passing it back to give it back to the midfield? They're just so confident in everything that they do, really. They just are happy to keep control. As it pinches back across goal, Demaholic goes not there to put it in. He's going to go forward himself. And that's a great save from Big Red, who's been there on a number of occasions to contribute to big saves. It's been sort of a saving grace of the USAFE performance here in this series. But ultimately, it's not going to matter for much. They put up their best, but USAFE couldn't do anything going forward. And Cronus West are going to take a victory here. 1-0 in the game, but a 4-0 victory in the series for the fourth clean sweep of the day.
It's another Shogun sweep for anybody out there who's counting. It's about half a Shogun sweep outside of game one. It was all 1-0s at the end of the day. And like you said, just a really perfect, clean, concise, very surprising fourth sweep of the day. Who would have thought? 2 blocks up, 2 blocks down. And a tough one for sure. It's a GG's. We'll make sure everybody's all good to go. And look, we appreciate that... We appreciate the players are getting into their games quickly and getting out, but it didn't have to be that quick. Like, all these sweeps are a bit of a surprise for game 2, or for day 2, I should say. And just a bit of a shocker, really, with how this game has gone, how today has been. Another sweep once again. Man, who would have expected this?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't. I thought day 1 would have a couple of more sweeps, and then day 2 is where we see it. We were talking about going into today. We were like, well, it's probably going to be the long haul today. We're going to see a lot of these games go all the way before we get to the bracket, but has not been the case. This day has been flying. These players, maybe they were just, they were taking in the environment. Day 1 wanted to last as long as possible, but now on day 2, realizing there's 4 days, like, okay, guys, let's get the ball rolling here. We enjoy the environment, but let's get these games going and get them done. And it's been terrific to watch, really, again, because we're seeing clean sweeps, of course, apart from that last game where it was very much we really knew who was going to be the dominant team in that one. But for the most part, the clean sweeps, they've been close games and they've been upsets. So they haven't been clean sweeps in the boring sense of like, oh, okay, here comes the 3-0. They've still been fascinating to watch, and they've been great games to watch. So it's still been an incredible day of action, to say the least. But the fourth clean sweep is, again, just really showing that teams on day 2, they really are here and they mean business.
They absolutely mean business. And I gotta think, if this is just the way things go for the rest of day 2, which entirely is possible because now we're getting into the thick of the tournament, it does offer some interesting questions or highlights for tomorrow's conversation and for Saturdays about, all right, like, are we just getting the best of the best now who have whittled through the rest of the competition and now going head to head, or are we really seeing a bunch of teams kind of take over, and maybe it does lead to a bit of a blowout in the tournament? Who knows? We don't know until we get there. All I know for right now is we have an interview down on the floor with our winning team and some fun shenanigans to boot. Let's head it down.
Some lights out gameplay from our West team in Rocket League. Gentlemen, we got a little game to play. Whoever loses is going to stay here and do the interview with me. Uh-oh, we got a tie here. Laggy loss. Have a good one, gentlemen. Laggy, welcome to the interview.
Okay.
You did great out there. It was a tough match, but you were able to dominate. For that competition, what was the hardest part of winning all those games in a row?
Hardest part was all these teams, they're constantly on the ball. They will not give us any space, and they just keep turning and going and keep pressuring us, so it's pretty hard.
Yeah, I was watching over their shoulder. I was watching a gameplay. And specifically, I was watching the opposite team. I saw one of their guys get demoed 3 times in a row. Strategic or for fun?
A little bit of both. I can't lie. Their defense was good. So
Yeah, he was right there at the goal trying to get you guys off your game, but it didn't work. This game specifically solidified your number 1 seed. Congratulations. What's it going to be like tomorrow for the actual bracket play? What are you excited to do?
I'm excited to see who our first opponent will be, and I think it'll be a good match no matter who it is.
Absolutely. Congratulations once again. That's all for our pool play here. I'll give it back to you at the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, you solidify your number 1 seed overall. I liked, again, that comment of, look, it's a good defense, and it was clearly a tactical decision to demo 3 times in a row. Have you ever played Rocket League at this level? It is absolutely, if I have the chance, I'm taking it, Zeph. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You get these demos in where you can, you have to. But, oh, look, at the end of the day, another great performance, really, from this squad. You can't take anything from them. They've been phenomenal throughout the course of the days and keeping it clean, keeping it concise, having not dropped a game as of yet. You wonder, will they be stopped at this point? The Call of Duty still feels like there's opportunities for that top team to be knocked down a pedal, but yeah, in the Rocket League, the top end is really looking top tier. So it'll be super, super interesting to see if anyone can really touch them going forward, because right now they look unstoppable.
They really do. This is a squad that, again, has their work cut out for them, but they've given themselves the best chance at controlling their own destiny moving forward for days 3 and 4 of this World Championship, and certainly have wrapped up this second block of action in quite interesting fashion. With that note, we have wrapped up our second block of action for Call of Duty and Rocket League. Closing thoughts before we get set up for the last block of the day. All sweeps, man. Do we keep it going 50-50? What do you like? Give me your predictions. Are we getting all sweeps today?
Oh, listen, it's very, very possible. I would like to see a game go on longer, but I will honestly say, roll on the sweeps if they are coming. These teams are feeling confident. I'm not going to wish against any team if they're winning their first couple of maps that they slow it down. If teams are feeling hot and they're here to stay,
like that,
then give them hell. Keep it going. Get those sweeps. Prove why you're the very best.
I like that. Just like, if the sweeps are coming, just let them come on in. Fair enough. We're going to get ourselves situated on this side and make sure the players are good to go on theirs. And then we jump into the last block of matches for today, starting with Call of Duty Upper Round 1, Conus West A versus Conus West B. It's a battle of the brothers again, but this time it's bracket play upper side. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, the last block of matches for the day, 1 in Black Ops, 1 in Rocket League. We'll see you then.
could refresh here. It's pretty far behind. What are they calling it again? Group stages? Group stages.
Welcome back, folks, to the AFG 2026 World Championship. I'm Spaceman, joined by the wonderful Zepcast, and we got ourselves the last block of matches for today. Almost had a tongue twister, but boy, do we have some interesting stuff coming up. Zep, how you feeling, man?
Oh, feeling absolutely fantastic, and just after popping a strepsil, so that's how you know that I am just ready and waiting to get back into the action. Folks, as I've said, I've been dying with a flu leading into this one, and it's been great of Spaceman to be carrying me through this. But it's been a terrific day of action as well, a terrific couple of days of action throughout. You know, that's been a pleasure to be a part of. We have the group stage all wrapped up, all said and done. We move on to the bracket part, but you know, as we talk a bit about what we've seen from this group stage before we get into the bracket, it's been a really entertaining watch, to say the least, right from start to finish.
It really has, and none of it would be possible at all without USAA as our proud title sponsor. Again, we want to thank them for supporting both this tournament and the Armed Forces services, I should say, across the entirety of their 100-year career. This was first founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with the strict purpose of being able to take care of their own. If you want to learn more about their services, what they do and provide for the community, and how they've supported us here on the esports side, you can learn more at USAA.com. That is USAA.com. And now, without further ado, we want to send you guys down to the floor for something special. We got something a little nice we've cooked up for you about some of the bracket play and some standings, and what better way to do it than with Paul on the floor with our players. Without further ado, take it away.
Welcome back to the Delta Breeze Event Center, the World Championships. We have officially solidified who the top 6 teams are for Black Ops 7. In first seed, we have Conus Central, and in second seed, we have PACAF. They're going to receive the first round bye. They will not be playing again until tomorrow. Here, still in the upper bracket, we have third seed being for Conus Mountain, and the sixth seed going to be USAFE. They'll be playing momentarily, but live on stream. We're going to have Conus West Alpha and Conus West Bravo. Battle for the West Coast, Best Coast. Casters, I'll take it back to you. Good luck in this matchup.
Floor, and I love that little breakdown we get of, look, it's March Madness now, though it is July. This is what it's all about. We've made it down to the final few teams. We're whittling our way into the championship. Some get a bye, some don't, but Chad said it best. This is just about being able to show up on the day and prove that you can make it through this tough bracket gauntlet.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, over the last couple of days, we've seen the East Side show up time and time again. Again, the teams that have the bye, they've got it because they've proven what they can do. They've been really dangerous on the Call of Duty side of things. I mean, especially on the Rocket League side of things as well. You know, everyone's been dangerous in the top end of their respective tables. But what's really exciting me about the Call of Duty, and I know that, you know, Call of Duty, it's my bread and butter of a game, so I'll always have a little bit of bias. But the Call of Duty, it still feels like anything can happen here, right? With the Rocket League, I feel like when it comes to maybe the top team, maybe the top 2 teams, we're going to be in for such a great game when the top 2 teams go up against each other. But it feels like that's kind of where the story lies. But for the Call of Duty that we're going and seeing right now, you know, around that top 4, it feels like, depending on the maps and map modes combinations that we see come into effect in these best of 5s, they could go any which way, and form is going to play a huge factor as well.
Yeah.
Because even what we've seen earlier in the day, we've seen form play a huge factor in how these games go. Even the highlights that you're seeing now between Artie and Revenge, I feel like those two players, they're instrumental for their side, but they're huge form players. When they're firing, they can win you any game, but if they are shut down, then they're a side that can look sometimes average at best.
Yeah.
So it really depends each and every series how sides are feeling going into it. So for the COD, I truly mean it. Anything can happen.
It is crazy to note that as well. Like, look, these are teams and players who have been able to take over in S&Ds. In Rocket League specifically, we've seen a couple of players put on hat tricks, if not more. But if you can shut them down, I mean, it's an entirely different ballgame. No pun intended. It's a very different situation in this tournament, and anything is possible. But I do agree with you. I think the COD side of this bracket is much more up in the air, though there were still some favorites. It does feel like there's more wiggle room for a champion to be crowned than maybe what we're seeing on the Rocket League side so far. It just has been pretty consistent and steady throughout for Rocket League. And man, it just feels like we have so much still left to play because we do. And because we do, let's take a look at some of the standings specifically of where our teams are at in this tournament. And we're going to start off with Rocket League as well. Conus West, 5-0, 15 goal differential, just dominating the field. Conus Mountain A and Central will move through. And unfortunately for PACAF, a struggling finish here in this tournament. Negative 20 goal differential. That's tough to be able to overcome for sure. But Conus West at 5-0, undefeated. And one of the only teams, really, we've seen in Rocket League have really no problem this weekend.
Yeah, they've been absolutely unbelievable. And over the Black Ops 7 side of things, we've seen Conus Central not dropped either. 5-0, no losses. But, you know, PACAF, a great side, 4-1, and I believe they're the ones that took Conus Central all the way to a Game 5 on day 1. And then Conus Mountain, Conus West A, no slouches either. So in terms of the top 3 for Black Ops 7, it could be anyone's game on the day. When it comes to the bottom 3, you know, Conus West A, I really feel like, you know, we're going to need to see them play their best COD if they do anything against the top end of the table. But for Conus West A and Conus West B, it should be a relatively even performance. Although the -9 on the game difference for West B, that is a worrying sign for them going into this upcoming game. But
yeah,
hey, if there's ever a time for them to switch it on, it's now.
It is definitely now. As you take a look at the bracket, it will be COD up first for our last half matches of the day. Conus West A and B currently going head-to-head, and the winner will take on Conus Central. So your reward for winning this match is to take on the #1 team overall. And PACAF waiting for the winner of Conus Mountain versus US AFE. It's going to be a real interesting gauntlet from here on out. Here is a look again at the full bracket. We are now in double elimination side. So if you're Conus West A or B, you lose this, you are not entirely out of it just yet. But remember, it is even tougher to get up that hill if you do not come out and do what you're supposed to do, which is simply show us why you deserve to be in this tournament, with which all teams at this stage have. But now the separation really kicks in, and now we get to the fun part of the bracket where we're through about half of this World Championship, and this is where the skill level certainly picks up, but now the map picks become more and more important. The skill level becomes more important, and it shouldn't be sweeps from here on out, fingers crossed. But we get a real interesting chance now to really slow this tournament down and talk through the nitty-gritty. And it does feel like we're in for a wild finish here today. Very excited to not only get a start with this upper round 1 with Conus West A versus B, but again, another matchup between two brother teams where let's just see who the better one is, and whoever wins gets to move on and play the best team in the tournament.
I completely agree, and sort of a fascinating layout as well, because we will hopefully have the opportunity to let us go and you know, take a look at the maps. We might not have the graphic up just quite yet, but we have them here, so we'll give it a little bit of a sneak peek. I'm not going to reveal all the maps. We're going to wait for that onto the screen, but I'm going to tease you a little bit with them and say that in terms of the actual layout, it's a bit different than what we've seen so far today. Some of the maps, some of the layouts similar to yesterday, but the first map that we will be going into is a Hacienda Hardpoint. We've not seen Hacienda Hardpoint as of yet, and it is strange that one has made its way in now. I'm very curious to see how that one's going to play out between these two sides.
Yeah, it does feel like, again, this will be a testament to where the ARs sit currently in this tournament. It's mostly been a sub-conversation for most of this bracket, and for a lot of today, we've talked specifically ad nauseum about the likes of Revenge and others, but we look at how Artie played in the S&D, specifically on Hacienda, but how Artie played, and if he is having that kind of performance, or if the ARs are able to dominate the way Hacienda can play in that way, all of a sudden, you know, it opens up the doors for the likes of a Gridlock or a Den to be a little bit more fruitful for these ARs. And Maybe we have another instance where ARs start to dominate late in the tournament. That tends to happen sometimes, but been very impressed what we've seen so far from the whole spree of the subs, especially on Colossus. Colossus usually was the first map picked for a lot of these hard points. Now we get a chance to really shake things up, and at this point everybody's warmed up. You've had your experience, you know, being tested on essentially every map you can get in this pool, and I'm curious moving forward if we're going to see any specific map picks or bans against certain teams. I'm sure we will, trying to make sure we get some of the best players off of their best maps. I'm looking over to the likes of Kona Central, and specifically like Den or Colossus is usually where they find the most success. This is going to be a real fun meta game for these teams to dive into as we make sure all the players are good to go to get into the next match. You know, we do predictions. We're going to do it again. Talk to me. I know we're still kind of waiting for the series to give us most of its personality, so we can talk more about that. But I'm gonna hit you again. I'm gonna make you double down. Are we knocking on wood once more and getting a sweep? Are we getting that once more? Like what are the vibes? What are the feels?
It's tough to say whether or not we're getting a sweep, because again, I don't want to delve into quite all the maps that are on the table as of yet. We'll take a look at the rosters first, as we have Heart, Hail, Kuzo, and Smoke. I mean, they are a great team, right? And that's what the greatest respect to West B. I just wonder if they have enough in the locker as a force to be able to deal with what West A can bring to the table. But, you know, one thing that I will say, talking a little bit about a sneak peek of the maps, is that it was West B who banned Colossus, right? So they are trying to get these heavy slaying maps out of the equation, which I do think hurt the likes of Kona's West A here. I think that being gone, they have to rely on not being able to rely on the slaying maps quite as much, which will be huge early doors. So Kona's West B giving themselves the best opportunities based on what they've seen so far over the last few days. Again, a huge derby for both of these west side. One of them will be going east after the end of this one, you would feel. It's a huge bragging rights match coming up, and as we have the maps fully revealed here, it is Hacienda we begin with, and then moving over to a raid, and then if we need them, it'll be Saka and Gridlock, but a different layout, different complexion of the maps compared to what we seen yesterday. And it's one where I think, as I said at the beginning of the spiel I've gone on, I think West B have made the ban specifically to try and throw West A off their game. Yeah, absolutely. And Hacienda, I think, is a good litmus for that, for sure. It gives you a bit larger of a spread for an AR presence, and clearly, if you're going into this, if you're Jake and company, I mean, you are very confident with the fact that you get a little bit more of a ratty lane to play in if you want that sub to be a problem, for sure. And again, we're going to set the tempo early on in this series. It's still a best of 5 throughout. The grand finals will be a best of 9. Keep that in mind. We'll be following the rules set from the CDL, so the winners from the winners bracket will be getting an advantage of one map. But everything else staying the same. You know what to expect coming in. These players know the deal. That opening hard point sets the tone. The S&D sets the cadence, and everything else being what it is, you probably are going to have a very quick day in the office if you're having this kind of success today. So we'll see if things look the same getting into Hacienda. But today, here, I should say, we'll round out our matches for this third side of the bracket. Caught up first, Rocket League to close. Let's get into it. Map number 1. Upper side, round 1, Konas West A versus West B. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. No, absolutely not. We know what West A can bring to the table. They are an incredible side. West B have struggled over the last number of days, and now is the time to learn from their mistakes, learn from their failures, and turn it into a success in the upper bracket. We get underway, pushing straight now onto the P1. It is Konas West B getting some of that initial time. How long can they hold it on this P1? So far, so good. The push going through around from Smoke, but he's been dealt with, and West B locking down this top very well to begin with. A great initial time. Konas West A been caught lacking on the initial pushes.
Yeah, they have. The response comes in still on the P1. Only question just is how quickly did they fall into the rhythm. Smoke with beautiful shots around the bend. I mean, a jump shot like that is nothing to sneeze at. Already on the hunt, flying through. Tuan picks up the feet. Here's some extra echoes in that headset, and already off to a hot start. Almost a tie game. Into P2 we go. Lambo will be controlled for now, and Hart on the hunt. Picks up one, still almost makes it work. But better shots from Chevy, off to a 7 spree to begin. Excuse me, on a 2 spree. I'm dyslexic as we keep things going into P2.
Oh, what a great start. Konas West B. You know, they're putting up a fight, which is what you want to see from them. But West A now on the point, holding from front, feeling confident to hold from front. And, you know, if you're slaying out enough, it is possible to hold from front, because if anything, it's just giving you the perfect opportunity to know where the opposition is spawning, so you can keep them funneled and keep, you know, funneling through the kills. But, you know, Conus West B managed to get on the point. Twan just trying to slow it down here because West are starting to look a little more confident on the slaying department, but West B getting a couple of nice kills there to push West A off this point and actually have a good opportunity to retake the lead here. They are going to hold the remainder of the scrap time. West A are getting themselves rotated. And to be honest, the hard point a little closer than I expected. West B, given the fact they've only won one so far, I'm surprised with how well they're playing here, but let's see how they rotate now over to the next point. Huge kill coming through from Twan, who's going to try and be awkward around P3.
Well, the beatdown works for sure. Hale goes down. I was thinking earlier, I was thinking about why I said Jake. I'm so used to watching Jake and Hale team together in the Navy MWR that I've always assumed that they're just going to be a duo from here on out. That is not the case. Jake currently sitting in that round 1 bye as they wait for that team to get themselves on the mainstream. For now, Hale is just going to have to bite the dust 2 times in a row, though. Kuzo at 5 and 6. And over the top, it works. Knopf is inside the point. 8 and 4 for him on a 4 spree, shut down quickly by Smoke, who has been excellent to start. Some beautiful shots out of Smoke. We'll see if they can try to hold on to the hill here as they got in late for the break, but they still do contest. 2 numbers still up. Trading, pinstripes, and numbers stay involved. And 8 seconds left in this hill. And we will get a quick pause, make sure everybody's okay. Probably a controller issue. It's all right. A bit of frustration, but the benefit of having to pause here is knowing that we're not even to 3 hills, really. So we'll likely get a full reset, and if we do, we'll make sure all the players are good to go. But luckily, happens in the very beginning of the hard point and not in the end.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what the issue was there in the end up. Obviously being such a severe issue that they have to play the restart. I'm not entirely sure what the issue was there though in the end up. Again, I could be mistaken, but in my rules, I do often get lost or lose track of the COD rules. But I think if anything's happened to a player's controller or whatever it may be after the first hill, you kind of just have to run with it and try and get it fixed. But maybe a bit more competitive integrity being brought in here if anyone's having an issue. They just make sure to restart, but we'll hopefully figure out what the problem was and get back into it relatively quickly. And I mean, look, in terms of breaking down what we've seen so far, I think, again, we are seeing a West A side who do seem, you know, a little bit better on the overall. They are a stronger side, but we're seeing at the same time, though, it being closer than maybe I'd have expected, which is leading me to think we have a very entertaining series in our hand, or at the very least a series that isn't going to be a full sweep.
Yeah, and I know that we've gotten a couple of these games, like on Colossus, we had a couple that were pretty contested and relatively dead even going into like P3 and 4. But it does feel like if this game doesn't break open by the second set of hills, we're going to have a really tight finish. And one of the first times since yesterday where we had, 250 to 244, 246. We haven't had that kind of a close game since yesterday early on. And I believe we are going to get a full reset because a player unfortunately lagged out. That is okay. Once we're back in, now we're all good to go. And because it was so early, we're going to go ahead and full reset this one. Let's get back into it for P1.
And a chance to go again, and West B straight onto the point, not getting as much as they did though on the initial. West A learning from their initial mistakes on the first point, and that reset, the Conus B are not going to be too happy about that reset, to be honest, because they were able to capitalize on the fact that West A, at least over the course of the last few days, have not played a lot of Hacienda hardpoint, and it showed. Because the way the West B were able to hold that P1 transition over to P2, I would say that in terms of at least the positional dominance, West B had the better first 3 hardpoints. First 3 hills. So the fact that they've lost that and had to reset, and their game plan has now been a little bit exposed by a West A side who I'm sure will learn quickly, they're not going to be happy. And now you're seeing West B trying to lock down this P2, but also doing a very good job once again of shutting down the rotation of West A.
Well, now you know. I mean, the full metagame, it's just simply you both get a look at a tactical timeout, a pause, and you both got to see how the opening break would look for either side. How do you adjust? It's tough, but it is what it is at the end of the day. And now it's just about being the better gamer. 4 and 1 for Twan, off to a hot start again. Not slowing down. Chevy to follow suit. 1 and 5 for Smoke, who was pretty much setting the tone over towards P3 side last time we were here. Still struggling to find their second. Into the break we go. Heart for 2. And in the hill, a healthy lead, one might say, for Conus West B. But West A are more than happy to take these wall-to-wall gunfights aside one at a time, and so far they're winning it.
Yeah, West A will be back on now for a little bit of scrap, but now it's about to push out for the rotation. Smoke, as you said, such a pivotal player for this West A side. Not had the best start this time around, but did originally. And now Hart 8-3. Pushing out on that rotation, trying to push out on the right to take out Chevy, managing to successfully do so. And this has been a great wave of kills to make life difficult on the rotation around. And West A holding all the scrap, pushing beautifully onto P3. Still not having spawns, but that won't really matter to them. They'll just be happy in the positions that they've set up. This has been a terrific rotation from West Alpha.
It's been excellent, man. And it's what you really needed after that P2 hold. You had to really fight tooth and nail through that. We've seen this before. Where are those ARs going to be on the outside of the fence? Likely. Back tin control still here for now. As West will have numbers trickle in slowly. Chevy going to try to work on the outside of the map. Will do so. Usually have a kill wall there for about 3 seconds, but this time just able to sneak through. And still, Smoke is there for the trade. Nice two-piece. Almost a third. Better shots from Knopf. Inside, tie game.
Neck and neck. It'll be about a 10-point game by the time we go in. And there was an execution coming through there. Didn't quite happen. But we move now onto P4, where Prom gets taken out. Hale with a huge 2. And Hale making it 3.
Wow.
And to get 3 kills on a rotation over towards a pivotal P4, I mean, you cannot understate how important that is. And this is a great opportunity now for West A to start pulling away with a little bit of a lead. I mean, Hearts had an incredible game as well now at 11-6. Just popping off a little bit more in the slaying department in the moments in the last couple of hills, West A, and that's been a big difference maker.
Yeah, it really has been. And you can tell how now they're starting to feel a little more confident. They're absolutely feeling it. Know where the raids are going to come from. 2-2 split. For West B is going to have to be a little bit more precise than just throwing bodies at the hill. Smoke picks up the first. Here comes a streak. Still hovering for info. Burning the rest of it. I'm probably hearing the sound of low health that I assume was the streak at that instance. Very much likely, as no player's been really getting close to the Hellstorm as of yet. But still, damage done, close to a tie game. And we had talked earlier about this being a close affair going into our second set of hills. And guess what? Now down to our P5. I mean, this is as close of a first game for Hacienda as you could want.
Yeah, absolutely. We're kind of going back to what we've seen in day 1 of the hard points between the sides, where they just go neck and neck all the way throughout. I mean, for those of you that missed the day 1, I mean, hard points, there were never really more than 30-40 points between teams at any given moment, especially past the second half. Like, it was crazy. As now West A, 1 point away from the 100-point mark. Scratch that, and 1 point over it, and counting. Getting onto this P1, albeit just for a short amount of time. But now back on again, doing a better job this time around in the P1 than last time. And now having rotated for P2, this is the scary thing now that I think is going to worry West B, right? Because West B had a lot of their original success on P1 and making life difficult at P2 and P4 respectively. West A struggled on P1 and P2 to begin with, but seemed to have course correct, getting more time on P1 and this time getting spawns for P2. If they combine that with successful plays at P3 and 4 in the rotations, which they've already shown they can do, all of a sudden this tight game may be one that runs away from West Bravo very quickly.
Yeah, and that is definitely a concern now, because again, we're getting closer and closer to, if you start reaching like 170 and 180, that's scrap time that wins you the game outright from there on out. It's a full hill, but it's just 10 seconds here, 5 seconds there. All of a sudden, the game's out of reach. The contest keeps them involved. Still trying to fight their way through the back. As Hale goes on the wrap, able to pick up 1. And a second. Smoke for 2. Good shots from Chevy, but might be time just to say, you know what, the investment's not worth it. Here goes an A. We need to rotate out for P3. And they will do so from the top of the catwalk. Some eyes over towards that P1 side, but they will solo stack for now inside the hill, and hopefully those gunfights go their way.
And Prom is in a position to be picked up now by Smoke, and that's 2 dead on the rotation. Another great rotation from West A. And they've just had too much success with these rotations. I mean, it's been practically perfect. I mean, to rotate perfectly between P2, 3, and 4 when you're having control of each of them is incredibly difficult on this map, and yet they are having so much success doing that. The only thing you would say is that West B have been surprisingly good at just breaking onto the hills and making life difficult regardless, right? It's never been clean time for West A, even with successful rotations. They're getting 30s, maybe max 40s, but as you said, when they reach that 170 point, even playing for scrap will be enough, and they're doing enough on these points to see them through. West B not only need to rotate well, they need to hold what they rotate for. going over to this P4.
Yeah, holding is the second half of the game that just gets harder and harder if you're losing that lead. And they are. 186 to 104. Knopf, Chevy, Tuan, Kromov spawn all full strength into new. The kills aren't there, and Hart is. You know, Hart was a pretty big standout earlier on against Central. How consistent his two pieces were in hardpoint, though it wasn't enough to get them over the finish line. It at least made the games close. And this is a player who can, very much like Artie, take over at the right time and just do enough to get you through the finish line. 17 and 15 for Hale, 13 and 6 for Smoke. A minute 12 to Hart's name. Roaming as a Slayer now is not missing bullets. I say that, gets caught. 207 to 107, a 100-point game. One of the largest leads you're going to see all weekend. And just 1 or 2 hills away from closing out game 1.
Yeah, West A have grown heavily into this map. Hart on that 30 bomb as well. The slaying department, they are just offering more right now as opposed to West B. West B having initial great transitions between hills have collapsed in that regard. Holding on to a little bit of scrap time now, but you feel like whatever they get is going to be too little too late at this stage unless it is perfect. We go back to P1, and a P1 where West A are starting to find more and more success, and if it's not one on this point, you'd think it's going to be one on the next one. West A will feel confident of their positions on the map. In saying that, West B are picking up more twos than I've been seeing from them at this stage, but West A continuing to pick up theirs. Checkerboard a kill feed. Not really anyone in the point as of yet, but that's going to suit West A more than anything. They'll just be getting ready and waiting to get the damage done at P2, and hell, why not P1? They've just gotten a 3 down, make that 4. They know where those spawns are going to be as well. They've got these lanes on lock.
And there's nobody else to contest. There are not enough numbers to bunch here. If you're playing solo fights in the hill and you're not able to win a single one down low, it's good luck. Where else are you going to go? You're going to need some help. It's just not happening in time. 20 seconds for the win. Not going to win it here. We will rotate. Surely, if you're Conus West, outside of knowing you have to play perfect hardpoint, you also know that you have to win this rotation just to stay alive in the game. How do their numbers trickle in, and how quickly can they get there is the question. And here we go. Rotation, top side of your minimap. 1v1's back at P1. Better reads, though, onto P2. Smoke picks it perfectly. And this should do it. Nice shots. 250 to 128. Good lord. Largest disparity of the weekend. And GG's all the way around. Fist bumps for sure. That was an absolute stomping on Hacienda.
It was a fantastic check in the back to end. Granted, anything at the back would have just been prolonging the inevitable, but still coming through to get it. It just shows at the level that they are playing at. And a team that I think just starts a little bit cold. We've seen that from this side before. We've seen it on Colossus, where it's the second half of hardpoints they really seem to start to shine. They take that time. They take the first set of rotations just to adjust to what the opposition is bringing to the table, and I think they adjusted very well here. And the kind of scary thing is that it didn't look like it took too much out of them. Yes, the slaying was there, but I don't think we've seen a West A side who was operating at 100%, and yet they were able to win a hardpoint by nearly 100 points. It makes me a little bit fearful for this West B side going now into the search and destroys. I mean, I was a little bit hopeful off before the initial restart of the hardpoint that we had a series on our hands to where it wouldn't be a sweep, but we've seen how strong this West A side can be on the search and destroys as well. So the pathway is there for this game to run away from the Bravo side very quickly once again.
You just gotta take it one game in stride. One at a time, and I know we had the reset, but after that, we did have a couple of contests for P1 and 2. From there, it was not close, though. Hart starts to take over. Smoke starts to look like the Smoke of that original opening Hacienda hardpoint. Maybe the most creative play we had, really, out of West B. But that was it. It was pretty dominated. I mean, once we got to this point, like around 120, like 85, 90, 110, this is where the game was it was over. I mean, they just completely dominated the line of scrimmage. They overtook every single rotation. They were picking them apart. Numbers could not stack if they wanted to. And it's very tough to win a game of hardpoint when you can only hit the hill one at a time. So very nice shot there from ops on the floor. Love to see it. Tuan and Hart, who are excellent in this first round. 27 non-traded kills for Hart. Disgusting. 35 and 15, by the way. Was able to go on the roaming Slayer spree a bit. And already off to a very, very hot start in this series. Still a best of 5, and with that knowledge, again, remember, you don't have a lot of time to get adjusted, so if you want to stay alive in the upper bracket, you got to have a response going into S&D.
You know what I will say about Tuan, which is an interesting statistic there as well. You know, 24 and 27 with 2,900 damage. I mean, nearly having as much damage as we did see Hart get, and yet, you know, not having nearly as many non-traded kills, or not as many assists, excuse me, meaning that he put a lot of bullets into people, and the trades aren't coming through from the side. So there's a little bit of teamwork issue there in regards to everyone making sure that they're there to cover each other when they need to, right? Which is a problem that we don't see for the Alpha side. Obviously, 27 non-traded for Hart anyway is a great showing, but we know that they're always there for each other. I mean, Hale with 14 assists, Kuzo with 10 assists, whereas we go over to the other side again. No one with over 10 assists. It's 9 assists for Nofs, 6 for Chevy, 8 for Twan, and 7 for Prom. They have the individual pieces of the puzzle at times, it feels, but they don't pull it all together. They don't cover each other's backs and don't guarantee the kills. And talk about a mode now that will punish you for not guaranteeing your ones and your kills. Going into search and destroy, if you're not there to cover for trades and make sure that if you're dropping 4-3 that you don't make it 3-3, you're in deep, deep trouble.
You're in very deep trouble. And this is where, again, the pressure starts to kick up just a bit. These guys got to know that going into this is a kind of a do or die map, really. It is raid, so you get yourself, again, a bit of a boon when it comes to history for Call of Duty. You understand what's needed going into this for sure. But whether or not they pull it out is the big question at the end of the day. And for right now, gotta wonder if it's another 2-0 series lead and another potential conversation about a sweep. Lord knows that would be a difficult combo to have at this stage of the tournament, but it's kind of where we're at with these players. They've built rosters for championships for a reason, and I don't think they're going to slow down at this point.
No, absolutely not. And I wonder if there's an issue potentially on site, because I'm just seeing the screen aside. Yeah, I had a feeling. I thought we were already in game. I was like, we're watching the game from the player cam there, but yeah, just letting them know. It's like, oh, is it on? Is it on? It is. And we're into this round one where it is a 2 versus 3. West A with the bomb in hand. Making it 3 versus 1. Hart needing to try and rescue this one. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. And for West B, it's a great recovery to take the first round.
Yeah, it's a big recovery. It's an important round for sure. Just have to stop the bleeding slowly and just establish a baseline, right? Like we talk about hardest kills to get are usually the first. You just need to get something on the board to keep this team honest. We do get it. And to do so early on in raid, never going to be too upset with that. See if they can keep it going.
Into round 2 we go. We'll get to see the full action of this round this time round. Nof, Chevy, Twan, all getting kills in that first round. We'll be looking to try and continue form again. We've seen from Artie earlier someone who could pull almost hardpoint KD level numbers in Search and Destroy. Or Coda's West B, could they need a player like that on their side? And if so, who's it going to be? Hart getting Mixie in the middle. He gets 1 instantly traded. Kuzo at 1 though. Checkerboarded kill feed, but 1 favoring Alpha. Hale gets another. And it's Nof all on his own. And he's going to try. Just hold the angle to try and pick up 1. It's not a position you want to be in though. And even if he gets 1, excuse the pun, you would think it's not going to be enough out of him if he can even get 1. That's the worst pun of the year. I'm sorry about that.
I like that. You know, I was with you on that. I'm a pun guy.
I need to back myself a bit more. I need to back myself a bit more on that, you know. And maybe I killed it from the lack of confidence I went into the pun with.
Confidence is everything at this stage of the bracket, dude. You know that. Gotta be confident. On a 2 spree. In a 1v3 situation with bomb down. Good luck. Where else are they gonna go? Smoke. Eyes towards Art. Nof in Diamond Khan's favorite spot. And now they know. There it is. There's the defuse. 1 round apiece.
I like that from West A. 3 versus 1. They'd left the site. It gets planted. They're not overzealous in rushing in. They're almost, I think, curious for a while as to where he is, because they've checked Laundry, he's not there. They've checked Art, he's not there. We didn't initially see him in ring. Where the hell is this guy? But eventually they see that he is in ring, and then when they do, they deal with him. But they're not rushing to get the kill, even though they got that numbers advantage. They make sure just to understand where the player is, and then playing that sort of pinch from either side, knowing that they've got him trapped in ring. It was inevitable from that point on. But also for Nof, you know, in the 3 versus 1, doing everything he can, getting that bomb down, trying to make life difficult, but it's always going to be more difficult for yourself in that situation.
Oh, that's a couple of first bloods, and very quickly at that rare smoke we've seen in the S&Ds. Doesn't really matter much when you have 3 down. Well, Twan gets out with his life barely. I don't know why you repeat this. You should just be running. You should just be running. I understand you're already kind of too low to really matter. You're like, I'm probably dead either way. But if you can get out and draw that round out, even if it's just going back to Lambo, you absolutely should take that opportunity. Almost made it work, but poor guy was one shot.
Yeah, catching Kuzo with the pistol, it was the best chance to get it. And I tell you what, I mean, if he was able to get that and then rotate out a 2 versus 1, that's an entirely different landscape. But wasn't to be. Close yet no cigar. Conus West, again, when they go forward, they look confident, right? I mean, the way they took that A site, again, we know what this team can do in search and destroy. It's up to West B just to make sure they don't find that momentum.
One round at a time is all you need. And a default back to A. Thinking twice about the plan. Knopf gets stuck in no man's land. They catch him quickly. And now that they know that the wrap's coming through, they have to assume that A is the call as well. Almost a team kill, but it works out to a trade. 3v2. Still doable here for Conus West B, but they need to make a decision. And the tough part is, again, the longer you let this round play out, the more information you give to West A that you're not going to be planting at A. And that's what happens.
Yeah, you take too long, they just wrap together as a unit, and you look how tight they are playing to each other as well, covering each other's lanes at all times, moving as a unit. Now you're just going to have Kuzo watching the back, 2 players sat around ring, complete knowledge of where that bomb is down, and it's going to take a miracle for Chevy from this point to break through that hold. He's going to try and do so through mid, but again, you look at the map, it is disciplined. Hale, he's knife in hand, he's almost just playing scout, just going to keep an eye on the lane. I don't know if the spots come through as of yet. They are moving up a little bit. Those timings might not actually favor this move up that well. It may be good for Chevy to get round the side, but I'm just shocked he hasn't been spotted. Yeah, eventually Hale's going to get the spot. Doesn't get the shots, but West A, they've played the clock. No time left for Chevy. West A going to go 3-1 up.
They make it look easy, man. When it starts to look easy, it just means that the game plan isn't there. And that's definitely a question about, all right, if your opening hit or your default fallback plans are not really working, whatever you want to make of that sentence, if it's just not clicking, what's the next step? Right now, it doesn't seem like they have a next game plan for how they want to approach this S&D. Still plenty of time in Raid, and the fact that it is Raid gives you a variety, a breadth of opportunities to find your footing. But you are running out of time, and these first bloods do not help, so trying to keep all numbers up is the name of the game right now.
And Hart trying to take this bomb down to B, but Chevy getting the first blood. And now a whole lot of trouble. Twan going huge. It's now all up to Hart. Not even able to find one. Eventually getting one, but he's surely just going to be trapped in this kitchen. They're actually going to afford him the opportunity to get out here with the bomb in hand. And I don't like how spread West B are either. I'm hoping that they're just going back to cover each other's lanes. It does look like that. Knopf is going up top to cover B and one player on A. They're playing for the information. And they're playing quite defensively, realizing that they have Hart trapped in this part of the map. It's actually quite a nice play for them in the end up. As soon as one spots the other, the rest will rotate out. They'll play it slow. But now back onto B. You're going to see Hart trying to take it there and then just converging in on the lane. It was actually, I did question the width of the play to begin with in a 3 versus 1 instead of covering each other, but they actually did play that quite well. They played for the information, and then once they had the information, they jumped on it quite quickly.
And a really good round. I mean, just a necessary, again, reestablish some kind of cadence for the team. Focus in on having a place to work from really is important. And they do it, make it look good. 3-2, much better than 4-1, gotta be honest. As I'm sure the players are aware. This is a tough spot to be in for sure, but they can make it work. Entirely different situation moving forward into a tie game and Raid than initially what they had. We'll see if they can keep this one moving. Oh, so far,
in a whole lot of trouble. I don't know how he stayed alive there. But one down for West B and bomb in hand. And being a player down on offense in this map is just not where you want to be, especially if you have no headway made on the map whatsoever. You're almost just penned in and spawned, just waiting to be picked apart. Kuzo has the whole flank of B unlocked, on lock. And then Smoke picking up one in the mid, dropping that bomb in a precarious position as well. And it'll take a miracle for Bravo to take anything from this round as Twan, the last left alive, rotating deep. But Kuzo's going to be there to smother him out
Wow.
And West Alpha looking strong here. Doubling the lead, 4-2 now, and Bravo in trouble.
Yeah, in trouble is definitely the way to put it. This is going to be tough. I mean, there's two rounds now, and at least 3 so far where they have, I mean, just flat out picked them up if they rotated towards bedroom. They've understood where that rotation's coming from. It's a little too easy. Gotta wonder. Will we see a snipe come out at any point? We are enforcing the CDL rule set, but not GA's, so could be fun just to see if something else changes here. I don't think so. We're just going to stick with our defaults, all right?
No one wants to take the risk. Oh, that timing is going to be huge for Tuan. He's going to get one on the bomb and bust right through the smoke as well. Does he double it up with 2? He absolutely does. Does he make it 3? He doesn't. Hail there, smoke there, and that's a great recovery from West A. 2 versus 2 now. Bomb back in hand. How have they recovered this round?
I was wondering if Tuan was actually just going to lay down and try to ninja defuse it. I mean, it's probably not going to happen, but you're in the smoke. You have kind of the stretch plan anyway. It would have been interesting. I don't think they would have expected it at all. Granted, he made the right play regardless. He made the right play, no doubt about it. Just, you know, I got flashbacks to Black Ops 2 for a sec. I'm like, you know, you could just stick it.
Listen,
we'll see.
That would have been a great pick, even though I didn't think of that until you mentioned it. That actually would have been maybe a good opportunity for the Ninja. But also, I think if you think you're guaranteeing 2 kills on the push, you think your team's going to be able to come away with the round. And
yeah, you're taking that for sure.
Yeah, the fact they haven't come away with it is question marks over what West B can do in a search and destroy. But Alpha now up 5-2, a couple of rounds in a row. Phenomenal recovery in that round. And the momentum is all swinging their way at this point.
It really is. It really, really is. They are 1 round away from going up 2-0. Didn't think we'd be sitting in this spot. But here we go. Let's see if they can close it out here. Closer and closer they get.
They go moving the bomb mid, but incredibly slowly here, West B. This looks like a team whose confidence has been a little bit shot. I mean, you look at the positions that they took offensively on that map, or in that round, it's about as far back as it could be.
Yeah.
And West A now are just going to be happy to play into that, recognizing that this bomb has probably gone A now. They have a good understanding of where this bomb is, and if they can get a pick now, I mean, look at where Hart is sitting. I guarantee Chevy does not have any read of that if he pushes on through. He'll have a read of where Kuzo is, but while trying to deal with Kuzo, it'll be Hart picking up the kill. Prom now potentially going to fall bait. Hart does fight first, though. He tries to take 1. He gets the other. Can he make it 2? Hart's position there was phenomenal. I can't believe I haven't even lain there myself, because that really caught the offense off guard.
I mean, when that stun check comes through, you're not expecting him to be in the corner like that. It just, good luck. 1 peek is all it takes. You know where he's at. You're in no man's land. You're weak. You're stunned. I mean, you got time to play with if you're smoke. You just let this one develop. Oh, what a fake. But did it read it? He might have. Oh, Smoke was too patient. He said, look, if you're going to re-peek this, I have multiple ways to gun you down. And he did. 6-2. Map 2. Conus West A are a 2-0 up and 1 map away from sweeping through the upper round 1.
He was trying to come through with almost the ankle breaker there at the end of that fake to go back towards A, but red to a T, and just like that, West Alpha confidently, dominantly in the lead, now getting ready to go into a map number 3 where, I don't know, a den overload. I mean, everything that we've seen. We didn't want to call another sweep on the day, but I have to say, we could be on the precipice of one. I don't see where the recovery comes in.
Yeah, at this stage, like, it's not even worth talking about, like, the gun skill is not the issue anymore. It's just, like, where you're at in the series, what you have to give, and what the other team's clearly finding in terms of their reads and execution. It's just so one-sided right now. And it's not that there hasn't been highlights. There have been for the other side. But for West A, I mean, they have every answer. Whether it's S&D, whether it's hard point. I mean, they 100-point club win. Don't 100-point club, but they 100-point, you know, win in a hard point, and then you go into the S&D and win 6-2. That is as convincing as it gets. Like, there is just no other way to slice it. So very much a question now of what else do you have? What do you have to give if you're West B? Do you have anything else you can really bring to the table? Because right now, it just seems like West A are out ahead of the curve and having their way with things right now in this series.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's super confident for them. Like, they're not being incredibly challenged. Like, you know, on the hard point, a few hills, wave of kills here and there, search and destroy, a couple of rounds not going their way. But I mean, they're never really consistently on the back foot, are they? Like, we're not seeing them having to have a moment to come back. You know, especially you look at this round, Twan coming through with the 2 and very close to getting the 3. I mean, as West B not getting that round back or not finishing that round is crazy, really, from that stage. Especially, you know, you look at the complexion of the series, you need the search and destroy to swing the momentum back around to get something going your way. Not having that though, it just, like, it's one of the ones, that round sort of just told the story of the entire series. If you're not taking that round, then, you know, where are you going realistically?
Yeah, and that's a good point. Like, at this stage, like, every round is indicative of the overall picture, and now we're seeing the full spread. It's just one team really dominating the other, and now you get to Overload, where it's just punishment on top of punishment, man. Like, it's a mixture of obviously TDM, S&D, CTF, control, and it's just, if you don't have a game plan really kind of forming in the S&D, and the hard point was as one-sided as it was, gotta hope that something else changes for this Overload, because otherwise I don't know what we're gonna get, but it could be a sweep. Only one way to find out, and we'll do that after the break. When we come back, we continue on with what could be the conclusion of this series for our 5th sweep of the day. Who would have thought? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, folks. More Call of Duty action on the docket. We got ourselves, again, a overload match to get through as I fix my cord on my microphone. But I'm very excited to see if this will be another sweep, because I don't think I've had many broadcasts where it's just all sweeps all day long, and it feels like we're primed for another one. I mean, what the hell? What's going on?
It's on the way, isn't it? I mean, look, it's been a little bit of a shocker of a day in that regard, and going into a Den overload now, you would like to see a way in which this side could come back, but look, it's been dominant throughout for this Alpha Squad. 250, 6-2, then map 2. I mean, it's just been. What more can you ask for, really? It's been clean, it's been clinical. It's arguably, at least in the Call of Duty, been the strongest victories we have seen so far out of the Call of Duty in the last 2 days, which again, I think is really showing the separation between the top 3 and the bottom 3. That seems to be very much where the line lies now. When we go back to the group stage and try to look at, well, what really was the level and where is that balance? The swing of the balance was firmly in the middle. I think that's been established here with this series. Between the top 3, I still think going forward in the bracket and tomorrow and in Saturday, it's truly anybody's game. But as of now, it's for this Bravo side, what can you even say about coming back into this one, right? I mean, the only way that happens is if they show us something that up until this point they haven't shown us. And that's again, with the greatest respect to them as a squad, they are a pretty good squad, but they haven't shown, like, it doesn't look like that there's something there waiting to happen, unless it's falling under our radars. I'm not sure, but it doesn't look like that they have the pieces and are just not able to fit them together. I know I talked about that a little bit before with the lack of trades and the assists, but there's very little correction on that in the search and destroy, to where I think now they'll just all of a sudden have the answers in map 3.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point to bring up. Is just that, like, at some point, it's not about when those answers come out, because at this stage there's no other time. It's just if. And if it doesn't happen here, it doesn't happen in the S&D, you're kind of just you're able to see the extent of these teams. And right now it just feels like one team is kind of in their flow, the other a little bit overexerted, but with that extension means that there's only so much more they can bend before they break. And it feels like West B, this is really it for them. Obviously, if they lose this, they're not done, but their road becomes exponentially harder, and the last thing you want in terms of differential is to have very little time to warm up in these matchups, and a sweep would certainly make things more difficult. So we'll get into Den now, and we'll see how things play out off the start. 3 dead. Very good start if you're West A. And now just up to them to pick up the EMP.
Yeah, West A so far happy with how it's lying. Another couple of kills. They're just getting ready and waiting to have that lane completely opened, and it is over at A. Smoke going to be going huge. He delays it long enough. That EMP should be through, and that'll be the first overload. And now 2 players pushed up to potentially do damage. Heart just hiding in the corner, staying alive, picking up at least 1. He's going to continue to make life difficult here to allow his team to potentially push this relay through and double the lead. And so far, that looks to be on the cards. Kuzo doing a lot of damage here, so Hart can come through with the trade. The second overload is through, and this is utter domination here. I know domination isn't the 3rd game mode anymore, it's overload, but God, it's as close to domination as we'll see.
Yeah, I was going to say, this pretty much plays like it at this point. It's just 2-cap lead. You have A and B. They're stuck at C. Where else do you go? Not really many places you can try to swing this one out. Team kill does help, but it stops them right on the goal line. And they will try to swing it out now. This is their first real chance to get to mid-map unscathed. We'll see how long those lead blockers can stay alive.
And that would have been 3 caps in under a minute if it had gone through. That would have been an utter capitulation. A great save from West B, and to be honest, a save they needed to make. Kind of was an hour and ever point in that regard. If they were going to go 3-0 down so quickly, it would have been game, set, and match. There still very much could be, as Hale comes through with the 3. Wow. He's in a 4 spree now. Hart with the EMP in hand, 9-2. As that EMP is pushed through, the lead is trebled. 3-0 in complete control now. Dominant performance in West A's. Then may look at this stage just to get the half done early. A is as clear as you could like.
Yeah, they hit the cutoff. They got the relay. We'll go to side number 2. That is a very quick round 1. And kind of a statement of, this is where we're at in the tournament. This is what you should be expecting. And if you can't compete, that's it. Get out the kitchen. It's it's tough, man. It's tough.
I mean, what more can you say? As I said, tough, but a great performance. I mean, clinical. I mean, this lane was owned by Alpha the whole round. Except for the time they needed to go over to the other lane, at which point they just managed to eventually force it through there. But bring it over to this side, and again, I get why Bravo rotated it over and played the stretch on this side. They had to, but you seen how much you were getting dominated on that lane. You would think at the very least, okay, we'll push it through towards P2 at the very least, because we might have a chance here. Because down on Dojo side, West Bravo just didn't have a clue what to do.
Yeah. And unfortunately, again, you're running out of time to really come up with a game plan. And it's just every single kill feels that much more detrimental. Every single kill weighs that much more in the end. 4-0. You can stop some of the bleeding with one single cap. One goal could certainly help things. Nice shots from Knopf. Way to get things going. That's 2. We're not out of it yet. That's 3. And here we go. Let's see if they can respond.
Hanging on, Kuzo getting the knife before eventually he gets traded out. And they're a bit more red in the feed. This is what you want to see from West B. We know that they can shoot. They just have been, I think, stun locked just from the very beginning up until now. They just didn't even have the chance to breathe, to show what they're all about. At least getting out into the middle of the map. But now you're going to have Kuzo trying to sneak it through. And I tell you what, he's in a position, but he's decided to cut in towards A. Wasn't the play to make. B would have been completely free if he decided to make that cut. But again, would have been a little bit of a guessing game. But you do have Hale now in a position where he's going to stifle a lot of those spawns at the back. And whenever that EMP is picked up, they're going to be able to force it over towards A. And now you're going to see, actually with that kill, it's going to stop it. But you saw that the spawn out was happening towards B. So, you know, West Alpha are setting themselves up very well to run it towards this A. And the hold is here. But if you're going to have smoke coming through, getting 2, nearly got the 3rd. But the teammate stopping him. Hale, though, getting the job done. And now Kuzo just holding on to the EMP, waiting for assistance from his team. Chevy with 2, Knopf helping with the 3rd. But everything now that West Bravo are fighting for, it just feels like they're fighting to hang on and not have the loss be any more, rather than actually set themselves up going forward.
Yeah, and the only way to really remedy that situation is just to score, just to outscore your problems. And they're going to try to double back, and it does not work. Make no advancements up to the middle of the map. Get no control over towards rooftops, and this is looking dangerous. Dojo controlled. Prom, not long for it. Smoke, the nade, the follow-up tags a couple, but again, we've killed about a minute off the clock since this opening engagement started in the dojo. And that EMP has not made its way up middle map at all. It's been deciding if they want to rewrap all the way through B on their own side. Answer is yes. But you need a point. You need a goal. You need something. There they go, making their move. Couple of kills on the outside, but the blockers are falling. Hart picks up 2 and a 3rd. Oh my god. Holy. Hart is shooting. This 5th cap could be it. And if it is, it'll be a GG's, man. This is just brutal.
I mean, Hart 20 and 10. Take a bow. What a fantastic performance. Hart's been really, really strong in this series. Again, you know, they have a lot of players who can do damage, but in particular, Hart has just been an outstanding player. That EMP is just being held, waiting for the team to get up to control the lane. Again, just intelligent play. Now going to run it through with Hart a little bit further up the field to cause some damage.
Minute 40. That's what separates one team from continuing on in the upper bracket, the others from having to fight from lower side. Grand Finals is a best of 9. Remember that. You get the advantage as long as you stay on the upper side of the bracket. Minute 27. Continues to dwindle down. Do they have anything else? Do they have anything else? So far, the answer is no. 12 and 21 for Tuan. 12 and 19 for Chevy. Knopf at 14 and 15. 15 and 19 for Prom. Everybody negative. It's just not going their way.
No, it's just a whole other level of ball game. I think with West Bravo, the heads have dropped ever so slightly, understandably so. West Alpha clearly the better side, who just growing more confident or in the ascendancy. And I mean, what more can be done? I think for West Bravo, you put up a good fight. You know, the search and destroy, you had a couple of moments, but with the way it wasn't going for them, you just knew that going into this map 3, there was going to have to be a drastic change up, and it didn't look like that change up was in the offing. It didn't look like it was on the cards, and with a very quick scoring pattern from West Alpha to begin with, they just shattered any hope West Bravo would have had. So I mean, you could almost go as far as saying it's been a bit of a null and void half, really. Getting one through in the end, it's not going to be a clean sheet for West Alpha, but the job was done in the first half of this overload.
Yeah. I mean, it was, what, 2 minutes into the game was over? Like, it's pretty unreal when you think about it, how quickly they were able to establish their game plan and just kind of dominate. And that'll do it. 6-1. They do get one on the board for the road, so at least some morale there. But it's going to be GG's, folks. It's going to be another sweep. And Conus West A continue on the upper side of the bracket and do so in dominating fashion. They didn't slow down after the hard point. They completely jumpstart that S&D, and they start cooking in the overload. And they just look like another team to beat, which is going to be even harder for everybody else. But yeah, that one was quick.
The 5th sweep in a row, and arguably the quickest sweep as of yet. Sort of almost a record time, I think, for this championship in terms of the first half overload. A minute or 2.5 minutes going, I believe, or maybe 2 minutes 20 before the first half ended. And the line has been set in terms of where the group laid up the split as to where the levels differed. It was firmly in the middle. 6 teams, the top 3 and the bottom 3, a clear differential, and we've seen it exposed here in this series. Of course, that doesn't matter going into the bracket play. Anything can happen. But off of what we have initially seen, the group standings seem to have been that way for a reason, as we're seeing the team that was 3rd decimate this Bravo side. It was not pretty in the end up, but again, you know, you reach a certain point where once you've put up a fight in the first 2 games, I'll keep harkening back to it. They knew there was very little chance going into that map 3. Map 2 is where you needed to get the job done, and as soon as that Alpha squad started to pop off, you knew on the back half of that search and destroy that this one was going to be Alphas every day of the week.
Yeah, dude, they just completely dominated. Like, there's no other way to slice it. We can try our best to go through some of the situation and talk about, you know, the ins and outs, the ebbs and flows of the end game there of that overload. But I mean, the 2 minutes, it was just one after the other. The hard point, you know, winning by over 100 points, going to the S&D, winning by 4 rounds, and then closing out the overload in 2 minutes. I mean, it is just the way it goes sometimes, and clearly this team is on the right side of the bracket for a reason. Hart, this play was just disgusting. Shuts down all hopes and dreams of the round. And with it, the sweep is now concluded. 5th one of the day. Who would have thought this is where day 2 of the championship would go, but nonetheless, we're here. And congratulations to them for moving forward. Again, another sweep. Another moment where the best team in the bracket is currently the best team in the bracket, and they keep moving forward. But this has been a day of all time. I have not expected this kind of performance from everybody here on day 2.
No, honestly, didn't expect it whatsoever. And again, looking at Hart, 26 and 15, 21 non-traded kills. I mean, they didn't even have to worry really about trades in that game in particular, because that was just, again, do what you want, push forward, get the kills. Everyone had the ability to get the kills. Hart and Hale together were just phenomenal. 2,500 and 2,800 damage respectively, and then Smoke only being 20 and 20, a little bit lower, but actually with the most damage, just under 3,000. So just an overall strong team performance, where even you would argue the worst performer in that squad was better than the best performer on the other side, really, when you take everything into consideration. I mean, Kuzo was just 11 and 15, but I mean, for Kuzo, there was not that much else to do. If you have Hart, Hale, and Smoke popping off the way that they are, you're just going to sit and do your job, and that's going to be more than enough. And for this series, it being 250 to 128, then 6-2 and 6-1, the most dominant victory we have seen in Call of Duty over the entire championship so far.
And we still got 2 days of action, man. It's just absolutely nuts, the fact that we're here. We've seen a couple of sweeps. A couple is being generous. We've seen 5 sweeps now, and it's just crazy. But the only thing I know is that we have to talk to the players themselves, get their feeling for it. Are they feeling as surprised as we are? We can only hope and find out. We have an interview with Smoke on the floor. Chad, take it away.
We're here at the Delta Breeze Event Center. I'm Extra Fate, and I'm here with the Smoke Show from Western Alpha. Sir, I'd like to ask you a couple questions. How did you feel about that match just now?
Feels good. We proved we're the best team in the West. It's good to be here with my boys. I had a little late arrival, but we're here to fry, ready to take on any competition we got.
That is immaculate. Sir, I want to ask you, what was your most achievable action in that battle today?
That battle with West Bravo, I mean, they're a good team, but we just came out frying. We took map control when we needed it. We pushed up, got space on the map. I want to shout out Kuzo, frying with the AR and having Hale and Hart by my side. They're such strong SMGs. So I appreciate my team.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's fabulous. Sir, I have one more question for you. I was wanting to know what you're looking forward to most for the rest of this spectacular event.
I'm ready to play Central again. I know they just 3-0'd us on stream, but in pool play. But they're the champs from CONUS, and we're ready to win it all this time. So I'm really excited to play them, hopefully in grand finals.
I tell you what, son, I'm excited. Excited to watch you play, and I'm excited to see you guys continue on.
I hope we do.
Last words.
Central, we're coming for you. Better watch out, all right?
That is at the Delta Breeze Event Center. This is Extra Fate, and back to you, casters.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm gonna tell you what. I like that.
You gonna
guy.
tell me something?
I'm gonna tell you what. That dude, get that dude on all of the interviews ASAP. Right now. That is a true American patriot. Get him on the daring interview right now. The one time we think we have Chad on the floor, and it's not. It's just another American patriot. But you know what? That's my new Chad. We have Chad 1 and Chad 2, and that's gonna be my Chad 1 for now. Very excited the fact that we got to sit there and listen to Smoke talk about that. Hey, I don't care that we played Central and lost in pool play. This is bracket play now. I'm coming for you. And so we'll find out. We'll see if the smoke is real. Zep, how you feeling about the trash talk?
That's feeling goddamn spectacular. What an interviewer. What a day of COD
What a
action
beautiful
we have
specimen.
had. Concluding the Call of Duty action with some top tier games. And yeah, look, ultimately, throwing the voice down. I mean, look, I can't do it. I can only dream of having a voice as beautiful
That dude's got
as
it,
that.
man.
He's got it in spades. And we've seen it from this Alpha squad that they have the talent in spades. Will they be able to make it count moving on? The games are only going to get harder from here. But concluding the day with a dominant victory, massive GGs to them.
Massive GGs and only one more match to get through. It's Rocket League up next. You guys know the deal with it. Commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the final match here for day 2 of the World Championship. Rocket League's on the docket. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Travis Air Force Base. The Rocket League competition has officially ended, and we have our top 6 teams solidified. First place, no surprise, Conus West. Second place is going to be Conus Mountain Alpha. They're our second seed. They are both going to play tomorrow. Today, for the rest of today, we have our other seedings in third seed Central and in sixth seed PACAF. They will be playing here momentarily, but on stream, the next matchup is going to be our fourth seed, Conus Mountain Bravo versus USAFE. That is what we're going to be seeing next, so stay tuned. Casters, take it away.
Well, here we go. Here we go, man. It's going to be a fun one for sure. I can't believe that we had Chad 2 there for a moment and didn't quite get the resounding flavor of Texas that I was looking for. But luckily we have Zep Cast here with us, so I know that we're going to be just fine. In the right hands, Zep, how you doing?
Doing great, bringing some of that flavor from across the pond here in good old Ireland. But no, I won't do that voice the whole time. It'll start annoying some people. But look, I seen the hat be whipped out, and I had it hung literally right up here, and I was like, it would be a sin to not join in on the festivities here of having an All-American doing the interviews. But no, it's gonna be absolutely fantastic. The last game of the day, Conus Mountain B going to be taking on USAFE. And look, I don't want to talk about having a sixth and final sweep in a row to have a full sweep of the day come true. But what I will say is with USAFE, they have not been, they have not been playing well enough. And I know it sounds like a little harsh, but they've been struggling to pick up these results. And against this Mountain B side, it's probably their best chance to get something, really. I mean, unless they just drop to the losers bracket or eventually go up against PACAF. If they want to make any sort of run, Mountain B is the best side they could have asked to come up against. So they need to start off strong here. They need to get a couple of games under their belt. Otherwise, it's guaranteed that they're not really going to get anything out of this championship.
Yeah, and I think that keeping that in focus is really important because, again, the learning experience only goes so far, but now it's just about executing at the end of the day. The game plan has to be able to meet the moment, and if it can't, you know the deal. Rocket League is a very simple game, but a very hard one. If you just simply cannot come out and score and outscore your mistakes, you're going to have a really rough day at the office. So hopefully, moving forward, that will not be the case as we take a look again once more at our championship bracket. But let's talk about the matchup we have here on our head-to-head specifically between Conus Mountain B and USAFE. Let's take a look at the rosters because these are two teams that, again, like your match most paramount is coming down to this. It comes down to simply, can you come out in this best of 7 and show us that you deserve to be on the upper side of the bracket? Buck, Sir Sizzly, and Monk versus Big Red, Doodle, and Too Fast to Slow Up. Honestly, not sure what to expect. I think even in recency bias, I would still say I feel like knowing the offense we got out of Buck yesterday and company, knowing what they're capable of, still feeling pretty confident about them overall. But they were completely shut down in their last series to a point where it wasn't even close. So I'm really curious how this one will go.
Yeah, that was the real shocking thing. I think if you were coming into this series having not had the context of the day, you would say that it's Mountain B's every day of the week. But how shaky Mountain B were earlier on in the day does raise some question marks as to how they may fare out against this USAFE squad, especially a USAFE who, in playing the very best, managed to get a couple of goals here and there, hold a pretty strong defense. They have, at least from what we have seen on broadcast, have more to feel positive about going into this game in comparison to this Bravo side. So, not to quote Dumb and Dumber or anything, but it's kind of a you're telling me there's a chance scenario for USAFE here. It might be a 1 in a million to get the win, but one thing is for certain, that it is a 1 in a million. You have an opportunity. You have a shaky Bravo side. You've had positives to take into the game, so run with those positives.
All I need is a chance. I mean, I'm ain't no need to quote Dumb and Dumber. I am dumb. I will take the chance. If I get 1%, dude, I'm going all the way. And in Rocket League, all you need is one good game, one good drive to show that the offense can still click. You can still find your teammates and pass. And if that is the case, it's an entirely different situation. But still, best of 7, and it will be a best of 7 through the finals as well. It's not going to be like Call of Duty, we have a best of 9. But these players now know the format. There is no, we have to fight through the gauntlet, and then we get an advantage. Just simply making sure that they show up and do their job here on the field is the most important thing. And one has to ask, is the differential between goals in this game going to be simply, it's going to be a 1-goal affair? I don't feel like it can be at this stage of the tournament. It's going to have to be 2 or 3 goals per game, but we haven't really gotten much from either offense, so I'm a little worried about average goals per game, what we're going to get. I wouldn't imagine we're going to be seeing a high-scoring affair, so if that's the case, the defenses will be in full focus here for this series.
Yeah, because I mean, USAFE do have quite a strong defense, and whether or not we see there enough confidence from the opposition to be able to to get on top of that and capitalize, I don't know. But what I will say then about this Mountain B side is that they were a team that seemed to struggle with being smothered, and I don't think USAFE are going to smother them. They're going to sit back, they're going to rely on that rock, that bedrock that's been their defense, and try and go forward. That's going to give Mountain B more time in the ball, and more time in the ball, especially for the likes of Buck, means more opportunity to pull something out of the bag. So there is a chance that this game just plays into their play style slightly better.
It probably will, and we'll find out as the players get back to the setup. Quick bio break, and with that, some chances to warm up in free play, some chances to just go ahead and now work with your teammates. The nice thing about the updates to Rocket League recently is that you can play free play with your teammates, so you can at least get some hands on the ball before just simply jumping into the series. And I'm sure these guys are ready to go, and when they are, we'll jump into it with them. Predictions now. It's time for that. Are we just keeping it simple on this side of the desk? I'm curious, Zep, what are you thinking? Are you predicting a sweep to end the day? Are we getting a full sweep series? What are your thoughts?
Unfortunately, I think it is on the cards. I mean, I love this USAFE roster. My first time casted for Air Force Gaming in a very long time was the previous tournament in which they won out in the Rocket League. So, you know, I was fond of them. I really thought they had a chance coming into this one, but as the days have progressed, they have just looked a little bit off the pace to everyone else. And look, will it be a sweep? I mean, I don't know. There is a chance they come away with a match, but in terms of the overall result, I think it's practically nailed on to go to Conus Mountain B, and they could potentially run away with it for the sixth and final sweep of the day.
I'm feeling that too. I feel like at this stage, I mean, there's nothing really to lose if guessing the sweep. It's just been nonstop all day, but two, the way things have gone, it'll definitely be close in the games, no doubt about it, but one must wonder if it will just be a historic day here for the AFG Championship, and by that we mean one of the fastest days of competition you're ever going to see at a World Championship. Non-stop sweeps. Who would have thought that'd be the case? All smiles, all good vibes across the board. Love that jersey. It looks sick. And I'm sure the players are ready to go, as we are as well. If you want to get your predictions available in the chat, you can do so here on Twitch. Make sure to follow our title sponsor as well at USAA.com. That's USAA.com. Find out more information about how you can get involved in tournaments like this and support your local military armed forces across the board as we support the last match of the day. Best of 7 on your screen. Rocket League on the docket. Here we go.
And Buck straight away on the ball, trying to get that one passed down. Sizzly lifting it over. Already an opportunity, but Big Red is there for the clear early on. Mountain B straight away trying to cause an issue in our final game of the day. And Big Red getting in there for the block to try and keep this offense going. The cross coming on through. Buck there though with the clearance. Both sides early on have been happy to get aggressive, try and force the issue early. Buck there with the clear. Big Red touched it where he probably didn't want, although Doodle sending it down into a dangerous position. So far a nice bit of back and forth, I will say. No one actually getting through with a strong shot as of yet. Too fast, too slow, and a nice shot passed up for Big Red. Actually, a very nice play there for USAFE, but it didn't quite work out. Now Mountain B might be able to take this one out, but in saying that, Doodle's right back on that offense.
Oh, what a flick. Thought for a moment be looking at the open proceedings here for a 1-goal game. Nice little recenter back in front of the box, taken away, and the defense will scramble, but do so just in time off the sidewall. Not a lot to burn here. Just going to have to play through the 50 if they can, and actually pinches it through the ground and through that second defender. So the offense can stay up for now. Here comes Mountain B, AFB, trying to stay alive in the winner side of this bracket. They'll try to hover this one and thread it through. Follow-up shot just a bit high. Easily saved and a slow roller, but both teams getting a look at the ball here and getting a couple of chances to put a shot on the net.
Well, both teams will be happy enough, I think, with the start. The first goal, I think, will be huge. Big Red going to try and get this one crossed in. Nice touch up, but Doodle's not going to get there first. It is Sizzly there to deal. And now sent back on off Buck, though, there to deal. And, like, the shots, they've not been too dangerous from either side, really. They've been getting up into the final third, but then not really, you know, putting a lot of danger in there. Even when there's decent crosses, the defense always getting there first. Doodle slamming it down, nearly going into the corner, but just a little bit wide. Now Doodle's going to play the recovery, try and maybe roll this back to Big Red, or just even send it up, leaving it to Big Red to send back up the field. But a good block from Monkey Man, puts it into a dangerous position, and Buck capitalizes. You had to get that ball out of the corner quickly. They didn't, and they were punished.
There comes Buck. Was waiting for this in the earlier series. Just wasn't sure when the takeoff was going to happen, but initiated nicely. Rolls a perfect 8. And beautiful setup off that back wall. The extra pressure does pay off as Conus Mountain B do take the opening lead in game 1.
And Sisley following on in. Mountain B finally breaking through. Will they be looking to double the lead? Buck on the chase. Dealt with though by Big Red. Monkey Man trying to keep this one up, trying to keep a bit of offensive pressure. Trying to block, but Big Red's going to be there to stand it up. They can follow this through in the air. This is a great opportunity, but no one coming through on the follow-up. I think Too Fast Too Slow was trying to go for a demolition, actually, just to open the pathway through. But you would have liked to have seen the likes of Doodle on a follow-up there. That's where he can be really dangerous as a player. But it just didn't quite happen. And now Buck is going up, blocking it, sending it down over Big Red. And it's going to be slammed on home by Sir Sisley, doubling that lead. Just over 2 minutes left to go. Usafi now in a little bit of trouble.
Big 2 goals and a great follow-up even on no boost. Again, having a second man there to put away those errant rebounds is so important. We've seen it a couple of times this weekend where players have been in position to take the shot they do, but nobody else follows up on the play, and you've left open an open opportunity. You need to make sure you put those away. So far they are, and for a team that was pretty much shut out of their last series, completely stunned offensively, they have looked much cleaner going into this one, and much more like the team of old that we expected. Going to sneak in the third, absolutely, just for good measure. A 3-0 lead in game 1, and usually that means that the win's not far behind.
Yes, Sisley coming through, making it a 3 right down into the corner. And again, almost similarly to what we've seen from Usafi in their last game, they hold on strong for the first 2 to 3 minutes, and then as things run on and as it gets a little bit more desperate, and as they realize they need to start making the count up the field, it starts opening up behind them, and maybe have an opportunity here to get one, but even so, being 3 down, similarly to what we said about them before, you would think that this is going to be too big of a mountain for them to climb, as Buck gets his second, and it's getting better and better now for Mountain B, who have grown into this game and are looking confident of putting these ones away. And again, it just shows when they're given the space, they make it count for a lot with damage.
They do, and we were asking the question in the pregame about would we be getting a 1-goal affair, 2-goal affair? 4 in a row is going to be a nice change of pace, really, for Conus Mountain, knowing after their last series how little offense we got. So for them, surely, I'm sure, feeling more confident in their shots. But 2, USAFE are going to now have to respond to multiple goals, multiple shots and chances. That's going to be a 5th, and it will be Buck on a hat trick from the field. And I got a feeling this game 1 is done.
Yeah, no, a complete shutdown in the second half of this game. Usafi we're keeping it interesting, but Mountain B have opened the floodgates here, and we've seen it from this side before, that when they start to feel themselves, they can flaunt with style and just getting on the end of each and every opportunity, exposing that back line, and it's getting to the point where game 1 is done, and depending on how much you read into it, maybe the series could be already done from this point, unless there's a drastic change up from Usafi. But they just haven't, on the overall, shown enough ability to score goals, right? They just are not getting enough through at all in these games. I mean, you take a deeper look at the stats on the overall. I think Usafi and their overall match wins throughout the course of these last 2 days is 4 and 16. You know, just really, really struggling to get any wins on the board, and then an average 1.1 goal a map as well. It's just not enough. You're scoring 1 a map, you're conceding 2.6 a map. You put those numbers together, it's just not good math in your favor.
This definitely makes their job a lot harder. And when you're not scoring, you're not helping yourself. This is a chance, though. Good reach for the Dominus. Got a question, though. If at this stage of the game, if the Dominus still is the car to use, it doesn't really change too much of the game. But you do offer yourself more opportunities to be a striker if you're using an Octane or a Fennec off the post. Follow-up shot, just a bit wide. Second chance, not going to be there. Couldn't reach it. And this will be game 1. 5-0, doesn't matter. It's a win nonetheless. 1 down, 3 more to go. And a quick win for Conus, or excuse me, for Conus Mountain B, as they very easily handled their business here in game 1.
Yeah, it was a confident victory in the end up. Didn't look like they were in trouble at any point. We're very happy with the way that they've played and how that will set them up going into the rest of the series. For you, Safi, do you have it in the locker to adjust? Can you fix this? Because you're running out of time. You know, you've had a shaky championship, to say the least, and you're coming to potentially the back end of it for you. Maybe just going to be one more game after this, you know? And
yeah,
where do you find the fix at this point, right? Because you look at the way this one lays out. If you manage to drop down, if you go up against the likes of PACAF, you maybe have the chance of beating PACAF because maybe that's where your win has come from before. What are you doing beyond that? Are you just prolonging your inevitable exit? Or is there a pathway at the very least into the top 3 in this championship for you? Those are questions that need to start being answered to this point. You need to start making waves here. If you can't find a way to at the very least get one match back and make it one apiece from this point, it's looking very quickly like that you're just being relegated to the fact that you're a bottom 2 side here at the end.
That's the tough part, is these tough conversations now become much more prominent, and it's really just where we're at this stage of the tournament. If you're not able to score, you will not advance. Flat out, same thing you could say about the hard points. Like, if you can't break a hill, you're not going to advance. At this stage, you have to be able to score. There's no other way about it. It's the only way you're going to get forward and fight through this team. And almost a beautiful start into game 2. Made it look interesting, but this is a brand new game. Again, don't want to go down 2-0. Not the end of the world if you do, but need to start seeing some scoring, some offense from this USAFB squad, because otherwise we can't hang our hat on much.
Mountain B getting the job done early here, not even 20 seconds gone. Sisley putting that one through for the first goal of the game. No one there on the defensive line, and they are punished for it. One of the easier goals that we will see Mountain B get in this series. But USAFB in trouble early on, but maybe also recognizing, I mean, you were critical of USAFB the last time around for, you know, even though, you know, they were down, but they were almost playing to not concede by that much, and you were like, I want to see these guys go forward a little bit more and try and cause some issues. It seems like they've taken that into consideration here. Now they want to go forward, now they want to cause an issue and take those risks. And tell you what, taking that risk nearly led to them evening this game up here early on. That was a great shot and very well saved off the back line.
You gotta spend some money to make some money, you know? You just gotta take some risks to get some rewards, and this is one of those moments where you just have to find a way to get out of your own head and just move upfield and make a play. Start creating some chaos, some pacing, and force the defense to respect you. Through that 50, at least helps a little. All 3 are sending now. Over 1, 2, but already a better sign of things to come, as it looks like for now we finally have some real quality shots coming through for USAFB.
Well, it's about time. We want to see these shots come through. You know, they haven't had many goals throughout the course of the entire championship, you know, whereas you go across the Mountain B side. I mean, Buck and Sisley, 21 and 24 goals on the overall apiece between these two guys over the course of this championship. And, you know, Monkey Man only sitting there with 3, and maybe that's why they find themselves in a position where they are and not in the very top echelons of this championship. Maybe just as a 3, they don't have as much to get beyond this point. But this is a great opportunity for them. We've been talking about for USAFB how they can make the best out of this moment. But for Mountain B, their side that's still sitting on this bottom end and feel like maybe that they can do better than they have been doing, this is the perfect chance to start setting up that momentum going into tomorrow. Get a convincing win against USAFB, build up that momentum, and go into the next game giving yourself a chance. Because winning this game, the next game that you have to play, I mean, that is a very, very tough outing for them. So they're going to have to play their best Rocket League when they get going tomorrow. So what better way to get into that than getting a nice clean sweep here at the end of day 2?
It would definitely be a statement game for sure, and to, you know, stave off some of the taste of that last series where they just couldn't get anything going. But certainly be a nice return to form for this squad after their performance yesterday. Another instance where, again, their midfield is not as clean as you'd like, but they're not getting punished for it. Always in position, never punished. Back pass is there, but it's cut up by Buck. Buck will take it away. Keeps it going. Leaves it for a center. Nice pass from the Dominus. Can they punch it through? Not for now, but still, I like the differences we're seeing. And just, again, a little bit of a change, a variety from this offense is always good to see.
Just under 2 minutes remaining. Mountain B up by 1 and only 1. The best chance for USAFB yet to pull something back in this series. But it's got to be soon. Big Red trying to send it on through, but Buck is there to block. Going to be trying to send this one up and dribble it on down. We know what Buck can do from these positions. Not able to get anything from it. But so far, holding on defensively, and that's cleared by Sir Sisley. And now the rush back, but surely not going to get there in time. Sisley sending it right into the bottom corner. And that is the lethal blow, you would think, for this game number 2. Mountain B doubling the lead. And Yusefi, I don't know if they have it in the locker to pull it back.
Yeah, gonna need something. It's the only other way to really slice it now is just, well, demo certainly helps things. That's almost a ridiculous sneak in. Holy God. But 2 down is not the end of the world. Neither goals nor games. 3 down, different conversation. But they're running into each other, trying to clear the ball away. And now just killing the clock. Dangerous spot to be in for sure. And there it is. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, that is, again, Yusefi, when they realize that they have to go forward, they just get exposed to the back so quickly. Buck there at the end to send that one on home, and another poor performance in the overall from Yusefi, who kept in it for the longest time, but it just feels like on the back end of all of these games where they really start to crumble. You can hold on for the first 2.5, the back 2.5 gets really ropey.
A fourth? Yeah. 2-0 lead in the series. 2 away from making things look even more interesting. And by interesting, I mean another sweep. Just good lord. It just doesn't stop.
It really does not. Mountain B, are they going to be looking for their 5th? Or are they going to be content with a 4 to take game 2? Buck sending it back up. Doodle trying to mount some form of offense. But Monkey Man lifts it up high for his side. Sizzly with the extra touch. Oof. It was dropping on down for Buck, but Doodle there with the clear. Is the counter on from here? Ran out of boost to do anything with it. Too fast, too slow. Gonna try and squeeze this across for a consolation prize of a goal, but even that is so close yet so far. And game 2 is going to go the way of Mountain B as they're halfway towards making this a pure clean sweep of a day.
They really are, man. It just feels like they're almost destined for a sweep at this point. 2 games up, 2 games down. Still waiting for the offense on the other side to come out. Some smiles finally for the boys. I know it was a long-fought day through that opening side of the bracket, that tough loss earlier, but they are looking like a different team than the ones we expected to see. And now just 2 games away from sweeping and leaving a perfect day of bracket, which is just nuts to think about. But you got to feel the confidence at all-time high. There's no reason to change up the game plan. What else can you really say?
Yeah, they're just playing their game, and their game is working for them. It's pretty simple. What else can you ask for, you know? But for Yusefi,
Yeah.
it's a case of where, and again, we're giving as much credit as we can to them, and they do deserve it, but I think that it feels like they've exhausted all their options. It feels like they're a side that are actually pretty strong on the overall defensively, but turning that defense into offense in a way that doesn't leave them really exposed at the back is something that they've consistently struggled with. When they commit to holding on a defense, they never really lose a game by more than 1 or 2 goals, even against the very best. So they can hold, but going forward, they offer, I think, very little in comparison to the top teams at this particular level.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think I remember that even when I casted them the last time around in the previous tournament, they were a team that relied a lot on their defense, but then playing against a different level of opposition, they had the room to be able to express themselves going forward in offense, and the pace of the game wasn't quite as quick, so they could regroup and gather themselves on the defense quite quickly. But the pace being set this time around, they don't have that luxury. If they go forward, they will get punished on defense if they're not rotating properly. And as soon as they give up that back line, that's when the floodgates open.
It is. And those floodgates, man, they open quickly. Gotta get something here, though. Gotta see something change. Reset. It's gonna sneak in. You know better than that. Buck is too good. And the amount of speed on that ball, everybody's happy about that.
Yeah, nice early goal there from Buck, sending that one on home. And what can you say if you do from here? Is there a match in the offing for them? Can they get one on the board? Doodle lifting it over, so close. But Buck on the rotation, there perfectly for the clear. And now Sir Sisley going to send this one up into the corner. Going to go for the cross. He's practically no boost to work with. But oh my word! With the last touch sending it across goal, and now Calamity at the back, almost getting it in, which is shocking. But Sisley now back again to try and do some damage, and it really just goes to show with Mountain B. You can never count them out from their angles. They're always there for the last gasp chance. And you know, you'd almost say even it was such a good moment that even his teammates didn't expect it. No one was on the back post.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot. Nice read from Big Red. You needed something just to break up the grind here. This is too much to handle. What a 50 as well from Doodle. Nice shot from the elbow. Something to keep the defense honest. Love what I'm seeing. Plenty of time on the clock to make this a series.
They needed one, they got it. Can they turn it into a couple more? Plenty of time to do so. 3.5 minutes remaining. Sisley with the cross. Buck is going to be there. And the accuracy not quite there in the touch. The cross being a little bit high. But Buck getting a second touch through to send it back forward. He's on the follow, dragging the defense left, right, and center. And the offense still there for Mountain B as Sisley's going to try and tap this one on through. And would you look at that? When they get the time to roll it up the walls, it's like the world is their oyster. Terrific touch once again from Sisley to send that through.
It looks easy, doesn't it? I mean, they can fight tooth and nail all they want, but at the end of the day, if it's easy like that, not much more you need to really change as a team. Able to kill off another minute off the clock. 3 odd, some change off the ceiling. What a shot. Bardowski. Oh, it's just not the roll they wanted. Great shot. Better attempt. Did not get the Rocket League gods on their side.
Oh, and that's the way it's felt for USAFE throughout the entire championship. You know, they're a team that does have the ability. Granted, maybe not to go all the way, but you feel like they should be doing better than they have been. But when shots like that, where they're so close yet so far, it just seems to be the tail of the tape for them. They're close for so many of these games for looking like they can keep themselves in it, only for it to slip away from them in the back 2 minutes. But hey, this time around, halfway through, only one down, managing to get a goal on the board. Maybe they can make this one more of a game and get a second in the second half and make Mountain B at the very least work for it in this game.
Just got to make them work for it, man. That's it. Keep them honest. Doesn't have to be too complicated. Nice shot. 2 will commit for the pinch. Right back into the center box. And downfield we go. Beats him on the touch. Has a teammate in the wing ready. 3 to beat. Nice flick. And right back to the other side. Again, the defense from Conus Mountain B. Getting him out of a bad spot. And that board down is brutal. Oh, God, that hurts.
Just when you thought it was going better for USAFE, off the crossbar and in for Mountain B. When you go back to the minute ago, USAFE having it off the crossbar and out. That really, really must hurt for them. As now 2 goals away, and again, they've never really been scoring more than a goal a game. It feels like that even the game 3, where they look like they're the strongest that they've looked yet, is still going to be too much of a challenge for them from this point.
Still got time though. As long as the ball doesn't touch the ground and you're within 1, you got a chance. Just need to get within 1 though. That's a tough bounce, and that will put the hammer down on this game and very likely lead to a 3-0 series lead. And a historic chance for a full day of sweeps.
Yeah, it looks to be on the cards, unfortunately. The action's been moving through pretty quickly. Conus Mountain B in the ascendancy once again, dominating in the back half of the game. That's a lovely little flick from Sisley. It doesn't go through, but it leaves it on a plate for Buck, who puts in the 5th of the game. And not a minute and 15 seconds ago, that was a game that was 2-1, with USAFE looking the best that they've looked yet, with every chance of getting something from this game 3. And now with a minute 12 left, it's been an utter collapse, total capitulation, as Mountain B tighten their grip on this series.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, tightening the grip is a great way to put it.
60 seconds left on the clock.
60 seconds left. You guys know the drill. It's gonna be a tough one. I mean, a full reverse sweep is tough enough. You gotta hit that one. It's wide open. Very uncharacteristic miss from the boys, but damage done. And one game away from continuing on the upper side of the bracket.
Hey, listen, from Mountain B, they score the other 50, so we can forgive them missing the one, all right? You know, you get so many chances, surely one's going to go awry, but with game 3 now guaranteed in the bag and another goal through from Buck, I don't think they're going to rue that last miss too much, but a great performance from them once again. And yeah, for the Rocket League, just kind of going back to the point that was made before, and the 2-2-2 split. For Yusefi and PACAF, it's been kind of a shame for them, again, for teams to have, you know, won so much to get here, to even get to this World Championship stage. It must be kind of gutting for them, because they fought long and hard and played some really good Rocket League to get to the stage. Yet for the two of them not having a win up until this point, only a couple of goals, and getting the second here too fast, it must be a bit of a heartbreaker. Of course, they'll recognise the levels that other teams offer that are here playing today and over the course of these few days, but you fight long and hard to get here just to barely get a win under your belt. It must be a bit of a gut punch.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've played such a long season as well. I know it can never feel great, but the one silver lining I think you should take away, and I hope that they do, is simply look, you've made it this far in the tournament. While it hasn't necessarily gone your way, it doesn't mean, one, that your journey's over yet, and two, you know, you're this far for a reason. So that is still a empirical fact for these guys of like, look, it's not a failure. It's just you're running into some tough competition now, and can you answer the call? That's where we're here to decide who is going to be a champion, who's good enough to make it to the end, and we will find out in just one more game if we're going to have another sweep on our hands.
Potentially going to be our last game of the evening here. Potentially competing a full sweep every single game, being a sweep today. Although still 6 hours of action, so it just shows the amount of action that we have had in store over the days and will have. Again, only halfway through as we come to the end of day 2. Still so much action to bring on the back half of the World Championship here. And yeah, I mean, with all these games, I mean, it's something that we were discussing even going into this, you know, the decision to make the Rocket League best of 7 all the way through, right? Because best of 7, I mean, you would normally see that reserved for, you know, coming towards the end where, you know, the teams are going to be even. But it's been refreshing in a way to see the best of 7. Granted, for some games, even like this, for example, where you kind of know where the result is going, it's pretty obvious after 3 games that maybe the 4th isn't required. But I guarantee this is going to pay dividends for multiple reasons, in that the teams are just getting more games on the field. They're getting more reps against each other. They're getting to stay on site longer, just have a bit more fun with that. Draws out the day. You're getting the most bang for your buck from the venue. And on top of that, it gives that, as we talked about throughout the days, the marathon, not a sprint vibe, to where, like, yes, you may be 2 games down, but you still have a chance to study your opposition and improve. And even though you safely struggled in that last game, finally, after 3 games, managing to get a couple of goals through on their side, which could be huge for them in this last chance to try and get some match wins through on their side.
Well, straight up, I mean, it's exactly right. The more matches you get, nice little fake, the better chance is of you finding a rhythm. So it's unusual to have best of 7s this early in Rocket League, but at least gives these players a chance to warm up and, you know, multiple opportunities just to see what they can get going. And we'll see if anything comes of it in this match alone. Looked for the redirects, just wasn't there. It's cheeky though. Right center back into the box, immediately cleared away, and defense not getting a lot of hands on this one as Conus Mountain are sending the house on every single touch. They are flying after this ball. They recognize they are 1 game away from having an early night, and they absolutely want to rest up after a long game.
And Buck sending it wide, going to go through for the second touch, sending it up in the air on the chase as well. He's going to beat Doodle to it, sending it left. It's going to be Sir Sisley there for the first goal of the game. And it was just a dangerous attack from the word goal. As soon as that went back up across, Sisley perfectly positioned just to hop up and send that right into the back of the net. Safety in trouble once again. We are 3 minutes and 35 seconds away from a clean sweep here once again, unless Yusefi can offer something up in the back half. But the back half is where they've been struggling a lot of the time. Nearly getting one through there. But as this game runs on, it feels like whatever Yusefi offer kind of weakens, if anything. So if they're going to get a goal, They need to get it now.
They definitely need it now. You just need something, man. You need a sign of life, some positivity. Jumbled up in the midfield. Bit of a traffic jam. Possession still. USAP still set in the house. Nice shot. Better save. But keeping the defense honest and testing that back line as they should. Still nobody around in the box to cross away. And playing with this one here as they try to get it out to midfield. Oh, he used the defender who was coaxing around for the rebound as a lead blocker to stay out in front, shadow the ball, and jumps ahead of the defender.
Huge goal. Too fast, too slow. And for this USAFE side, a chance. One apiece. As we're about to get into the back half of the game. USAFE have so often faltered from this point. Right at the end here, can they offer up something to take us to a game 5? Only time will tell, but for now, they're back in the defense. Mountain B are flying forward. Doodle has the chance to chase, but no one has any boost except for that back defender too fast. And Buck's going to get the cross in, but Big Red's there to clear. And trying to get it out, but without boost, they are floundering. And Sir Sisley loves these positions, and that's why. As soon as that clearance wasn't strong and it rolled right into Sir Sisley's possession, you knew what he was going to do with that one. And he is such a clinical player.
That's a beauty. That is a beauty. Well, again, now you know. Question marks, answers defensively. You must step up and answer the moment if you are USAFE. Conus Mountain just trying to kill up the last 2 minutes. Dangerous ball in front of the box. They clear it away. Low boost should be an easy read here for the counterattack, and it will be. Through the corner, reset over both. Playing it low through the 50, it bounces out awkwardly, and right back where it came from. So back to midfield we go.
Trying to send it on through Sir Sisley. Can't quite do it this time around, but it just feels like any time that Sir Sisley isn't scoring, Buck is, right? Like anytime Sir Sisley takes a shot and it's coming off the backboard in any way, then it's just Buck's turn to come through and get the goal instead. They are clinical when they can play the game the way they want. I think the big question for Mountain B going forward is that can they force these games in future into positions where they can't play their game? Because they're terrific at their game, but it just seems to be the plan Bs where they start to struggle.
Oh, man. The struggle they are. That might be the coffin right there. Extra nails. Sir Sisley stand out in this game. Couple of free taps, couple of free looks, and a 1v3 in the box to close it out. I got a feeling we're going to jump with him on the interview coming up. Good Lord.
We got it, really, because, the pan is sizzling with what he's offering up here, just cooking up a storm. Bringing the heat, as that was nearly a great shot through, so close yet so far. Once again, for USAFE, seems to be the case for them often enough. Minute 18 left of this game, 3 goals behind, the result nailed on. The 6th sweep of the day, imminent. USAFE will just be trying to find that consolation, or at the very least, just shut up shop in the back line, because we know that Conus Mountain B, they love to make it 5, they love to make it 6. They won't slow down and try and shy away from getting another goal or 2 on the board before the end.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, Big Red. Not done yet. Big Red's got something to say about it. Big takeaway. Defense was caught lacking, and a full tank of boost. Gets enough speed on the ball. All right, 50 seconds, 2 goals. It is doable. It is possible.
They have a chance, but it'll be a very, very slim chance to say the least. They need to get another one through relatively quickly. Captain's Mountain B side lacking, and it's a good position, but Buck's there to send it clear, and Sizzle's not going to be too far behind, but he gets demoed, and this has been a dirty rock league we've started to see. Is it too little, too late, though? Doodle through, and hang on just a minute. 4-3, 30 seconds left, plenty of time. And I've been waiting for this. USAFE I haven't done enough of this, just demoing the lead player. Sisley clearly getting ready to go for another play, but just taking him out of the action, and Monkey Man being completely caught out from that, meaning it's a clear shot on through. USAFE have a chance of taking it to the first overtime.
And they might just do it. Double off the backboard, they're feeling confident. There was a moment there where Buck kind of got his own teammate demoed for no reason on low boost. And you're thinking, if you save that ball, oh man, scratch whatever conversation I was going to go on, because Sir Sisley must tease his way into the absolute nail in the coffin. Yeah, that is a brutal, brutal goal. And gotta feel awful for what felt like a possible comeback here and a chance in the series. As now we're just doing formalities. 13 seconds left, and a GG's across the board. One for the road, not gonna happen. It's a perfect day of sweeps here at the AFG World Championship. Who would have thought? Non-stop sweep, sweep, sweep. We keep it moving, and a 5-3 victory. GG's.
Massive, massive congratulations to Coldest Mountain B. Clinical performance once again as USAFE dropped to the losers bracket. They gave it their all, but only could go so far. Really tough for them in the end up, but for the Mountain B side, the Bravo team, we gotta give them their props. They look solid, and they look back on form after a shaky start to the day, and will be eager to keep that form going into day 3.
Man, who would have thought today would have been sweeps the way it was? It's just an unbelievable showing from everybody across the board, and I am so eager to talk to these players and understand what it was like on the field, because I could not have expected that today went the way it did. And I'm sure for Buck and company, this feels amazing. I'm sure it feels so good knowing that, simply put, they bounced back after a pretty horrendous offensive series earlier, and they put on a clinic here in this one when it matters most.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they needed for their story. I mean, again, I've taken the route of being a bit sympathetic to USAFE, but for Mountain B, this is the comeback that they needed. They had a great day 1, all things considered, from what we've seen of them. A team that looked hotly in contention, and at day 2, shaky, but it's been a comeback, it's been a reset, and it's been an adjustment. Do they have what it takes as a 3 to go all the way? I still have question marks over that, because I need to see how they fare out as a 3 in these tougher, more hotly contested games. And so far, well, what we've seen to those hotly contested games, it hasn't been enough. They've set themselves up on a good basis now to push forward, but day 3 needs to be huge from them.
Yeah. Day 3 has got to be massive, man. I mean, this is, again, like, you've been able to settle the score here in day 2. It was about finding your footing, your rhythm, and making sure that you come out and prove what you have to do to stay alive in the bracket. But now it's all about championship point. Everything matters the most going into days 3 and 4. 2 has been concluded, but folks, that was a full day of action. I mean, Zep, it's awesome to be able to round out, like we said yesterday, to round out a lot of these games, like Call of Duty to jump to Rocket League, keeps it fresh, keeps it exciting. But at some point, I mean, it was no longer about being fresh. It was just like, well, you and I were both wondering, like, are we just going to get a bunch of sweeps? And we did. And it's like, okay, hey, there's no real big difference between the 2 esports right now. We're just getting a lot of heavy competition. But give me your thoughts real quick before we jump to an interview. I mean, for Buck and company, it's got to feel good, right?
Oh yeah, look, it's been a terrific day for a lot of these teams, and the reason I think why the sweeps have come in is because we're seeing teams now that, you know, after a shaky day 1 or whatever it may be, they're just locking in. It's gotten to the point where it's locked in. Day 1, you're finding your form. If there's any day you can drop a map or 2 in any game, it's going to be your day 1. But now at day 2, the pressure really starts to mount, and all these teams have decided to themselves, hey, if we're going to win, we're going to win hard, because we need to try and establish ourselves as the strongest team going forward into the death. As you said during that previous game, it's been a very long season for all of these teams across all these esports, and they want to finish it off in style. If there's ever a time to play your best Rocket League, your best Black Ops 7, it's over the next 48 hours.
That is absolutely right. But for the next 2-3 minutes, all we know is that we got an interview down on the floor with one of our winners. I believe it's Monk down there. And look, perfect day of sweeps. Interviewer, I gotta know, what are the boys feeling?
Welcome back. Crazy Rocket League gameplay. What's going on? Monk, wake up. Wake up. I know it was a quick game. I know you might have got bored there for a minute, but now it's time for the interview. Welcome back, Team Mountain Bravo. How'd it go out there?
I just can't do anything without Buck and Sizzy. They're just the absolute champions out there. I try to play defense. They pretty much got it all locked down, though. I'm just here for the good time.
It looks like you're here for the good time. Make you a little bit sleepy. I like the bit. What's going to happen next for the rest of group play? Is it over for you guys?
As far as they can carry me, I guess.
Yeah, that was awesome. That's going to conclude our group play in total, right? We're now into the bracket. You advanced one more step closer to the championship. Tomorrow, people are going to be going home, right? This is going to be it. Who do you want to see in tomorrow's matchups in the upper bracket?
There's Laggy and them are pretty good. What team are they?
I think they're West.
They're West. Yeah, that would be an insane game, but they would walk me any day of the week. But Laggy, I'll take you down easily. Don't worry, 1v1.
You hear here first, Laggy. You're getting called out from the Sleepy Bear Monk himself. That's going to conclude the upper bracket today. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Back to you at the Casters.
We already got some firepower, okay? We already got some trash talk before day 3 even starts, man. That's a bit surprising for sure, but I love the confidence from everybody today. It's been a day full of absolutely beautiful performances and rounded out with, again, like another sleepy bedtime performance there. It's great to see that they're leading into the personalities of this event. I've really enjoyed seeing the players kind of beat themselves and fight through this gauntlet of a tournament. Zep, I gotta wonder, man, are we getting a bit of trash talk in the venue as the championship comes down to a wire? Are we getting some like in-house like Gears of War style trash talk? I hope so. As long as it's clean.
Probably. I mean, look, the pressure begins to mount, and you want to see a bit of back and forth between these teams. Like, that's part of the fun, as you say, so long as it's clean and not too out there. But this is what we want to see.
It is. I keep it coming. Speaking of other things to come in the pipeline, show me the bracket so far for the Rocket League side of things. As we've gotten underway, we have seen so many games today, but all of them were sweeps. It was Conus Mountain B at a 4-0 against USAFE and Conus Central against PACAF, and they have both moved on. So Conus West versus Conus Mountain B and Conus Mountain A versus Conus Central, excuse me. So here's kind of where we're at. Conus dominating the top side of the winners bracket, regardless of where you're at in the branch. If you're a Conus fan, you're probably very happy with how things are looking right now. Clearly, Central going to be probably the toughest matchup in that overall pool play, or excuse me, in the bracket play, I should say. In the pool of talent we have, Mountain A is going to have their work cut out for them against Central. West, the same with Mountain B. But this will be an interesting matchup for sure. And on the lower side, Second Life now kicked in on the lower bracket. USAFE and PACAF will be waiting for the winners of some matches moving forward as we move forward with that. So this will be a really long day tomorrow as well, but look, the way Rocket League's been playing, I mean, it's been clear-cut the most one-sided affair between the two games we've had. I got a feeling that US Central, I should say, like, Conus Central is probably maybe the favorites right now to go all the way. Are you seeing anybody on your end that looks like they have the chance to take the chip? How are you feeling?
God, it's hard to say. I would say no as of yet. Like, I think Conus Central, they look like just the side that are going to do it right. I think that the Call of Duty has been a little bit more blessed as to where we could see a little bit of an upset. But in terms of Rocket League, I think it's been very established that there is a team to beat, and the difference between the Call of Duty and the Rocket League side of things is so far on the Rocket League, the team to beat looks pretty unbeatable. Whether that could change going into the day 3, day 4, big question. But yeah, it's for Rocket League, it's so far the tail of the tape is that it seems like there could be a clear winner. It'll make for one hell of a grand final at the very least, but the pathway to that at the moment looks relatively straightforward.
Yeah, it does, and unfortunately you could not say the same about the COD side. Ignore the fact that the results today were all sweeps. Let's take a look at the bracket itself, because this has been much closer of an affair. Yes, there were 100-point clubs. Yes, there were a bit of stompings in the S&Ds. Yes, the Overload was a 2-minute side, but COD in general at least gives us more to chew on when it comes to the strength of the series. Conus Central, Conus West A on the upper side, PACAF, Conus Mountain on the lower side, Conus West B and USAFE. And I swear, Conus West B are going to have a long road ahead, but this is a team that I feel like can absolutely make the run. The only question is, can they simply put it all together when it comes down to it? And we look back to our upper round 1 where they play West A. And again, it was a sweep, but there were moments of brilliance, moments where it looked like finally this team was coming online. Just didn't happen in the end. Same kind of thoughts and questions about this Call of Duty side of the bracket. Give me your thoughts on, do you see a clear favorite? And other than Jake and company, are we looking at a clear favorite for this one? I'm hoping the COD's a little bit more contested as we get into day 3.
Yeah, I think, with the COD, Conus Central, they're they still do look like the top team, the team that could do it. And the only team that looks like that they can challenge them, I would say, is PACAF. I can't wait to see them and PACAF against each other again. I think that's where there's a real hotly contested series there, as the result could go either way. And it looks like the team that could dethrone our top team. But in saying that, could Conus Mountain come through, do a little bit of damage as well? It is certainly possible. They're a side who again, I think you wouldn't want to underestimate them going against the top teams as well. So I think it's a bit more mixy between the top 3, the top 2 especially. But you know, Conus Central still looking like the team to beat. But I think, at least comparing it to the Rocket League side of things, look slightly more beatable. It looks like the opportunity might be a bit more there.
Oh, absolutely. And look, if today is just the anomaly, and the anomaly being what it is, hopefully tomorrow is not full of sweeps. Hopefully tomorrow is a little bit more game 5s and game 7s. Same situation as you guys understand. All best of 5 for Call of Duty, all best of 7 for Rocket League. But today was an anomaly, and it was quite an interesting one at that. Once again, none of this would be possible without the USAA, and we want to reiterate the fact that they've been here for over 100 years, specifically in esports, for about 25 military members, all creating this mission to take care of their own. If you want to learn more, you can learn more at USAA.com. That's USAA.com. We thank them so much for their support over the years, and specifically for this tournament here at AFG for the World Championships. Brother, this has been a blistering fast day, a long day nonetheless, but I want to get your closing thoughts here as we round out day number 2 of this championship, get set for day 3. We've seen so much action. I'm going to hit you with an easy one. What has been your favorite match so far today?
Oh, God. You know, it's an easy one. I would say it's quite a tough one, to be honest. I have to say I've really enjoyed the Call of Duty side of things in general. I'm going to go a bit more in general with that one, because, you know, what I will say about the Call of Duty ones, the clean sweeps of Rocket League have been like, whoa, okay, these are wins. Whereas, you know, the Call of Duty, we've had a couple of moments where, yes, they've been clean sweeps at the end up, but you could see the pathways to where it could have gone the other way. Whether it was a search and destroy being even till the halfway point, whether it was an overload where their switch up was on the line, there have been moments where they could have been different. So it's been a little bit more up in the air, the Call of Duty side of things, which I think on the overall has made it just a touch more entertaining to watch. So the Call of Duty side for me is where the top tier entertainment factor has been in day 2.
I agree with you, and I'm sure production does as well, because COD at least has given us some testy gameplay for sure, and hopefully a little bit more of that for Rocket League tomorrow. But that does conclude broadcasts here today for us. We want to thank you all so much for watching, from the players in the venue who showed up early to get the games underway, for those of them who swept their way through the tournament so far. It's absolutely insane. From production, yes, us here on the front of the broadcast, those on the back end as well, and all of our house who has been making this possible. And USAA, once again, thank you all so much for your support today for day 2 of the championships here for AFG. Again, keep in mind, tomorrow we start off at a very similar time, so if you're curious about what matches we have on the docket, do not worry. It's Call of Duty Black Ops 7, it's Rocket League. I believe 9 a.m. Pacific time is when matches will kick off, and we're getting down to the wire here for some of these bracket plays. So if you're curious about what the champion is going to look like, or who's going to be making it to the final podium, tomorrow's the day to absolutely tune in and get your friends to come watch. So thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate your support as always, and we'll see you here bright early tomorrow. Until then, peace. Much love to you.
Bye.